All right, fellas, welcome to what is this show? This is the Jaffe stream. Let me just give you a little heads up if you're coming here expecting a lot of video game talk. I do a show on the channel called Gabbin' and Games. I try to do it every Monday through Friday, but that doesn't happen. But I do my very best to do it in the afternoons, Monday through Friday. Very game specific, news of the day, game design conversations, chats about the games I've worked on in the past, blah, blah, blah. We'll be doing one tomorrow afternoon for sure. If you're into that stuff, hope to see you there. We can talk about whatever on this show. That's what this show's for. This show, or a prep show for Gabbin' and Games, is the morning show during the week. The weekend is the weekend. So today we're doing it right now. But if you want to talk games, politics, whatever you want to talk about, that's, totally free chat. You can call in. In fact, let me put the ability for you to call in right here. You don't have to use your phone, of course. Use your computer, your cell phone, and you don't have to be on screen if you just want your voice. Some people are shy. I get it. I'll address the Goonie Ben says, let's talk about you degrading women. I want to educate you guys a little bit on this because I haven't been on the internet much today other than playing Dragon Age. Wink. And so what I'll tell you about it is that there's this assumption from what people are telling me that my Vera Dark video, this lady who makes YouTube videos, I did an extraction of my comments to her commenting about my stuff. And in the clip, or in that segment, I absolutely said the only reason she has an audience, and I think I'd have to go back and look at it, but I'm pretty sure if you look at the whole clip, it's couched in, I've only seen you doing things when you talk about me. They're usually wrong. They're not, your stuff isn't researched. You're not good at this. And then I'm like, but you have a big audience. It was the gist. And the only reason that you're in that chair, I think is what I said, is that you are an attractive woman. You have an amazing head of hair, although I've since learned people don't like her hair. I think her hair is awesome. And that she's a woman, her gender. Now, allow me to give you an education on misogyny. And let me also give you an education that your father should have given you about being a man, because most of you guys are men, but clearly, if you truly believe in equality, right? Everybody, like, if somebody strikes you first, now I don't believe in hitting women, even if they strike first, unless they're like really fucking big. But other than that, if a woman attacks you just because she's a woman, okay, why? It's the same as anybody else attacking you or taking your stuff out of context or whatever. So in the case of Vera, misogyny would suggest that I have a general sense of disdain, distrust, dislike, and just hatred towards women. But what it does when you use it the way it sounds like you guys, some of you guys anyway, are using it, it basically kind of says women as individuals, like an individual woman, never has to answer for striking out at someone. Vera Dark has a big audience. From what I can tell, from what I've seen, mostly because she's a woman and she's an attractive woman. That doesn't mean all women. That doesn't mean most women. That doesn't mean most women I know that are able to entertain or talk games or talk nuance or talk politics or whatever. Because there's no leap between because you're a woman, that's the only reason you have an audience. I'm putting that on you guys. That's ridiculous. If you can't stand, look, a big reason I have an audience, the most of my audience, is because people came here originally because I worked on Twisted Metal and God of War. And those were big hit games back in the day, and the franchises are still going. So that's, that it would be an accurate statement. So somebody could come to me and say, Jaffe, you are no good at what you do. You're not interesting. You're not funny. Your analysis is shit. You look like you're 80 when you're only 50, and 50 is too old for the game anyway. What are you doing, pal? And I would say, and they would say, the only reason you have an audience is because the games you worked on. And I'd say, I don't agree with you, but sure, absolutely. It's just a statement of fact, or that's wrong. It's a statement of opinion. So you can be mad at me or dislike me because I struck back after I was struck by Vera Dark a second time, by the way. Vera Dark. I'm not trying to misname her. It's Vera or Vera. Vera is a strange name, so it's going to take me a while. And I even reached out to her on her stream yesterday. I don't think she's interested. She said she'd get back to me today. I haven't heard from her. And I said, hey, look, this is all theater. We're all, yes, we mean what we say about underneath there are the things we talk about. You like this game. You think this is dangerous. I think that's dangerous. But there's a theatrical aspect. There's an entertainment aspect to it. And I said, look, I don't know you. You're probably a very nice lady. If you want to just kind of jump on the mic, don't come to my stream. I'm not trying to grift off this, make money. Grift's the wrong word. I used it wrong. I'm not trying to exploit this. I'm not trying to make money off this. I'll come to you, whatever it is you want, because, it's theater and you attacked me and I attacked you back. But all of that can live in its own little compartmentalized area. The idea of that being a misogynistic statement really is more of a reflection of your lack of understanding of what it means to be a misogynist, which I guess is good if you don't know, because it means you're probably not one, which you shouldn't be. It's a horrible thing to be a misogynist. Ask yourself what that means, that you've been raised in such a way that you look at women and you just automatically, because they're women, take issue with them. That's a horrible thing. So I'm glad you don't know what it means, because you're probably not one. Asmongold says ambient jewels. I'll get to the chat now. I'll let you guys talk. I'll bring people in if you want to talk, but I wanted to get that off my chest, talk a little bit about that. Asmongold says ambient is the only response worth responding to. I think he's a good dude. It sucks seeing both my dads fight. I reached out to him. One of his admins, or I think that's the term, reached out to me, and I was like, hey man, because Asmongold, I don't watch. I know who he is. Like I said yesterday, I'm not trying to be this guy. It's like, I don't know who's Asmongold. There are a lot of these streamers I don't know. Asmongold's incredibly successful. He's gets covered in the news a lot. I don't watch him, but I don't watch most streamers. I'm playing my own games, doing my own shows. The last thing I want to do when I'm done doing this work is like, hey, let me watch somebody else stream. But I did reach out, and his admin reached out, and it was like, hey, maybe you guys can, I wanted to talk. I reached out. He doesn't need me. I'm a tiny little guy, in a lot of ways, except the way that counts. Anyway, I says, yeah, I'd love to talk to you about if you're interested. And they're like, okay, well, we can't do it today, but maybe tomorrow. I'm like, great. So, but the thing with Asmongold was I watched the initial thing that he wrote about, or he streamed about my video where I was talking about grifters and Dragon Age. And he really thought, people were like hitting me up on Twitter and comments and YouTube going, say his name, just say his name. Cause that's what Asmongold, he was convinced that I was referring to him. And I really wasn't. I mean, I would tell you, I'm not like, oh, I'm Asmog. I can't offend Asmog. I don't know the guy. He and I don't run in the same circles. My career, such as it is not dependent on Asmongold. And even if it was, I'm very honest. I don't, I say things I feel. I was referring to Grums. I was referring to a lot of the videos made on the back of Grums's tweets about Dragon Age and things like that, and the Elon Musk stuff and things like that. I was not talking about Asmongold. So if you're here to fight about Asmongold, that's fine. If you're here to fight about Vera Dark, that's fine. That's what the show can be for. It doesn't have to be. I got a lot of fucking crazy shit lined up if you want to talk about other stuff. But I wanted to at least give you some lay of the land, is what I would say. Thank you for that comment, Ambient. And let me, okay, so if you want to call in, I'm putting it right here. Oh, and you know what I'll do? Let me just pin it to the top of the thing. Sorry. And then I'll look at some of the text chat real quick. And if nobody wants to talk about that stuff anymore, if it's talked out, it's not a problem, pal. I got some crazy fucking shit I want to show you guys. All right, I can't pin it right now on the what's it called, the Twitter and the Twitch, but it is pinned everywhere else at the moment. So all right, let's see. What do we got? Let me see. We got, hey, there's Matt. Hang on a second, Matt. People are weird as hell for how willing they are to bruise their knees for other people. says necrophagic, especially people who have no clue they exist. I mean, yeah, there's that whole parasocial thing going on, and I get it. I mean, you feel like these people and you want to defend them, and there's a healthy sense of that, and then there's a point where that fandom just kind of becomes really fucking weird. But I don't know who's who in this. Fee says Asmongold is a fraud playing role of a gamer so he can milk his slow viewers. I mean, look, he's played more. I was stunned because I was just like, hey man, I'm not an expert on Dragon Age Veilguard or Dragon Age at all. I've played about half of Inquisition, which I loved. And I've played about 28 hours now of Veilguard. But he's finished it, I believe. And, I mean, he's deep into the lore and all that shit. I was kind of like, people like, if you didn't play Origins, if you didn't play this, if you didn't read the novelization, you can't comment. Fuck you, motherfucker. I spent my money. I played it for, even if I played it for 5 minutes, but I played it for almost 30 hours. I plan on finishing. I was playing it today. I actually liked the game. I can speak about whatever the fuck I want. People are like, you don't know the main character's name. Well, the main character in this game is Rook. But if I don't know the bald guy who's the elf who's stuck in the guy's brain, oops, sorry, not his brain, the rift, whatever. Sorry, I didn't take the prerequisite class to talk about Dragon Age, you fucking nerd. Then yeah, I mean, I didn't know that. It's like Solus or Sola. I don't fucking know. You know why I don't fucking know? Because I'm not a fucking nerd. Yeah. Dear God, Jesus, please forgive me. I called some people a nerd today. Okay. Only slow sheep like the internet persona losers, only down BSD normies can relate to those I don't understand, but thank you for the chat, buddy. Asmongold is puzzling to me, says Mr. K. I can't understand why he got so famous. Well, I know him because of all the news, right? He did a Palestinian kind of said something that he, you can say whatever you want to say for the most part. But in that case, I think he said something he had to walk back. That made the news. His apartment or house was super rich guy, but not even if you have filled with fucking bugs and shit. I think he's fixed that, but that's how I know him. But I don't, my understanding is he became really well known during was it the Johnny Depp trial? Somebody was telling me, but I don't fucking know. Okay. Yeah. But then, yeah, Wayne B says Asmon is the GOAT. A lot of people like him. A lot of people might like him. I mean, again, I've not watched a lot of his stuff, so maybe he says awful things about me, but I don't know him and I have no reason to dislike him. He's like, oh, well, you banned me. And yes, he was right. I don't remember banning him, as I said yesterday, and I'm not going to retread old ground that much. But, I said yesterday, John Cena banned me and Dave Bautista banned me. I'm like, what? It's because I was cheering for fucking Becky Lynch or the fucking what was the guy Bray Wyatt played, the freaky character with Alexa Bliss. Anyway, the point is, I don't know why he was banned. Maybe Twitter did it, or maybe I did it because he wrote something awful one day and I'm like, I don't want to see that. I don't fucking know. But I unbanned him. I'm just like, I don't know the guy. But anyway. But yeah, Mr. K says he's just an ordinary bland dude saying ordinary shit. Yeah, but people like to relate to people and shit. Jaffe, don't talk about her dumbass to protect your own chat from looking like, I don't know what that even means, Addy Pie. So I don't watch any podcasts, says Boss Man. I listen to a number of podcasts, yeah, but I don't watch just people sit there and stream like a show like this. I'll watch them to learn and see what works and what doesn't work. But no, I do not. On the whole, I don't watch just like long form streamers. No, I don't. But I listen to podcasts. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a big fan base. Colin Prime says Asmongold usually has around 30,000 people watching him every stream, and he had over 100K with Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, 100%. Narrator says, Jaffe, why you dimwit? Buddy, I'd love to answer your question, but I don't know what to say. I don't know what you're asking. Can you ask it again? King Blizzy says, why is David Jaffe so out of touch with gamers? I don't know. Is that a problem for you? I did my time. In fact, let me show you something. I'm going to get to these calls in a second, but speaking of, let me give you some bona fides, bitch. Let me show you something. This is amazing. Okay. And I don't know how old you guys are, but only time will allow you, the perspective that I'm about to share with you, but this is amazing. So what you're looking at on the screen right now, I'll put myself there, is a game I played growing up. Was the first video game I ever played, called Boot Hill. Okay, I'm not going to show you the whole thing, but this is how basic games were. Okay, that was it. This was the first fucking shooter. Okay, and from that I parlayed that into a career making video games that for 5, 6, 8 years were really big hits. I was totally connected. And maybe I'm not now. I don't know why. Fuck you. My money still spends at the GameStop or the PS Plus or the GeForce Now. I think it's a generational thing. You guys really care about being relevant and being seen as not outsiders. I love games. I probably play way more games than you do. But the reason I want to show you this is not that though. Look at this though. So this is what I grew up with. I played this game for the first time. There's not even background graphics. It's just like a painting. And this is all being, viewed over a piece of plexiglass, right? I saw this today. I mean, my God, man, we are in a simulation. I saw a report today saying that Popular Mechanics was saying that we are basically, this is Cyberpunk, by the way, running at the highest level. The guy's computer crashed like after 5 minutes. It can't handle it. But it said that we are basically looking at about 8 years before we hit the singularity where we have AI that basically surpasses human intelligence. There's no way we're not living in a simulation. Look at this and compare this to what I just fucking showed you and tell me that this world that we call real is not or is actually real. This is batshit crazy and it's wonderful. It's delightful. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. Okay. Is this yes, it's the misogynist meetup. I've been to wrestling events live. I like wrestling very much, but I don't, it's got to be a story I really like. I tend to like the lady wrestlers more. So like when Becky Lynch and Ronda Rousey and Charlotte Flair and Asuka and that, like 4 years ago were really kind of, headlining WrestleMania and all that. I was super vibing with that. And now, I'll watch some WrestleMania stuff from time to time. Logan Paul, I think, is staggeringly, surprisingly good. I don't like him as a person or a character, but he's really good at what he does in the ring. So yeah, I think the documentary Mr. McMahon on Netflix was great. I've read the book about him. I think he's a fucking creep, but I also think there's stuff to learn there, man. There's stuff to learn there. Okay. Yeah, Mr. K says he's 50 years old, you morons. He's more in touch with games than you guys are. Well, and more importantly, fuck you. Actually, let's stop for a moment in terms of how in touch I am or am not. Do you realize that the vast majority of people I encounter online that are not like really young kids they're the ones that are out of touch? It's like they shit on Fortnite, they shit on Roblox. All these things are ridiculous. This is what the new generations have been playing. I have kids. That's what they came up playing. The idea that I'm out of touch of gamers because you didn't platinum Metaphor Refantasio. Well, no, I played the demo and I like it very much and I will make some time to play it, but I probably won't platinum it. If that means that I'm out of touch, then yeah, go fuck yourself. Okay. Crying online, says Feast, and simping for their idols, running that mouth is the only game they play. Jaffe's billion years ahead of them. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I'm not trying to beat him up over the head. I'm just not, but here's what I'll say. I'm not gonna especially now where the right has been given, in their opinion, some kind of like, now we can say the things we want because Trump won. Like you guys weren't saying them before. But fine, trust me, that's not how elections work. Just because your guy won doesn't mean that your free speech ability gets higher or lower, but say what you want. But what I'll tell you though, is that you are going to get a lot of people on the left in the progressive mentality of life pushing back. And I'm happy to be here to do it, because the internet's got a whole host of fucking people out there pushing the right wing's take. And that's fine. You have a right for your take, but I'm not going to not say shit when people come at me and say things like I'm a misogynist, which is a ridiculous claim, or they come at me and they say, that a lot of the talking points that they say they voted for are wrong, and I can show them they're wrong. I'm not going to just be quiet about it. That's a ridiculous concept. All right, let's bring in Plazukas here.
Hi, Jaffe.
Things, buddy. What's going on?
It's going good. Hey, sorry to hear about all the controversy that you're in.
Are you kidding? It's fine. I don't care.
The last time we talked, we were just talking about, the simpler things like, democracy ending.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. What's up? What do you want to talk about today?
Yeah, so I was just kind of going through and thinking about this from a different level here, because you're obviously someone that's known for the God of War series and then the God of War sex scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's
I don't know if I'm known for the sex scene, but sure, fine.
It's part of it, right?
Okay, yeah.
And I think people are having a hard time removing you from that person to who you are now and thinking that somehow you're fake.
Yeah, I don't even understand that. The idea that, and that's why these people who say that should look at me and they should fucking bow the fuck down to me. And they should say that's how a real fucking man does it, because he can be smart, intelligent, well-spoken, well-read, educated, and he can still love the fuck out of big titty games and movies and violence and gore and overt sexuality. Absolutely. For some reason, they have been raised by somebody, the TV set, the goddamn people on the Twitter, I don't fucking know, to assume that it's black or white. It's like, people always say, Jaffe, if you made God of War today, it would be all cuck, soy boy, almond milk. I don't fucking know. And I'm like, are you out of your mind? If Sony let me, now Sony letting me is a different question. But if I had carte blanche and full creative control and I was to remake or not remaster, either one, but let's just say remake God of War, retell the story, I would want there to be tons of sex and violence in the goddamn thing. Why would I not want that? One is my view that people should be treated well and equal and respected no matter how they identify or whatever. Why does that negate the fact that I can also enjoy overt crazy bullshit that's fun?
Yeah, I think that's a great answer. And I've criticized you for not, obviously, I'm the one that criticized you for not completing Astrobot, but I think I've realized something after that call is that you don't really play games to play them. You play them to experience them like you would as a creator, as somebody that was in the industry before. And you get whatever you can out of them. Yes, and that's enough.
But that may not be related to me being in the industry. I do that with anything. I do that with a movie, a book. It's like, I get it. I'm good. Right. And so I don't have this, and I'm very fortunate at the moment because I'm not some super rich guy, but I have enough money in the bank that if a game is boring me, I'm not like, yeah, but I already paid for it, I'm going to just keep playing. I'm like, nope, moving on. And so, yeah, I don't feel the need to like, well, this is what I bought for the month. It's my gaming budget. I spent $60 on it, $70 on it. I'm going to play it. I'm like, no, I'm bored. I'm moving on to something else. So I'm that way regardless of having worked in the business. It's not that I'm like, I value my time. It's just that I have ADD and I get bored easily. And if you can't entertain me, I got a million other things that are trying to.
Right. I think that's really fair. And I think women have benefited in the gaming ecosystem for a long time, especially in games media, because just like in Xbox Live or in chats that I've been in, women are usually, when they come into like these groups, awkwardly, introduced or met. Like,
yeah, they are.
It's been historically an issue in the gaming industry. I can speak to that personally. And so whenever there is a woman that is doing coverage, they kind of get a different level of treatment to some extent, right? And I think that's not what you were saying, but what you were saying. It was less about her. Like, well, I mean, are you talking
about Vera Dark?
Yeah, specifically.
No, I think she's a good-looking woman with a great head of hair, and she's a woman, and thus that is going to put you that is one of those things that you can put in your toolkit if you want to be successful talking to a bunch of anyone really, but certainly nerds on social media. And that is not an insult. That is that, and there are women that like take Alana Pierce, right? Alana Pierce is also benefits from being very attractive, a very good looking female in a space, at least if you're talking about social media or content creators or whatever, um, tend to do well with that particular tool in their toolkit. Alana, on the other hand, from my experience with her, also and happens to be really smart, really talented, and experienced not just in games, but she's directed films, she's edited, she's written things. And so, you know, that's got nothing to do with misogyny.
And that's your criticism towards Vera.
My only experience with Vera Dark has been two things where she's come at me and they've both been poorly researched, uninteresting, dumb analysis. And her performance, her voice is kind of like, oh my God, how does she do that? It's really hard to listen to that voice. And so I'm left to go, you're probably successful because I see no other reason to assume you're successful except that particular tool. There's nothing about that is making a statement on any woman other than a person I'm talking to who happens to be a woman. But these idiots, like there's this guy, Dank Sinatra, excuses, trying to ration away your misogyny is what he says in the chat. And I'm just like, I mean, educate me then, Dank. Call in, Dank. You fuck. Because, you know, what, you know, explain it to me.
You're an advocate for all rights.
And yes, and when it's pointed out to me, like I've never said anything as far as I know that is misogynistic. Have I said things in the past that are sexist? And when it was pointed out to me, I'm like, oh my God, that was sexist. You're right. And I'm sorry. I you know, I have blind spots like anyone else. But absolutely misogynistic. I would be very sad if I said something
that's deep rooted inside you. If you're, well, you might not know it, you know.
Yeah, I was never, you know, I was never raised to think anything other than women and men are equal, and we're all just kind of trying to get through. Well, JJV says, yes, Jaffe, unless it's inconvenient to admit. Why would it ever be convenient? Here's what I'll tell you, JJV. Go look up the definition for misogyny. Look at what I did with Vera Dark, with that video, and you come back and tell me how that makes me misogynist. And then my mind will be open. And you know what? If it was a misogynistic act, I will apologize for it because I don't want to be a misogynist. But I'm also open-minded enough to understand that we all have our blind spots, that we are all swimming in a stew of great shit, but also it's marbled in with a bunch of racism, homophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-Catholic,
100%.
You know, and
you're willing, and like, let's say you have this Asmongold chat, or you do talk to Vera, however you pronounce her name. You're willing to learn. I think that I've seen that from you in the last couple of years that I've been watching your content in Last Stand Media overall. And I don't know you personally. Obviously, we only know each other from online personalities, and that can be different than, you know, real life and the nuances of it all. But yeah, that's all I wanted to ask.
All right, I appreciate it, Blazookas. Thanks for calling. I always like talking to you, buddy.
Yeah, bye.
All right, buddy. There he goes off into the night. Dank did write back. He didn't call in because, you know, who knows? He looks like he's a cat, so maybe he doesn't have a computer. I don't know what I don't know how he works. He says, you belittled her take and reduced her to her looks. Yes, I did belittle her take. And I said the only thing about her that gives her audience, in my opinion, based on the fact that I haven't heard any other reason, are her looks. There's nothing in that statement that suggest a hatred, mistrust, dislike, aggressivity towards women. There's a lot in that statement that suggests, hate's too strong of a word, I don't know her, but certainly dislike, mistrust, and suspicion about that particular person whose name is Vera Dark, who happens to also be a female. You know. That's what I'll tell you, baby. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, again, my mind is open, but you know, Leper says all these chuds pretending to care about perceived misogyny is too funny. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, you know, enjoy, you know, I mean, I don't know, the woman, you know, have, you know, I like that people protect people they care about. I do it all the time. But, you know, you gotta come at me with a little bit of, can't think of a name, says you valued her down to only her look for her success. Not that we would care, but you're part of a clique that would call us out if we did that. No, I wouldn't about Anita Sarkeesian. What I would say is I absolutely only gave her value, not even value. I only said her success came strictly from her looks and being a woman. It doesn't mean it's true, but it means my perception based on what I have seen suggests that's the tool she's using to be successful on YouTube. There's nothing about that is a systemic dislike or distrust of women. You can, again, that would be like looking at me and saying, Jaffe, the only reason you have an audience is because you made video games. Well, so you all video game people who make video games you don't like, or is it you just don't like me because I've given you another reason to not like me? And then you're just pointing out the reason people show up for me. That wouldn't be, I don't know what's the opposite. What's the male version of misogyny, whatever it's called. Who's this? What do we got? Vera talks like she's reading an SNL. She's got an interesting, you know, she's got a little interesting cadence there. I mean, you know, while hurling, Billy Bone says, while hurling personal insults, there's a lot of hypocrisy that loves to posture to their audience of knuckle dragging morons. I agree with that. If we talk about games, says Neo Hagen, shouldn't we leave that kind of stuff out of the narrative? Things don't need to be safe. You need to tell a story. If we talk about games, we shouldn't leave that kind of stuff out of the narrative. Things don't need to be safe, need to tell a story, even if it hurts sensibilities. I think, is that what you're saying, Neo? I want to make sure I understand you, buddy. Okay. Misogyny is when you are critical to conserve. I don't know what that means. It says misogyny is when you critical to conservative. William, I don't know what that means. What's up, Court Williams? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good. What's going on?
I'd be like, in terms of like the Vera Dark stuff, I think like you have a point in that she, I would say, probably has like a bit of a following because the looks and stuff, and like the takes are average at best. But I'd be like way more interested in hearing someone from the other side who can put like legit thoughts together, if you know what I mean, like Stuttering Craig or.
Yeah, but see, Stuttering Craig, I think, is an asshole. I won't talk to him anymore.
Oh, okay.
And I know she's affiliated with that guy, and that's fine. That's not why I judged her. But I went on. I think Stuttering Craig is it Screw Attack or the Side Scrollers or something? That's his show.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm not confusing him with this other guy, but I think that's the guy that she kind of aligns with and does shows with.
Yeah.
So
my thought was just that of like that side, he's the more intelligent.
Okay.
You know,
yeah,
like
so I go on his show, and we were talking about the trans thing, and I went through kind of the whole story of my experience, with my son, who's a trans man, and what that was about. And even though we parted and there was a sense of, okay, he's coming at it from a very conservative point of view, at least he heard my point of view. And I was like, okay, so you can't paint me with the brush as a cartoon character like a lot of you guys like to do. It sounded like, okay, I don't agree with you, Jaffe. I'm like, I don't agree with you, Craig, but is Craig? Yeah, I don't agree with you, but okay, at least we're trying to find some kind of common ground understanding. We're not cartoon characters. We're not bad guys. And like less than a year later, he goes on the internet and he tweets out just this awful thing about me and I'm deranged and my son is in trouble and being abused and all. And I'm like, dude, I spent an hour on your show trying to explain. So maybe even if you don't agree with me, the process and what it was like and what we learned and all the hoops we jumped through to make sure we made the best decision we could. And instead of that, what he was left with was, I'm just going to keep punching at this very punched at often community of trans folks. And I'm like, so that guy can go fuck himself, is what I would say.
Fair enough, man. Like I can see where you like I didn't realize that context, but could I say just one more? Is I feel like people lump dudes like Colin from Last Stand Media into like a similar bucket, and it's just not the case.
Oh,
like
Colin? No.
He's like, you know, those guys are just like echelons above in terms of like how they break stuff down. Like he's got a legitimate understanding of the industry.
Yeah. If you go listen to Colin, it's about game discussion, the business, the people in it, the insight and analysis into what he plays, blah, blah, blah. You know, Colin's show is, he may be a conservative or a libertarian person, but so what? That's how it should be. He and I couldn't be more opposed politically, but we get along great. I'm a big fan of his. I care about him. I consider him a good friend of mine. I'm going on his show again this week. I don't agree with him on politics, and he doesn't agree with me, but that should be okay.
Would you consider, David, just to mix things up, maybe like a hot tub stream?
A hot tub stream?
Get those views up?
Let's explain something. Let me explain something to you, Courtney. I know that you have been able to coast through life on your pretty privilege, and fuck you on that, by the way. You're tall. In any country except your own, you have a great accent and you're a good-looking man. Go fuck yourself is what I would say. Of course, a hot tub stream makes total sense for you because nobody wants to see me in a goddamn hot tub. Come on now.
It could be Amaranth 2.0, man. Just let that money roll in.
All right, you give me your secrets to all the getting tall and buff and good looking and all that shit. And sure, absolutely. What is that like to be really good looking? You're tall too, right?
6'3".
I mean, what is that? I mean, you must admit, and there's nothing wrong with it. Just like with Vera Dark, by the way, there is pretty privilege. You would benefit in this society.
I definitely think like
tall guy, right?
It gets your foot in the door, as I would say, with like and I think sometimes maybe I'm like, did I trick my wife just by being tall? Maybe.
Oh yeah, I mean, I saw her the other day on the
street. Idiot,
she seems miserable. Truth be told, she's on her way out the door. You know, eventually she's going to realize the funny, smart, intelligent people are the ones that she really wants to be with. But for now, it's fine. We'll let this ride for now. But I mean,
let it ride. Huh?
Joking aside, though, I mean, and I don't fault you for that. By the way, I don't fault Vera for that. That's why I'm stunned when these people say, Jaffe, you're being misogynistic. You play the cards you were dealt, and I'm not saying she wasn't dealt other cards. I'm just saying based on the work I've seen, she doesn't seem to have been dealt any other cards. But hey, good for her. Yeah,
it's just for me, there's the little bits and pieces that I've seen. So maybe it is unfair. I just feel like her analysis and stuff was really surface level, and it just comes back to the same talking points over and over again. So, and I mean, it's easy to say from the sidelines because I'm not a very eloquent person, so I wouldn't be able to break it down particularly well either, but it's not my job.
And you don't have to be. It's really, I wish we could somehow societally rise above to a conversation about what we're really talking about, which is, it's not that I'm any better or worse and vice versa than anybody else. It's that because you look how you look, like when you rolled your dice when you were born, right? And you got like, let's say 18 in height and symmetry in your face and blah, blah, blah. Some of the other dice that maybe not, like you're saying you weren't as well spoken. You didn't have to work on that, right? I rolled not great dice in the great looks and tall department. But I did roll, I can articulate things. I ramble more than I should. I'm working on that. But And that's okay. I mean, that's just how people are. You know, you kind of take what you are and you build up the stuff you want. The other stuff that you're not natural at, you probably falls to the side. It's like we can't even have those conversations because people get all offended and stuff. I'm like, it's the way it goddamn is. The way it is.
Yeah. And like the fact that, well, the ironic thing I find is that that side, as you say, like, man,
Yeah.
I don't know where I'd fall in American politics, but those guys and girls tend to be the anti snowflake kind of crowd, and
Yeah.
so like they say, oh, like, you know, don't get offended, and facts don't care about your feelings and this and that. But as soon as it comes back,
yeah, but we need to even get beyond the see you're doing it too, right? Because everyone's going to do it. If when the Republicans lose a bunch of seats in the next 2 years in America, because it's always happens, and then it'll go back to the Democrat, you know, they're going to act just as shitty as the Republicans are acting right now that won. And we really need to get to a point where we can kind of go, hey guys, we're doing that thing. We're fucking doing that thing. When you say facts don't care about your feelings, you know what? Everybody hurts. I feel like REM. Everybody hurts. Everybody gets their feelings hurt. Everybody is sensitive as fuck, just trying to get by. Some people mask it better than others. And the idea that it's like, I'll say whatever, because, you know, fuck you, you child. You attack someone's family and it hurts. You treat you say someone like me, who clearly is an ally of the LGBT community for reasons both just the way I am and also my experiences. And instead of going, you know what, I don't particularly, you know, there's a way to say, I don't like LGBT people in my video games. For some reason, you know, I was raised conservative. I'm religious. Every time I play a game, it feels like I'm not able to see a world reflected. You know, there's a way to articulate it where you're not attacking someone else's very being, right? But instead, on both sides, it just becomes so fucking personal, and it's horrible, man. It's fucking horrible. Anyway, I appreciate you letting me ramble, Court. I always like talking to you.
It is just video games at the end of the day, so can everyone just relax, maybe?
I agree. Let me ask you this one last question for you before I let you go. What is it like when you walk into a bar and you know 80% of the women would go home with you if you just talked them up? What is that? Is it like going to a Vegas buffet and it's like, I can eat anything here that I want?
That is definitely not the case, man. Definitely not.
Okay, well then you are not playing the hand you were dealt well, and I need to get you into some kind of training.
Oh man, I'm happily married, man.
Critically realist says he is not that hot. Oh fuck you! He's hotter than me and he's taller than me. I'll take it. Okay, critically realist. Can I find a better looking man? Sure, I can go online, but this is the best looking guy. No offense to anybody else that's called into my show in at least a month. So fuck you, critical realist. If you're better looking than him, okay, critical says he's hotter. Call in right now, and let's have the audience judge. I'll put a poll up. If you're
that could really damage my ego, dude.
Critically realist. Look, sorry, Courtney, if you're still watching, and critical realist actually calls in. Call back in. I'll put you both side by side in the split screen and we'll vote. We'll let people vote. Deal? Man. Come on, man. Let's have some fucking fun. Come on. But he's not going to call in because he's a coward. He probably looks like, you know, Jabba the Hutt meets, who's that guy, Baron Harkonnen, who flies around in Dune? Anyway, take it easy. Be well.
All right.
Do I like men, PK? Not in a romantic, sexual way. But again, I'm able to look at a fucking man and go, that's a good looking dude. I don't want to suck a cock. I don't want a cock anywhere near me except my own. But can I not look at a man and go, oh, yeah, good job, dude. You won the fucking, genetic lottery. What's the matter with you? You can't do that? Okay, Addie Pie says that's gay, Jaffe. Fine, then I'm gay as the day is long. Is that bad? Would it be bad if I were gay? Would that matter? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Thick as Gaming says, back to Vera Dark, but Jaffe, you attacked her looks, not her actual points. I didn't attack her looks. I actually said she's good looking. Her hair is great. And that's why I praised her looks. I said her looks were the only good thing about her. I didn't attack her looks, her points. Yeah, I made a whole video attacking her points. What are you talking about? The whole video, what are you talking about? Did you even watch the video, or you just watched her video watching my video? Come on now. Here we go. Oh, all right. All right. So wait a minute. Fur Melder says, this is Asmongold's guy, creating the group channel if y'all want to call to clear things up. Asmongold has mentioned the original video was towards Grums. Yeah, I would love to. Hang on, let me do this. Streaming right now. Is that something you guys want to do live or later? So there is a group chat right now with Fern Melder, Asmongold, and me. So maybe you'll come on the show, because at least, you know, I know a lot of you guys are here, and you guys are sort of like, which again, depending on how weird it is, you know, I think it's really cool to be a fan of somebody and go, hey, I want to defend that person and all that. But some of you guys take it a little far. But yeah, I mean, I would love to hear, you know, his take on things. Absolutely. But again, you know, I don't watch Asmon's stuff. I know his name's not Asmon, but I guess that's what you call him. So, you know, I don't know what he said about me, but I did see his videos, and I'd love to talk to him about him. Okay. Why mention looks? No real argument to use something. Because I was trying to insult her and make her feel bad. I was trying to attack her as she attacked me. And so I knew saying to her, hey, you have no demonstrable talent or skill at this. You literally made a video accusing me of pulling out a WWE book in order to prove a point about the relationship between Donald Trump and Vince McMahon when we were talking about, was the Trump assassination staged? And I'm like, lady, that wasn't a WWE book. That was a well-researched, best-selling biography about Vince McMahon, and about, at parts in the book, his relationship with Donald Trump and how they both learn from each other. And in learning from each other things like wrestling kayfabe, they were able to actually propel themselves into business and politics. Okay. So she has no demonstrable skills, which led me to believe that demonstrable that I have seen. She might be brilliant, but what I've seen, she doesn't. And so, yes, I was like, you know what? If you're going to attack me, I'll attack you. What can I use? Oh, how about this? The fact that you don't have any demonstrable skills and your audience is only here because you're an attractive woman. Why is that a foul of something? I didn't say that about all women. Anybody who knows me knows that I don't feel that way about women. It's got nothing to do with women. Just like this guy, Courtney, who called in. If I wanted to kind of, you know, razz that dude a little bit, I'd say, hey, unless he actually had other things, I would say, dude, all you have is the accent and the looks. Really, sit the fuck down. Right? I don't think that's true, because I've had conversations with him that make me go, oh, this guy's kind of smart. But, you know, you didn't have to tell Vera to go work the corner, though. I didn't. Vespilio says, Jaffe, you didn't have to tell Vera to go work the corner, though. That's too far. Okay. What? I didn't say that. By the way, I may have said go down to the nearest corner and fuck yourself, but I didn't say go work a corner. And by the way, I don't shame sex workers. The people I shame are the people that make that shit illegal. Sex work should be fucking legal in this country. You out of your mind? How stupid it is that this Puritan horseshit, man. Jaffe, she can be your grandchild. I don't care. What does that matter? So what? I mean, think about, you know, you guys want to do all of this fucking shit about how manly and what's the guy, Nate Tate, whatever that fuck, Andrew Tate and Rogan and masculinity. Think about what a bunch of fucking pussies you are, that you don't have the stones when someone punches you. Now, again, like I said, that's why I said I would never physically punch anybody who didn't punch me first. And if it was a woman, I still would be like, and I'm not doing that to somebody. And I mean, I'm not a big guy, but I'm not going to enter into an unfair fight. But you guys don't, she attacked me without any real logic behind her attack. So I attacked her back. Oh, that's not okay. Why? What are you talking about? Why is that not okay? I love you too, Mutant Mo. You're my best friend. Jaffe W. I don't know what that even means. I told you, says Da Vinci, the idiots were trying to clown you and put words in your mouth. Oh yeah, no, I know. And that's fine. I mean, they can do that. Look, and seriously, not even joking. Here's how this works. Ultra Awesome says Jaffe's farming the hell out of this topic. Here's how this works. Is I made more money in the last 3 days off you guys than I've made in the last 2 months collectively off the days that I stream. And I stream a lot and make videos a lot. I'm not a big YouTuber. I'd love to be bigger. Are you kidding me? But here's how it's going to work. Fundamentally, the vast majority of you guys are going to get bored and go away, as you should, because this isn't for you. This is not for you. But think about this. There may be 5% of people out there who goes, I like this guy. He's interesting. I don't know if I agree with him on everything, but I'm going to stick around and see what else he's got. And maybe I'll make you happy. Maybe you'll like the community. Maybe you'll go like, oh, this guy's real smart about games, or he's not smart about, games, but I dig it. Whatever. That's okay. But yeah, I'm going to farm it. You think they're not farming it? You think Asmongold's donating whatever money he made when he mentions me, or Vera Dark mentions me? They're going to donate that to charity or something? Lando Calrissian says you're spiraling. I'm not spiraling. I mean, trust me. I imagine if you're spiraling, you wouldn't know it. So Lando, if you think I'm spiraling, let me know. Give me some specifics as to what causes my spiraling. Alex, it's Jaffe. How you doing, bud?
Hey, what's up, Jaffe?
Hey, well, are you back home?
Yeah, I'm home now.
All right. You missed out on the Call of Duty. What do you want to talk about, buddy?
Next time. I don't want to talk about Sarah Hart. What's her name? Sarah Bart? Sarah.
Vera Dark?
Yeah, I thought it was Sarah Bart. Vera Dark, yes.
Okay, what about her?
I don't want to talk about her.
You're calling me to tell you what you don't want to talk about?
No, I said I'm going to ask you another question.
Well, why don't you just jump to the question?
Okay, I'm sorry about that. So what I wanted to know is that, what do you think of the world as we live? Like, why do you think we exist in this world?
Oh, no idea.
So
I mean, there's a million theories, but I mean, I don't absolutely know. I mean, I could share some fun theories, but I don't know any more than you know, which you don't know either.
But why is it a mystery? Why do you think we exist? It's not that we sit home and play video games or go to work every day and that's it. The life ends after that. We don't know what's the afterlife. We don't know anything. It's a mystery. Our eyes are closed.
Right.
But so why? We can't live like that. We need a reason. We need to know.
No, we can live like that. We do live like that. The fact of the matter is here's look, I'm not a guy. I shit on organized religion a lot because it has a lot of need to have itself shat upon. But there are wonderful teachings in religion that if you strip away the religious aspects and you just look at the sort of how to live aspects, I think they're pretty good. And I think if you look at some of the teachings of Buddhism and you look at this idea of impermanence and finding a sense of peace in something like meditation and being able to separate yourself from your thoughts and recognize that even though that may also just be pure biology, there may be nothing spiritual about it. There is a sense of peace and calm that comes from just being able to detach and go, the is what it is, baby, and enjoy the fucking ride. If you can. You can't always. So I don't really care. I'd like to know. I would love to know. I would love one day to die and go, oh my God, this is so cool. I had a feeling this might have been what it was. It wasn't that, but it was this. I get it now. That'd be awesome.
So you're
But
curious. So you
of
you
course,
don't
I'm
know.
super
uh,
curious, super
You're
curious.
yes. So you're living life at it as it is every day, but you don't know the purpose of life.
No, I do not know the purpose of life. No, I don't. Welcome to the club.
But how could you live like that? How?
You don't know the purpose of life either, Alex.
No, I don't. But I want to know because you're the guy who knows everything. You're the genius. I want to know from your what do you
What does it
live by?
matter? Okay, here's what I can tell you. Life could be a couple of things, right? Life could be pure chemical, and there is no, we aren't even us. We go to bed at night, we wake up in the morning, and we're pretty much in some ways a different person. Certainly over the course of 7 years, everything gets recreated. We have gut bacteria that in a lot of studies in the last 10 years, it's like there may almost be two brains within us. The idea of us may just be a concept, but if you break down what a human is or consciousness is, there is no us there. It's a lot, it could be that we could be meat puppets, and are these things in the brain called microtubules, which every year bona fide physicists are starting to laugh a little less at. I think his name is Roger Primrose and another guy, a brain scientist, that are like, we think this is where consciousness is stored at the quantum level in the microtubules of the brain, right? It could be that the pituitary gland may or may not, it's kind of a myth. We don't really know if it's true that it secretes DMT at the time of death. It could be that when you die, the brain has a system in it that will allow you to transition out of the meat puppet into another plane. All of that's possible. All of that, I mean, I don't know if it's possible, but all of those things have been floated. We could be in a simulation. Right now, we don't know. Now, if you say, what is the purpose of my life besides hopefully being nice to people? I love the fact, Alex, I only learned it in the last couple of years as I started doing streams and people would write me or call me on the show and say, oh, God of War was meaningful to me, or Twisted Metal was meaningful to me. And even games that I did, like Calling All Cars, that weren't successful were meaningful to me. I love the idea that all these things that we do, that we are putting ripples out that are making the organism that is consciousness, whether it's just people or animals or the earth, who the fuck knows? I don't want to get woo-woo about it, but you can change someone's day, life, hour, moment, and then that changes someone else's for the better or for the worse, right? And so I love that people write me and tell me that their games did something positive in their lives. I love people tell me, hey, Jaffe, I watch your stream. I love hearing about your relationship with your, gay brother, your trans son, because I'm a trans guy, but I'm in the closet. I'm afraid to come out. My parents would reject me. And it's nice to know there are people out there, blah, blah, blah. So then that guy goes off and maybe he feels a little better, has a bit more of a spring in his step that afternoon. And he does something nice for some lady at the grocery store. And that changes the fucking world. So what I would tell you is I don't know what the purpose is, but I like to live my life like there's great value in making those positive ripples, but I'll make some negative ones too. I'm not some fucking kumbaya motherfucker. But I'll do as many positive ones as I can. And then I like to search. I like to take some dope. I like to read philosophy, psychology, talk to people that have had amazing psychedelic trips that one day I hope to have, and go on the journey, man. But I don't know what the fucking point is.
One last thing before I leave.
Yeah.
Seven galaxies. Did you know there's 7 galaxies?
It's
So
not
if you
accurate, but go ahead.
but if you read there's 7 galaxies. If you go
I
in a
do
black
read, and there's not 7 galaxies. There's a lot more galaxies than 7 galaxies.
Okay, so if you go in a black hole and you don't know which galaxy you end up, who do you think created all these galaxies, these planets, these stars?
Don't
If you
know.
don't, so why can't we just live like that? We don't know nothing. There's a lot to
Why do you
learn.
need, what is missing in your life that you need to know something?
I'm mysterious. I like to learn. I like to know why I'm born.
Okay, wait a minute. You're lying to me, and here's how I know. Do you believe in God?
Of course, I believe in
Then you
God.
don't
I
like to
have
learn.
to.
And you don't like to learn because
But that doesn't mean anything because you can be a believer.
there is absolutely no reason to not believe in God. I'm not in the sense that if you believe in God, that's great. But if you like to learn, and your mind is open, you have to admit that everybody is an agnostic on the planet. The Pope is an agnostic, right? Because no
So
one
you
really
gotta be
knows.
you can't be a believer, and you have to be an open-minded, and you have to learn. You have to know what's going on out there, right? That's what you're trying to tell me.
You'll never know, at least for in this state, but but yeah, you have to be open-minded, and maybe you will fundamentally discover that, oh, the Christian doctrine was right. Cool, great. But I'm not going to live my life based on a group of teachings from thousands of years ago when I have other things that seem more realistic, or at least more leading me towards something. Now, do I think possibly the human brain has a need to anthropomorphize the ideas of why we're here and what we are and things like that? And when we didn't have the kind of science we have today, the best we could do was the Jesus story, the Muhammad story, the Yahweh story, the Buddha story. That's possible. And maybe as we start to know more and learn more, the essences of those stories and that narrative will still hold true, but we'll be able to actually sort of understand the truth of it versus the metaphor of it. But you got to find out. I mean, look at your screen real quick. I don't want to, I'm going to kill this conversation soon because we're getting long, but
Yeah.
look at your screen real
Because
fast.
I'm afraid for you too. Because at
Now
your age, you
shut
must
up.
be. No, at your age, you
Why
should be
in the
wondering.
world would you be afraid of me for me?
Look at the world, Jaffe. At your age, you
You
know
know
that
that
someday
someday
you're
you're
gonna
gonna
die,
die,
right?
right?
Sure, we
You
all
don't
are
know.
probably.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you
but you
don't know
don't
the
know the
truth.
truth.
No one knows the truth.
Okay.
Okay.
Look on the screen. There's a theory that aliens fucked monkeys to transfer the DNA, and it's kind of like what was the alien Prometheus? And humans are the result of a fucking that happened between an alien and a goddamn monkey. Maybe that's
Oh
happened,
shit!
right? But
This
maybe
is
that,
real.
well, no, it's not real. It's a theory. No one knows if it's real, but you certainly do have more proof. Oh yeah, there's an echo. Sorry, one sec. Um, yeah, sorry about the echo, but I'll figure it out. Sorry. But is it real? I don't know if it's real. I mean, but there's more evidence if you look at cave drawings that go far back before the birth of Christ that it's possible. It's like, what are those things on the cave walls? What are those things in some of the hieroglyphics? But I don't fucking know, and you don't know. And let's all just enjoy not knowing. Think about that. What if we were a society that rejected everything but learning? And we put our egos aside, and we somehow figured out how to put our fears aside and said, you know what, guys, none of us really know. And let's put it to bed that maybe the Muslims are right, maybe the Jews are right, maybe the Christians are right. We don't know those. So let's dedicate the next 1,000 years to just going, let's learn. Let's really make an effort to figure out what's next and what's happening. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah, I'm into that too. Make that happen. Do that for me, buddy. All right,
All right.
Alex. Thank you for
Peace, peace,
calling,
peace.
man. Talk to you
No
later.
problem.
There he goes, fellas. All right, let me get some of these chats. Hang on, I'm scrolling down. Sorry if I missed your chat there. Okay. That's offensive to me because it displays a fundamental misunderstanding of the evolution theory I believe in, says Trigger. Yeah, I don't mean to be offensive. And again, it should only be offensive. I know you're kidding, but it should only be offensive, Trigger, if I said to you, it was, this is what it is, and your idea is stupid. I'm not selling you this idea because it's the idea. I'm just saying, hey, this is what some people think. I don't fucking know. What do I know? Okay. I'm reading the chat. I'm sorry, you guys. Hang on. Ask Colin about him bringing up the tweet again, says Fun Buns. You mean the day without a woman tweet? No, I'll ask him. I don't think it matters. Can I show you guys something real quick? I want to show you guys something. Vera Dark just took a screenshot of what? Of my beautiful face. Jaffe, why don't you discuss that Game Pass Day One promise has been broken? First party Warcraft collection didn't go to Game Pass. I'll discuss it on Gabbin Games if you want, but that's not what this show is. Narrator says, if you believe in our God, then try to learn him. Me? I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in any God. What are you talking about? Okay. Look at this though. I want to, unless, are we good with the Vera Dark thing and the Asmongold thing, or do you guys want to keep rolling on that? If we're tired of it, we can move on, because I want to show you something I found that really speaks to one of the reasons that I struggle with some of this stuff when it comes to, it's not political, but it's kind of, it's about how dumb we all are. How about that? How about that? Is Jaffe balding? Oh my God, yes. Yes, of course. My whole family is. Fuck you, Bukaki. Jaffe, yeah, I mean, think about that. Bled X was born into Mormonism. There is no God. I mean, even that for a minute. Think about that for a moment. That this guy discovers some tablets in his backyard that's supposed to be a message from God. And then they say, oh, show us, Joseph Smith. And he's like, oh, I lost him, but I wrote it down. What are you guys doing? If I offered that up to you as proof of anything, you would say, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. If don't believe, why you using his name in vain? You mean, God damn it? Goddamn motherfucker? Because it's a fun thing to say. That's the only thing I know. I've already, look, man, I explained the reason we know the devil doesn't exist. I proved that to you yesterday. So let me know if you need a lesson again. Christ is king, Jaffe says, RP Spaces. I don't care. Then let him be king. The fuck do I care? So with your games like Drawn to Death and Calling All Cars, were you able to release them again on current console? Not really. Not really, because they're, Sony owns them, and both of those were on the PS3, which was very unique in its architecture, as a lot of people know. And there was also Sony first party was doing a lot of nascent work, or work that was nascent on the PlayStation Network. That was the first time they had the network that was like robust enough to have matchmaking and stuff like that. And so a lot of these games were both peer-to-peer, but also server authenticated when it came to certain matchmaking things. You don't just flip a switch and get them back and running great. If you want to do it professionally, like put it back on the internet with Sony's backing, it's a big fucking deal. That's why. Sure, I proved the devil didn't exist yesterday. Would you like me to tell you again? It'll take me 1 minute. The fact that this is even a situation shows how far gaming has become like middle school drama. No, I mean, I absolutely talk a lot about gaming. That's all I talk about on the Gavin and Game Show. But when he's asking me right now, it's like, Jaffe, talk about, I don't know what it was he asked me, but it requires me shifting gears. It's a very different vehicle I have to drive if I'm going to get into the nuance of game design and why this happened and all that stuff. And that's not where my head's at right now. I want to talk about other things right now. Religion is the largest practical joke humanity has played on itself. Donald Trump is the second, says Bled. I mean, you know. Also, when did you decide you're going to try psychedelics? I want to hear your experience. I've never done them, but heard remarkable things. I've had out-of-body experiences naturally, so I believe we live after death. I've not tried psychedelics. I've been offered it, and the first time I was going to do it was DMT in San Diego with Colin Moriarty. And we couldn't get it to line up, basically. But I've done enough pot before. The last I had a weird trip, and I recorded it. I'm going to make it into a show soon, where I did a lot of marijuana, and I had hallucinatory visits, whether they were real or in my brain, I don't know, and I don't care, from beings. It was weird, man. It was awesome. I had a great experience. My nephew Daniel in Bama says, if we're in a simulation, our simulation runs AI consciousness and so on. What does simulation theory suggest happens next? I suppose the theory supposes an infinite loop. Well, there is the lead simulation, which is not a simulation. It is the life that still has all the mystery that we think our life has. But fundamentally, there is a patient zero simulation, which is just reality that they are simulating on and on and on and on and down. So I don't know what happens or how they got there. No clue. But again, I don't think my brain or your brain or anyone's brain that live on this planet right now is wired or capable of getting our brains around all that. right? We're just, any more than a dog is capable of, like I've said before, learning algebra or something. The devil definitely exists. He's the ruler of the world. Here's why the devil doesn't exist. Okay. The devil doesn't exist because if he existed, you would see, you would never ever see, possessions. You would never have, people who claim that there are possessions and things like that. It's like the church claims that's real. Religious people claim demons are real and that they can be possessed and they can take over people, blah, blah, blah. What in what vested interest does the devil have in proving his existence by causing someone to speak Latin and float off the ground and turn their head around 360 and vomit or anything like that? Because all that would do would take every single fucking atheist, agnostic, Jew, Muslim, Buddhist, everybody in the world, lickety fucking split, would go rushing to become Christian, right? Why is the devil and his demon horde possessing anybody? If the devil's real, he's like, you guys don't make a fucking sound. The devil's hiding under the ground like fucking Anne Frank was and her family. Because why would he want you to know he's there? The minute we know he's there, that's the minute you know without a shadow of a doubt God's real. And if God's real, the devil has nothing because everyone just becomes devout overnight. What are you talking about? I understand most people have never seen anything like that, but they believe it. At least they talk about it like they believe it. Right? The devil has no reason to do that. I know. This is that kind of attack. Narrator says, Jaffe, you are so lost. I just told you a whole little story that might just be terrible. But that was my saying, this is my evidence. And your response is not, no, Jaffe, this is why it doesn't work, because you forgot this, that, and the other. That's how a real conversation happens. Your response that is, Jaffe, you are so lost. Okay, you win. I gave you all this data. It would literally be like, having the world's great, like Phoenix Wright, is that his name? The world's greatest lawyer going in front of a judge and arguing his case for his client. And then he's like, the prosecution rests, Your Honor. And then he calls the defense, and the defense attorney stands up and goes, he is so dumb. And then he sits down. This is why a lot of you people are fucking lightweights. Go to school, man. Here's another reason, by the way. I do want to show you. When's the last time you were on a treadmill? I'm not on a treadmill all that often. Yes, I'm a fat guy. I'm less fat than I used to be. I'm more fat than I was back in the day. Yeah, guess what? You're not insulting me. I don't like being fat. Okay? It's not comfortable. So, I'm not some massive, even if I was, it wouldn't matter. But are you really? You're more than welcome to, but yeah, I'm fat. It sucks. You're probably an alcoholic or you are everybody's got their bag of hammers, bitch. And I'm like, yeah, it would be great, but I'm doing the best I can. It sucks to be overweight. Society doesn't look on it great. You're not comfortable. Your risk of getting other diseases is much higher, but I can't really fix it yet. I haven't figured it out yet. Yeah. What an idiot you are. What a moron. And more importantly, maybe it doesn't bother me that much, Shinto, because your mother, her money still spends, her check still clear. And I'm not big enough to take her to fucking Pound Town when I bend her over the desk every fucking night. Well, except Sundays, because Sundays she has to go out for date night with your dad and pretend she's actually faithful to him. It's crazy. But one day she'll find the courage to leave the fucking scumbag. Okay. Let me get rid of that off the screen. I do want to show you something real quick. Enjoy your dead mother. Well, yeah. Like I said, the check's clear. I don't know who's clearing them.
Matt Montadoro joined.
Shit. God damn it. All right. Was I silent? What happened? Could you guys not even hear me? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm learning this new software. My fault. My bad. I apologize. No, the stream's not lagging. I clicked the wrong button. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't even know what I was saying. I was just saying that if you're calling in, yeah, I was raptured. Please, call in and, hit me up with something new. I want to bring in some new people. It's pinned at the top of the chat if you want to call. Which X, this is the second time you've asked, can we talk about the Yuba County 5 disappearance event? I don't know what that is. If you send me a link or tell me what to Google, I'll look it up. Yeah, Rob says, I do believe in God, but I don't preach it because I'm not a preacher and most people have a hard time understanding my faith. Yeah. I don't. But enjoy believing in God, but what do I care? I mean, I care about you, Rob, but I mean, that's what nobody needs to know. My father, says Brian, was convinced that my son, who has autism, was possessed by a demon that didn't allow him to talk. Well, he sounds very bright. But I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your son has gotten a lot of love and, understanding for his being neurodivergent in a world that doesn't really embrace the wonderful things about neurodivergent folks as much as it should. Frosty says, hey, Frosty, he says, this God can create a universe, but isn't powerful enough to get his believers to all believe the same vision. Well, yeah, because they'll say, oh, well, you have to have free will, and it's free will, that is really what makes the wheels go round. It's like, well, that's convenient. Listen to this. This is Chef. He says, Jaffe, this is what I love about these guys. I just watched your Dragon Age video. Next time, maybe don't talk about things you know nothing about since you didn't play previous games. And if you will, maybe don't be condescending. I don't think I will, Chef. And let me explain it to you. I played half of Dragon Age Inquisition. And so far, and I'm still playing it, I really like it. I've played about 28 hours now of Dragon Age Veilguard out of what I think is like a 60-hour game. If that's not enough of a prerequisite to be, and by the way, I spent 20 years making video games at the AAA level, and I was the first generation of people to play video games because I was born in 75. If those bona fides are not enough to allow me to speak about your precious Dragon Age, then yeah, man, my videos aren't for you. They're just not for you, baby. But, and I've said, by the way, if you've actually watched my videos about Dragon Age, Philip, my brother, says I was born in 71. I didn't say I wasn't. Did I say I was? I said the 70s, right? I'm thrilled Asmongold played it for 71 hours. Great. So where's the line, folks? Where's the threshold that lets me speak about Dragon Age in a way that I can be in your little stupid club? No, 75 is when the first game came out, when we played Boot Hill is what I mean. Of course I can talk. Trigger Jim says you can talk about it, but let us disagree. I know I can talk about it. My money spends the same. Okay. But that's not the point, though. The point, though, as it relates to Dragon Age, is if you actually did watch my video, what I said, Chef, was the people that have complained about this game, when it comes to the tone not being what they were marketed with the initial trailers and also the previous games, the writing's a weird word. I won't say plotting, but I'll say the writing and the character dialogue and the performances being pretty CW young adult fantasy novels, not very good. Totally fair. I get why you wouldn't like it if those two things are on your list of things that a game needs to be to call itself Dragon Age. I've never pushed back on that. I've always been like, yeah, no, I get that. That makes total sense to me. That's never what my videos were about. Ever, 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 ever. So no, you're just simply incorrect. But yeah, call in. I'd love to have you call in. There's a link at the top on the YouTube. You can call in right now. While we're waiting, though, I do want to show you. Yeah, Cosmic says most people said it was a mediocre game. Great. Yeah, I think it's great. I really enjoyed it. I want to show you something though, really quickly, because this, and seriously, you guys know as much
Invite joined.
as I take the piss and this, that, and the other. Hang on, who is this? Anthony Wright. Okay, let me bring in. This is a new guy. I haven't talked to Anthony, and I'll bring in Kirstoff in a minute. But after Anthony and I discuss, how we're going to change the world for the better, I do want to show you something. I'm
Chef
dying to
joined.
show you on the internet real quick. Oh, there's Chef's calling in. Okay, Anthony, hang tight for a second. Let me get Chef first because he was the guy that I was addressing. So I'll get you in a minute, Anthony. Chef, you're on the show, I think. Hang on.
Hello?
Yes, hang on one moment. Let me get this off. Okay, what's going on, buddy?
All right, sorry, I don't have a camera, first of all.
You don't have a what?
I don't have a webcam. I'm on a
That's
desktop.
fine. No worries. No worries.
Yeah, okay. So my problem with your video was, first of all, the tone of it. You seem to do what I've seen a lot of the critics on this side of the argument say, and sort of try to discredit the criticisms by referring to people that criticize the game as grifters. That I've seen a fair lot of that on Twitter, especially that kind of social media where
Okay, keep
people.
going. I'll respond to you. I'll respond, but get your whole point across first. So just so you know, I'm listening.
Yeah, I think it's unfair to immediately discredit anything people have to say because it's something said by grifters. Also, you mentioned something like if people played the entire game, then they must have enjoyed it. But then it's a catch-22 because if I didn't play the game, then I don't have enough background to speak on it. Personally, I finished the game and it's just, first of all, it's not really a Dragon Age game anymore because, well, it's the fourth entry in the series.
Yes.
And it doesn't really respect any of the choices you made in the previous 3 games. But it's also not really even an RPG because it doesn't give a lot of the choice in this game either.
There's nothing you're saying about your criticisms that you're laying out right now that I would disagree with, other than to say they don't bother me like they bother you. But I'm not an old school hardcore Dragon Age fan, so I absolutely get if those are some key criticisms for you, along with some terrible scenes, some bad writing, and all that shit. I would absolutely understand. I get why people don't like it. That's not a problem for me. I've never said it was.
Right, but then you say that you try to paint the game as if it's good when you haven't experienced this franchise in its entirety before. You haven't even played that many kind of games from other franchises.
As a game that I came to after, unless EA puts something on the box that says, hey, if you didn't play this particular game and this particular game, like you get, when you go to college and they give you like prerequisite classes you have to take before you can take advanced art history 3 or whatever, unless EA puts that on the box, I'm going to assume if they take my money, then I have a right to play the game and it's made in such a way that I can play it and have an opinion about it. It sounds like you're saying that's not accurate, and that's fine, but I don't agree with you.
No, what I'm saying is that you are saying that the game shouldn't get the criticism that it gets.
No, I did not say that. My criticism was that you're not paraphrasing correctly then, because you're not. And let me tell you, let's do it this way. I'll tell you what I thought I was saying. You tell me where I went wrong. How about that?
Right. Okay.
Okay. So what I was trying to express was, somebody asked me in the chat, hey, Jaffe, do you think that the YouTube videos, or I forget what they worded, hurt the sales of Veilguard? And I said, I don't think that's the only thing, but I certainly think it played a meaningful role. The grifters, right? Now, grifting to me, and I assumed everyone knew the definition, was not somebody who makes a video about a game and says things I don't like or is negative. There were people who said awful things about Drawn to Death that I didn't like and probably contributed to the game failing, but it wasn't grifting. Do you know why it wasn't grifting?
Why?
Because grifting is defined as you lie and use fraud specifically with the intent of taking people's money. So if you made a video, Chef, and it was everything you just said to me, and you're like, this is why I don't like Dragon Age, I would not call you a grifter at all. Because that
No,
doesn't.
I don't make videos personally, so
It's
this
a
doesn't come from a
hypothetical,
person.
sir. It's a hypothetical. I'm not asking you to go out and get a camera. I'm saying that if you made a video basically saying exactly what you just said, I would say, no, why would you call Chef a grifter? He's just making a video about something he doesn't like. Grifting is when you take something and you intentionally lie or bend the truth to amplify a point that isn't really accurate in order to make money. Okay. So in that, the grift and the grifters, and it's not Asmongold because I don't watch his stuff. I don't know what he said about it. But the idea that Dragon Age Veilguard is some kind of gateway drug into the deviant behavior of the LGBT community, and that is what they focused on, these particular folks, and that is why Dragon Age is a flaming shit show. That is a grift. Because as someone who's played, again, not the whole thing, and I've left room to be educated on this, but after 22 hours, I know that there's the push-up scene coming in the game, but I haven't seen it yet. And I've said numerous times, that's a stupid scene. That's the subtext I agree with, but it's terribly written, terribly performed, stupid. But if the game after, let's say it's hour 30 kicks in and it's that all over the place, then I would say, oh, it's not a grift. But no one I've talked to who's finished it, they're like, no, it's that one scene. And depending on what you say to the mirror that allows you at the beginning of the game to sort of say what kind of character you are, thanks, buddy. You can either engage with that stuff or not. And since I didn't choose to play a trans character when they offered it, I haven't seen any of it. So that's why I think it's a grift. And those people I do think played on the culture wars and disrespected the actual art form of the medium. And they got a lot of money off of it. And that's great if that's what they want to do. But don't come at me because I'm calling them out for their shitty behavior.
Yeah, I think we're just talking about completely different topics here.
Yes, we're talking about completely different topics, which is what bugs the fuck out of me.
So, okay, so let's talk about the same topic. Because
No, let's talk about why you felt I said something I didn't. Why?
That's
why did you watch? Why did you watch that video and get that takeaway that you got?
My main issue was when we were playing the game and you said, look at this game. Does it look bad to you? What more do you want? Which other games would you recommend? How about previous games in the Dragon Age franchise? Because those were exactly the kind of games that people from this franchise wanted. The games that had good writing, good, well-written companions, choices that branch out and that respect your player agency.
But that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. I was playing the game and I said to the audience that was watching, I said, hey, I think this is great. And somebody, I don't know who it was in the audience, said, oh, it seems very mediocre to me. And I said, mediocre? This is really fun. What do you mean? I said to them, I said, what would you play? What RPG would you play that's kind of like this? And obviously Elden Ring's my favorite game of all time. Bloodborne's my top 3. But in terms of, this is more of a kind of it's got more of an arcade God of War cadence to the combat. It's not as measured and strategic and deep and involved. And so somebody said Final Fantasy, and I said, well, the new one. And I says, it's too long for me. I don't want to spend that much time. And then somebody else brought up, I forget what the other thing they brought up, but it was a really good suggestion. And I'm not saying there aren't better games. I'm saying that the people that go out there, and good and well, Chef, that they're out there that say Dragon Age is fucking crap, dude. It's fucking shit. It's fucking crap. What he did, kill that fucking game, whatever. It's not a crap game. It may have some crap stuff in it. You may be disappointed. It may be crappy because it's not what you wanted, because you have supported and loved Dragon Age for a very long time and they dropped the ball. That's crappy. And I get that. And I can agree with that. I can agree with that. But the game itself, if you look at the game on its own, and I get that you're not in a position to do that because you have a long, very passionate, which is great, history with the franchise. I don't. And so in that, I just played it as a game. I'm like, oh yeah, it's really fucking cool. And so, I'm suddenly the bad guy. I don't get it.
To me, even the good parts of the game, I can't give them too much credit for. For example, the combat, I didn't hate personally.
Okay, I didn't either.
I'm maybe in the minority when you look at the broader Dragon Age fan base, because it was a stark contrast to what the combat used to look like. It was more of on the tactical side, whatever. But even the combat, which I somewhat did enjoy, to me, it felt like it was blatantly ripped off from the newer God of War games and similar titles.
Great. You're just telling me why you didn't like it. And I appreciate that. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with what you're saying. I don't disagree that what you're saying. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm not saying you're grifting. You just didn't like it. Cool. I respect that. Hell, I respect the fact that there's a lot of games I made that I put my heart and soul in that people said, oh, I didn't like that. It was terrible. And here's why. I'm like, all right, that sucks. I would have loved more people to love the last game I made. It meant a lot to me, but they didn't. Okay, they have that right. Just don't lie about it. Don't put your own fucking agenda on it to suggest it's something that it's not and then make money off of it. Because that is where I have a problem. And I imagine you would have that problem as well.
But another thing that we disagree on is I don't think quite as many criticisms or videos criticizing the game are really putting things out of proportion with this game, or at least I don't think that they have.
Let me clarify. Let me make
Right.
sure I understand. Are you saying that you think the number of videos that talk about how woke this game is, that those pale in comparison to the number of videos that talk about the story's not great, the combat's not great, the tone of the game doesn't match, not forget Inquisition, but even Origins? Are you saying that those videos well outnumber the ones that talk about it being a woke fucking nightmare?
I think that yes, first of all, I would say that probably there are more videos that criticize the game genuinely and give good constructive criticism, but I can't speak on that because I haven't looked up. I haven't.
Okay, but you can speak on that because you just told me that you thought I was wrong in assuming that the amount of grift about that topic was disproportionate.
Yes, but
so how can you just said you can't speak on it, but now apparently you can. So are you saying you can speak on it when it helps your point, but not when it doesn't? I don't understand that.
Because even if there are way more videos talking about the LGBT side of the things out of proportion, even if there are way more videos like that than I've seen, I just do not believe that they've had the impact you believe they did.
Okay, so guess what? We just believe something different. Okay. Am I a bad guy? Does everybody in your life have to believe the same thing you do about media, or they're bad guys? I'm okay, Chef, if we believe different things about it. I'm okay if it's my favorite fucking game and it's not your favorite fucking game. What's your favorite game of the year?
This year?
Yeah, 2024.
Maybe Stalker 2, aside from the...
It's great. I love it too. But let's say I hated it. You're not a bad guy because you like something I don't. Why so hostile?
I don't think I was hostile. Was I hostile?
Yes. You were accusing me of things I didn't say. You were accusing me of things that, I can go back to your original, maybe don't talk about things you know nothing about since you didn't play. Maybe don't be so condescending. I wasn't condescending towards your view. Your view is a perfectly valid view.
I felt that you were.
Towards your view?
Not in this conversation.
No. In the video. Give me the time link. Where in the video? I'll bring it up. Where in the video that I made? Was it the one about the first one or the second one? I made one that has a yellow thumbnail and one that has I think a purple. Let me go to it. I want you to tell me where in that video I was condescending.
Just the tone overall, it was nothing specific that you said. I felt that just overall you were just too keen to immediately discredit any criticism people have as grift.
Where did you get that from the video? That any criticism I had of Dragon Age or anyone had of Dragon Age, I was going to discredit. Where did that happen?
That's just the way I felt because you.
Okay, but you can't point to me saying that. So you just had some psychic assumption that I felt that way.
Because you were, in my opinion, blowing the impact these so-called grifting videos had out of proportion. I felt that you were.
I literally just asked you, did they
criticism off?
Okay, well, you can feel that way, but there's nothing you can point to where I was doing that. Because, in fact, I made another video that I got shit for saying Dragon Age, let me clarify. Because I don't know in that original video, because it was just clips from a stream, but I had been talking about Dragon Age, playing it for a while. And in that, I've criticized all the things you have criticized, right? And so I was like, oh, here, let me clarify. Like hours after the first video dropped. The tone is bad, this, that, and the other. Everything that you're saying, I was like, yeah, I get that. But neither of those things, the fact that you can't point to a specific situation where I did it in the first video, or that almost immediately I put up a clarifying video that clearly didn't convince you, neither of that should matter. What should matter is you just somehow felt that I was disrespecting your point of view. And I appreciate it, but I love you, buddy. You're a fellow human. We're trying to get through the monster that is life together. Although I like life a lot. You like life, Chef? Scale of 1 to 10. How's the adventure so far? Seriously, tell me. I'm curious.
Maybe a 7.
Is that it could be higher, or you mean it's probably lower, or it's probably higher, but you're saying 7 because it's conservative?
I'm saying that, it's a mixed bag.
Okay. What's the one thing that could change overnight? If you could change it overnight, that would go from a 7 to an 8. I'm just curious. I'm not going to give you a pep talk. I'm literally just curious. I'm fascinated by this.
If I got a raise tomorrow.
Okay, so the money would bring your better life, because what would you do with it? The raise wouldn't matter. The money would matter, right? So what would you do with it that would go from 7 to 8?
I could go on a better vacation. I don't know.
Okay, so you're looking for
solve most problems for most people.
Sadly, yeah. Sadly, it does. You're right. Okay. All right, Chef. Well, listen, we don't have to agree on this to be pals. I appreciate you calling. I appreciate your perspective.
I appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. And you know what I am going to do, though? I am going to go back, and when I have time, because I have such a backlog, I'm sure you do too, I do want to look at Origins, because I've never played Dragon Age Origins.
I really recommend it.
And I want to see if A, does it hold up? And B, am I like, oh my God, as much as I did like Veilguard, let me give this a shot, because people say it's amazing. So thank you, Chef. I appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, man. There he goes, fellas, off into the night. I want to bring in Anthony. He's been waiting, but just give me 1 minute. I just want to show you this, guys. I want to show you this because it's staggering. And then Anthony, I'll bring you right in. I assume you guys can still hear me. I hope you can. If not, let me know. But this is the stuff so I'm on Twitter today looking for stuff to talk about. And I come across this because I am always open-minded about this stuff. And I have a lot of people saying, Jaffe, the trans community, they want to police my pronouns and this, that, and the other. And I'm kind of like, okay, well, certainly not in America. That would be absolutely like, if you have a private business and you say your employees have to be called the gender they request, and if you don't, that's grounds for being written up. That's a private company. Do with that what you will. But the minute the government steps in, that's a problem that, even though I'm a huge ally for LGBT folks, there's no way I would support that, right? We don't have that in America, but I know hate crimes and things like that are different everywhere. So I come across this story. Teacher Enoch Burke has spent almost 500 days in prison after refusing to use they, them pronouns for a child. So he was teaching at like junior high or elementary or whatever. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. I mean, at first I'm like, okay, this is in Ireland. And I'm like, okay, this is some shit. This is some shit. I can't support that as much as, and my trans son would not support that. All of his friends, he had a bunch of his trans friends over the other night, and we were talking about it. And they all said, it's like, well, no, you're not going to go to jail if you misgender us, but we'll think you're an asshole. And that was pretty much it. Right. So, and here's what, like, I'm like you says, that's insane. Right. Right. Oh my word, says Trigger Jim. Kata says, that's so crazy. Free him in the cult of trans. And that's where you end it. But that's not where you should end it. We are all being grifted. People are lying to make money and to keep us at each other's throats. Here's how I know, because I'm like, let me think about this. This seems, I would have heard if Ireland was making a law like that. Darth Nugget says, and you still don't understand the pushback. I'll accept your apology in advance, because here's what it really was. The reason he is in jail is, yes, he was fired from his school after numerous times where the school said, look, these are our policies. You need to respect the genders that the parents say, this is my child. Okay. You can agree with that or not, and that's fair. But I believe it's a private school. Even if it's not, that's the rules of his job. And he refused to do it. And guess what the consequences were? He got fired. Okay. I think we can all agree, whether you agree with the policy or not, you know, go work somewhere else. That's what you guys always say. You don't like it, go somewhere else. Okay. But you know where he went? back to the same school over and over and over, sneaking into meetings, sneaking into classrooms. And finally they said, you are trespassing. You can't be here. Don't do it again. And he kept doing it. And finally they said, you have to go to jail. So they put him in jail. And the judge came to him and said, look, dude, I don't want you to be in jail for this, because he's been going online saying they're putting me in jail for not saying the right pronouns. It's like, no, they're putting you in jail for trespassing at a place where you got fired from. Right. And the judge is even saying, the judge said he asked again if he would be able to abide by the court order prohibiting him from attending Wilson Hospital. That's the name of the school. The judge says, I would like you to say yes so I can let you out of jail. And he won't do it. The judge repeatedly asked him, would he abide by the order before saying, I have now asked you on 10 occasions, will you abide by the court order? It is clear to me you have no intention of abiding by the order. In those circumstances, with great reluctance, I have to send you back to jail. Right? How many of you guys, just like me, by the way, saw this tweeted, by the way, by somebody in his family, but it got some, 22,000 people have liked it. 3.4 million people have viewed it. How many people do you think stopped to think about it, talk about it, research it? Most people didn't. They did what Darth Nugget did in the chat and said, see, do you understand the pushback now? Yeah, I understand the pushback when you believe shit like this is happening. And that's a problem. Can't you agree? Can't we agree? That's a fucking problem. Right. Well, the headline on Twitter says that guy completely admitted that he was fired. It also admitted that the fact that he's in jail has nothing to do with him refusing a they, them pronoun. He's not in jail for that. There's no law against that. What are you doing? Half of them just saw the headline, says Lucas. Yeah. I did show it to you as if it were true, because that's how it's presented. And the reason I bring it up, and let me explain something. I bring it up. I would be such an advocate for Ground News. This is Ground News, by the way. Ground News is a great service, great Christmas gift. I'm not doing an ad. I would love for them to pay me. I've reached out to them. They haven't gone back to me. Gee, I don't know why. But they literally tell you, hey, left, right, this is a news story. The left is covering, the right's not. The center is. The right's covering this. The left isn't touching it. John Fetterman says Democrats lost male voters by being insulting. 100% of the right covered it. A lot of people who covered that story, some of them have mixed factuality. Some of them have high factuality, like the Washington Examiner. It'll tell you who owns the media company that actually is covering the story. It'll tell you a lot of things. And the left and the right both have this. They have a thing called blind spot. It'll tell you what the right's covering, what the left's covering, what the right's ignoring. What I'm saying is, yeah, I'm the one that showed you this, Darth Nugget. And I showed it to you as if it were true because it seemed like it was. I believed it were true when I first saw it. I only bring it up because it's like, hey, man, wouldn't it be great if we could all recognize we're all being played? That'd be awesome. Okay, that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to bring that up. Carlos, thank you, buddy. He's been a member for 39 months. He says, Jaffe, reading is for nerds. Just let them believe the fake news. It makes them feel better. Yeah, but it hurts other people. We all suffer from it. Listen to this. Let me get some super chats. I appreciate it, fellas. Rory Alderton of the Cincinnati Aldertons. Let me give him a like there. He says, Jaffe, I'm enjoying the back and forth between all the opinions and points of views on stuff. Entertaining. Keep it up, you old so-and-so. Thank you, Rory, and thank you for the support. Why can't you guys be more like your brother, Rory? Thanatos, thank you, bud. He gives a super chat. He says, Veridark started this for some clicks. In all honesty, you only responded because she made a claim. It's like throwing a rock at somebody and not expecting a receipt or a retaliation. Yeah, I'm not a mean guy, fellas. If I'm mean to anybody, it's the goddamn it's the goddamn people who are grifting all of us and ruining our fucking world, making us hate each other. Aren't you tired of hating everybody? I know I am, but I'll keep doing it. I'll fight back to protect the people I love. But wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to? Speaking of people I love, Anthony Wright has been waiting for a long time. Let me bring him in. Hang on, Anthony. Let me get this off the screen so we can see you. What is up, sir? How are you?
What's up, Jaffe? I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good. What do you want to talk about today?
Well, first, I wanted to tell you I finally got shit in order and joined Cult of Calypso.
Oh, you're that Anthony Wright. Oh,
Yeah, I'm
thank
also,
you.
by the way, I'm also King OTNW on Discord.
Can I tell people who you are, like how I know you?
Yeah, that's fine.
This guy, you were the guitarist for Prince or one of the guitarists for Prince?
Correct.
Are your hands fucked? I mean, I heard his hands at the end of his life because he had played guitar his whole life and piano were just totally claw-like. I mean, if you're a pro guitarist like you are you fucked in that area or it's like, no, they're totally fine?
No, but my ears are fucked.
Okay. Okay. Well, listen, what's the biggest hit of Prince's that you played on? Or you toured with them, so you probably played on a bunch of them.
I've played on a lot of Prince stuff. I don't know. I really couldn't. I could tell you my favorite
Yeah, I'd
easier
love to
than
know
I
that.
could tell you the most famous one because I wasn't with them in the 80s or anything like that, and that's immediately
Sure.
what most people go to.
Okay.
Um, there's a song off of the last album he released called Revelation, which
Okay.
is my favorite Prince song, and I played on
Right.
that.
Got it. That's the coolest fucking thing, man. I don't know if he was a cool guy or a piece of shit, but what a talent. I loved his work and I loved I love the Batman album, man. The Batman fucking album.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
What do
he was
you
a cool guy, man. He always said that he didn't change, people around him changed. Like what would happen is we'd all be in the studio talking and bullshitting, and then like a lot of the musicians who worked with him didn't know him very well.
right.
And so Prince would come in the room and everybody would just shut up.
Okay. Okay.
And so Prince wouldn't hang out, he'd leave. And it led to the belief of him being like kind of feeling superior to people, but really what it was is and he had told this to me, is he felt like he was ruining the vibe of the room coming in because nobody would say anything. Like you should have heard people try to talk to him, man.
What did
Like they
they
would just
say?
say just a bunch of crazy shit
I
that
mean,
doesn't make
it's
any
one of those
sense.
things you've got to be around people that have that influence. Like, and I know people will hit me on this. I don't care. I'm going to risk it. Nobody in the world would, including me, would suggest I have the influence or the talent in my entire body that Prince had in a breath. Okay. But I've had enough influence over things I've created and I've gotten credit for things and been media credited for things that I still have people in my Discord that pay me every month and they talk to me, and every now and then it'll be like, I can't believe I'm really talking to you. I'm like, dude, how long do I have to be here to make it clear that the person you are a little anxious about is not a real thing? It's a construct, it's a metaphor. But
Right.
and that's me. I can't imagine it at his level. I mean, that must be like, fuck, so that's cool. You got to know him as a person. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, he was a really cool guy. He was a really good friend. What a lot of people don't know about him is a lot of his musicians that he worked with for long periods of time, he bought them houses and shit.
That's cool. That's cool. Did he buy you a house?
No, he did not buy me a house.
Fuck that little short fuck. Am I right? Am I right, Anthony? Fuck him up his ass. So what do you want to talk about?
Well, it's evolved a little bit because of your and Chef's conversation.
Okay.
Now, again, I think we've talked, and I like Dragon Age Veilguard. It's actually my game of the year.
Okay.
Disclosure, my favorite game ever is Death Stranding.
Okay.
And I'm a liberal. I'm about as far liberal as you can go. The only politician I trust is Bernie Sanders, period.
Fair.
Now, Death Stranding was about as right-wing of a game as you could get. It was openly right-wing, and it really shoved it down your throat.
Okay.
But it didn't affect my enjoyment of the game because I don't really care what Kojima's personal opinions are. He's just a guy, And when people are ragging on Dragon Age, like that chick, God, the red-haired chick,
Vera Dark.
Yeah. If she wasn't good looking, nobody would be watching her videos, and she knows that, I bet, as well as anybody else.
That's what
And
I think based on my limited experience with her content. She could be a genius, but I certainly haven't encountered that side of her. So I would agree based on what I know about her content.
yeah. I mean, and her voice, holy shit. I
Yeah, her
mean,
voice is real challenging.
Can you imagine listening to her just as a podcast with no video?
I mean, you could get used to it. You could get used to it like anybody else. And, you know, I'm not, yeah, it's challenging to understand how she has that audience with that voice, but you know, whatever. I mean, my voice, there's a guy who called in yesterday called Frost. And I was like, oh, just quit, Jaffe. Just give up. You'll never have a voice like that guy. You know, it's like, hello, I'm Frost. And anyway, so it's changed a bit. So what's your main topic? What do you want to discuss?
Well, I think that with Chef saying that, you know, you were condescending in your video, I think that's off and wrong. I didn't see that at all. I
No.
just saw it as you enjoying the game and
Mhm.
saying, well, there's these people. And again, as we've talked about on this show and this your Gavin and on Gavin and Games, you're given the choice to include transgender dialogue and activity with your
Okay,
character or
can
not.
you walk me through that? So I know, okay, so I have encountered the character Tarsh or Ta, whatever, what's her name?
Yeah. I don't know.
But she's got the
The
horns and she
dragon
breathes
girl.
fire. Right. Okay, so I know she's in the game, she's on my team. Earlier in the game, I didn't quite understand what it was asking me. When I was watching Asmongold's video, it was like he was explaining that when somebody, I think it was Varric, I guess, who gave you the mirror or something, and it's like you can make some choice there. And it did seem to have something to do with gender or comfortability. And I didn't know what the fuck it even was asking me. It was written so strangely, but Tosh is her name, right? So
Yeah.
if I made the choice that says I'm not a trans person or I don't want to trans blah blah blah, is every trans aspect, including the push-up scene, not going to pop for me?
Okay, number one, I don't know what the push-up scene is.
It's where she says you pulled a barf because somebody misgendered Tosh.
Okay. I no, because it did, because transgender stuff did appear in the game just when there was a whole dialogue about her feeling like more like a man than a woman that was in the game anyways. Because
Okay, so what is it that they're so if I didn't choose the trans path, what am I going to encounter then other than what, that just the fact that there's a character in the game that happens to be a trans person?
I believe so. I think that's about it. And the dialogue about it is extremely limited from what I've seen. I can only remember two scenes with any dialogue about it. Neither one of them were corny, by the way. They were both, it was in there fine. I mean, if you accept trans people, the dialogue isn't corny. And because they're just naturally talking about something. And don't quote me on this, but Colin Moriarty told me the game director is transgender.
I think it's a trans woman. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't understand why people would be surprised there are transgender
Well, I
things
don't think
going
they're
on.
surprised. They may, let me, okay, they may, they may just be going, I don't like it. And that's their right to not like it. But I don't think, okay. So have you finished the game, Anthony?
No, I haven't. I don't, to be honest with you, Jaffe, I don't finish a lot of games
I don't
because
either. I don't either.
I'm like after 10, 20 hours, I'm generally good. You
Right.
know,
Cause you get the gist, you know what it's about. Right.
yeah, and you're just repeating the same stuff over and over and over. And this happened with okay, so a good comparison to what something Chef was saying about, well, if you go back to previous Dragon Ages, the games were different and they were more like this and more like this, and this game isn't that. Now, what if God of War 2018, who won every award that was available?
Yeah.
What if people said, well, it wasn't like Jaffe's God of Wars?
They did. Some people said that.
Yeah, and I didn't say it. I played about 10 hours of the game and I was done with it. But
Right.
your games I played to completion.
Yeah. Right.
And
Right.
and I know that these days you could never get to naked girls in in the
Not
game like you
you
did.
maybe not, but certainly not at that budget from a first party game where it was so overt. You could probably have some kind of, Neil Druckmann could probably convince them of the value of a nude scene, a tasteful nude scene in The Last of Us Part 3, blah, blah, blah. But I agree, Sony would probably not greenlight a big budget $300 million game that had tons of tits and ass and violence. No, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think you're right. But I am of the opinion that not everything especially with nudity, not everything necessarily needs to be tasteful. Like I was born in '76, so I remember watching when I was younger, in my early teens, the channel USA on cable, and all the B horror movies that were on there that were just full of tits and ass.
Yeah, it was
Like
great. I loved it. But
yeah,
I also will say that I don't totally negate the argument that there is an objectification of women, that I think it's a good thing that we have begun to pivot and recognize that there is a real harm that gets done if it goes too far and if it's not equal and blah, 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 blah. So I think we can have both. We should have both. But I think, yeah, I watched a movie from the 80s with the stream a couple of months back, Night of the Demons or something. And it was made in the 80s and I had never seen it. And it was like so refreshing to see just like, middle school level TNA oogling, ogling, whatever the word is of these women. It was, I was like, yeah, it's cool. It was fun. So anyway, all right, Anthony, thank you, buddy. And I'm so glad for a lot of reasons, but because it sounded annoying that you figured out the Cult of Calypso thing. Welcome. We're doing lunch with Jaffe this Thursday. So hopefully we'll see you there if you got some free time.
I'll do it. And by the way, you know how I did it?
Nope.
It would not work on the PC. The option would not come up. I actually did it through the YouTube app. I found where it was in the YouTube app and did it.
Excellent. All right, buddy. Thank you for the call, Anthony. I'm looking forward to talking to you on Thursday. Thanks, bud.
No problem.
All right, there he goes. Jaffe, stop gaslighting people. The teacher was challenging the school that was abusing the kids. I'm looking at the story right now. Do I think the teacher feels that the school was wrong because he thinks that the school's policy on trans children and gender identification, blah, 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 is damaging and wrong? I think that's absolutely what his take was. But whether you agree with his take or not, whether you agree that his cause is noble or not, that's not the story. The story is he was jailed and is still in jail for 500 days after refusing to use they, them pronouns. It's nuanced. Why can't we all appreciate the value and the need for nuance? Is it an education thing? Is that what happened? Is it just bad education that it's like we all grew up, or a lot of you guys grew up with the internet and you just don't have the patience? Like people say, I'm not reading all that. It's like, that's fine, but can you not read all that, but still accept that you don't get to be the most informed person about the discussion if you're choosing not to read all that? I mean, that to me seems of value. It's like, oh yeah, I don't know anything about that. Like this guy talking about Dragon Age Origins. I don't know anything about Dragon Age Origins. So when he tells me it's better or it is darker or it's got a tone that's more like Game of Thrones, whatever, I'm not going to be like, yeah, no, it doesn't. You're dumb. I'm going to be like, oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah. I'll check it out. I check it out. I wish some of these guys, listen, all of you guys in the chat, it's not that I have a problem with although I do have a problem with your take, but why don't you, it's almost like I wish the AI could recognize the people that were making personal attacks, but not backing it up. And then basically give them a little tag that this person's too much of a coward to call in. Because if you basically write, Jaffe, narrator says, transgender is bullshit, you gump. I don't know what gump is. It can't be a good thing. So let's assume his take is transgender is bullshit. Well, instead of speaking to that with any kind of real authority or facts, he just says it and walks away. Why don't you call me, narrator? You clearly have a view. The link's at the top. You don't have to put your face on. You're behind an alias. Let me bring in who do I got? Syed, it's Jaffe. What's up? Syed, are you there? Why don't you care for me? All right, let's we'll bring you back on in a minute. Let's bring on Garbanzo. Garbanzo, it is Jaffe. How are you, bud?
Oh man, how's it going? Can you hear me?
I can. Your mic's really difficult to hear, but I will do the best we can. What's up?
Yeah, I get that a lot. I don't know.
Okay.
Don't know how to make it better. Sorry, I've tried.
If it becomes too hard to hear, I'll just say goodbye early. But let's get to your point, so at least I can address it. What do you want to talk about?
Not a whole lot. I had a thought when I tuned in. I don't have a problem with transgender representation. I think it's great. You know,
With what? Sorry, with what representation?
Transgender.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like a lot of my friends are trans. I know a lot of people in the LGBT community. My problem is that a lot of the representation I see tends to be more cynical, more cash grabby in senses. It's not actually meaningful to the character itself. It's just a tag they can put on it so they can get more people in on the game.
Right. So you think the trans community is so big that if they put trans people in, it'll explode sales?
No, not explode sales, just exploit that community for their money.
But so you think that the trans community has proven to be financially such a valuable group of people to exploit that it's worth pissing off the people that clearly don't like trans people?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying
I know that's not what you're saying, but that's what it sounds like you're saying. Because
no, I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say that. What I'm trying to say is that when they are represented, the companies behind that representation aren't exactly pro-LGBT at their core.
Oh, no company's anything at their core other than greedy, and they want to make as much money as they can. I mean, I don't think companies are, unlike the Supreme Court, I don't think companies should be treated like humans. I think they're
That's
just
exactly
there to,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's horrible. But I don't think that means that the guys and the girls who made Dragon Age are that. I mean, you have a trans woman directing it. You've got a lot of people who go into the arts, tend to be progressive, left-leaning. But
Yeah,
I'm not saying that's everybody, but there's a lot of people that make your entertainment that tend to sort of be a little bit in that realm versus, you know, the people who are not, right?
Yeah, I'm not claiming to be in, you know, I've never played Veilguard. I'm not a Dragon Age fan per se.
Okay.
You know, so I can't speak for its form of
So
representation.
what is it you would like to discuss about that? So you know trans folks, you're not anti-trans folk, you're not anti-LGBT. So what is it that you want to contribute to this discussion?
Well, oh geez,
I got you there, baby. I asked you what you wanted.
I just
I would never want to be with you if you went through a drive-through. What can I get for you, sir? Ah, geez, you got me.
Yep. No, I like your work. I wanted
bud.
to talk to you.
I love that you called. Call back. Think about a good topic. Call me back. I'll always take your call. You're my favorite kind of being, Garbanzo.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
All right, see you, bud. Okay. Most games, the vision of a director or producer, they decide the story. Yeah, and also they get notes. I mean, you can't go into EA or any of these companies unless you're self-funding it and make whatever the fuck you want. But let me get Big Kirstoff IC. I'll bring you in a second. Big D Daddy, Tiz Jaffe. What's going on?
What's up, Big Pimpin'?
Well, who? Now this voice is familiar. Is this Rob?
No, this ain't Rob.
You sound just like Rob the Mod. All right. Well, what's up, buddy?
I'm not Rob the Mod. I promise you that.
All right. Yeah. Who would claim? Hey, Big D. Who would claim to be that wasn't? Huh?
Right,
huh?
right,
Yeah,
right.
you goddamn right. All right. What's up, buddy?
Man, I just want to talk about the talk around Dragon Age Veilguard. Like this game has like gotten just like so much talk. Or it kind of reminds me of like Last of Us Part 2 when it came out.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, Last of Us Part 2 is a better game than Veilguard. I mean, not that everybody would agree with me on that, but just like I don't know, the discourse behind these games is getting crazy. Like
it is.
What I don't know. What
you got nothing to say, do you, Big Daddy? You just wanted to kind of call in.
No. I got some.
Well, let's go. Meat, baby. Come on.
No, man. We're talking about all this trans stuff, but we're not talking about like what is this a good game? Is this a game worth your $70? Like,
Okay, well, I will tell you, I will give you my answer as someone that has no allegiance or really any care at all about Dragon Age. I don't dislike it, but it's just I know there are people that will come into it and go, I'm coming at it as a longtime fan. That is not me. And we got this guy on the screen right now over on Twitch, Von Bercasio, who says, how can you call it an RPG when your only choices are be nice, be funny nice, or be a little nice? Right. I don't need that. There's a lot of people who are like, this isn't this, or this doesn't fit this, or this doesn't fit. Well, hang on. And so again, if that's what you need, if you need dialogue trees to give you a lot more freedom, I would agree. I would agree. That's not what so here's what I'll tell you. It is in my top 5-6 games of the year. No,
I can live with that.
Yeah. And here's what I love about it. I think the combat so far, people tell me it gets repetitive, but so far there is, it's like 22 hours, 28 hours this morning. So far, I'm having a really good time. I like how the combat works. I like how it's a little smarter than just hack and slash. It's cool. So I like that. I like some of the characters a lot. I like their dialogue when they're in the field talking. Like there's this necromancer who's this old kind of weird dude and everybody's always making fun of him and shit. I love the level design. I love exploring. It reminds me of 80s movies like Krull, or the Never Ending Story, where you're just on these really impressive sets and, or Flash Gordon in the swamps and stuff. There's a real good sense of the levels of being on a cool adventure. And it just feels like a swashbuckling kind of fun, I like it in the same way I really like the Scorpion King movie. There's nothing about that that's going to win an Oscar, but it's a fun, kind of fluffy, light, escapist kind of thing. And I'm digging it. So, but
there's nothing wrong with a popcorn flick or, in like a movie, like the movie kind of like sense of the word.
If you're buying a ticket to the next Batman from Christopher Nolan and you come out and it's a light, fluffy popcorn movie, I get why you'd be disappointed, but I don't have that frame of reference. So it doesn't bother me.
Well, I'm pretty like, I've played some of the Dragon Age games, but I'm pretty sure they're all pretty different.
That's what I hear.
The 4 that are released, like I don't know, a lot of people are complaining. Well, this is not what I expected from Dragon Age, but I'm pretty sure every 4 of the games, from Inquisition to the first 2, were pretty different from each other. So
that's what I hear. So I don't know. So, but what I would say is, if you haven't played it yet, I know it's already on sale. It's probably going to be deep on sale because I don't think it's doing that well. The reviews are decent. It's like an 82 or whatever, but it's not a big hit. I would be surprised if it does really well, but so you'll probably get it on sale pretty soon. I don't know if you game on PC or console.
Mostly on console. I'll dip into PC if I can.
Okay.
If I think my thing will work.
I only mention it, because then don't worry about it, because I get EA Play Plus or whatever it's called, so I'm just renting it for $19 to get all the games. But I may buy it if it drops enough in price, because I do want to support it because I like it. But all right, Big D, thank you for calling, but I appreciate it.
All right, man.
All right, there he goes. But this guy from Twitter or Twitch, Von Burke. Yeah, I mean, again, how can you? It's not that you have a bad point, Vaughn. It's that, and this goes back to the grifter conversation, it's that your point has been sort of monetized. Your anger has been weaponized and monetized. How can I call it an RPG? Because it's an RPG, or it's not. Because I don't care. I care about what I care about, and the game scratches those itches. What I would love would be for people like you to go, I get that, Jaffe. I respect that. Your likes are not my likes, but sure, you can go like that. But I'm going to tell you I don't like it. Cool. It's the anger, it's the animosity that really pisses me off, because it doesn't seem warranted. It's kind of cringe, as the kids say. Okay. Let me say to Yorch, thank you, buddy. 38 months, Cold Calypso. I appreciate it. He says, Jaffe, keep it up, my friend. I might call a bit later. I'm here for you, sir. Thank you for all the support. Appreciate it very, very much. Okay. Let me click this real quick. I'm sorry, fellas. Okay. Yeah, but some people have said, yeah, they're pissed off that you can't play evil in RPG. And Ravno says RPG does not mean it allows you to be evil. Some people do. Some RPGs do, but not all. Austin Miller, this is interesting. This is what's interesting. It's like, this is that narrative that you are being sold. You should not worry about the quote trans agenda that you seem to think exists, other than the agenda being, please stop killing us and being mean to us and making us feel terrible about who we are. But this is the agenda, which is you being bamboozled and hoodwinked to have an opinion like this. He says, Jaffe, do you honestly believe the elites respect you? I don't know who the elites are, but let's keep going. Do you believe they will give you a seat at the table once they've destroyed liberty for all? Are you intelligent enough to say no? What are you talking about? I don't live my life that way. This is not for me about, I need a pat on the head from some kind of lord and master that is who? Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. Who are the elites? I assume they're in the camp you're talking about. I don't want a seat at a table. I don't care. I'm not looking for anything other than leave me the fuck alone and let me play and have fun and have a cool adventure while I'm here. That's it. There's not, I'm telling you, man, I believe there are conspiracies out there? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. But I also think you have to be careful, because it's real easy to monetize the assumption or the willingness to believe in conspiracy. Like, I got a guy in the chat right now, Austin Miller. He says, it's Tim Duncan. I've talked to him before. He says BlackRock and Vanguard fund these things. Well, first off, we don't really know what's funding what, but because there are a lot of things that companies do to get funding and loans. And unless you can provide, which you can't, because I've been asking for it for 3 years now, unless you can provide data that says Sony gives money to their creatives that comes directly from a BlackRock fund only if they will agree to these 4 or 5 things. But you can't do that. But regardless, so let's just allow that to exist. Let's allow the assumption that some of Sony's money comes from, which I do think it's correct, that Vanguard and stuff has them in their, in their portfolios and stuff. But let's assume that there is a direct, like, hey, if you want our money, and that's not what it is, by the way. What it is, and they might be changing, by the way, is that the guy who runs one of the 2 investment firms says, I want to try this DEI thing and I want companies to get behind it, and we'll have a fund that if you're in that fund, will push it and recommend it. Well, it hasn't done that much better or worse than any other fund. So the investors are starting to say, it'd be nice to invest in those things morally, but that's not why we're here. But again, let's assume you're not making stuff up or taking facts that don't exist, and you're saying that there is some kind of cabal that is controlling what video games are about. Okay. Could you provide me evidence of that? Could you provide me evidence and logic behind that? Why in the world would there be, seriously, think about where does the logic play out to? Please stick with me on this, because I'm fascinated by it. And I hope you are too. Let's say you are the guy at the top of that food chain. You can't live forever. So let's say it's changed throughout the years. And let's even make it real juicy. Let's make it the Jews, because a lot of you guys don't like the Jews for some reason. Not the people attacking innocents in Gaza. This goes way back. I'm not talking about that. I don't like those people either. At least the people making those decisions, not the soldiers, So let's assume it's the Jews, those crazy Jews. Okay, so there's a Jew at the top, and he says, you know what I'm going to do? I have all this power to make my agenda. What do we want to do, fellas? How about this? Let's push a trans agenda. To what end? Oh, well, they're grooming our kids. Okay, they're not, but okay. To what end? Do you think there's a shortage of kids to diddle, that these fucking pedophiles that are out there already? It's just like, we just need more kids to diddle. Could you get to grooming, BlackRock? We don't have enough diddling going on here. I mean, where do you think, where is this? Okay, but Grogan says the goal is normalization. Okay, to what end? So let's say you wake up and the BlackRock bad Jews have won. Okay. And suddenly you wake up and a very tiny percentage of the population says, you know what? I'm trans or I'm gay or I'm bi or I'm A or whatever. And I can leave the house and not worry about it. People don't pick on me unless I'm an asshole, not because I'm trans. Okay, let's say that's what normalization looks like. Okay. And why is that bad? That's not happening, by the way. But why is that bad? I'm looking at the chat. Austin Miller, man, you're in a bubble, baby. You're in a weird fucking world. He says, I wonder how many devs work as propagandists and purposely make woke games because they were told to. Got to push an agenda that convinces leftists to stop breeding? What? RFNY says, LOL, Jaffe, it is not normal to tell little boys they can become little girls. And yes, it is happening. I need you to provide me with some evidence, and I need you to provide me with some evidence that it is happening at a scale large enough to be able to be anything other than a weird, isolated case. Because I assure you, kids are being abused in all kinds of ways at levels that absolutely dwarf the fuck out of these one or two anecdotal scenarios. Yes, I've heard of ESG. It stands for what? Equality something. It's yes, I know what it is. It's like a score about your environmentalist and social policies and green policies or whatever. Okay. So okay, so BleedX says don't take this. You're asking PlayStation, not me. Okay, never mind. Paid devs to push the agenda that doesn't exist. What exactly is a lobby to get rid of anyone not sharing their worldviews? That's how lobbies work. It's big money investment groups to give game devs to hire sweep. You have, okay, critical realist. Do you understand why this is so frustrating? I am trying to meet you. And this is why I call a lot of you guys stupid. And I don't mean to be an asshole. Nothing's wrong with being stupid. You can fix stupid. It's called learning. It's called reading. Okay? But I want to read this thing because this is staggering to me. Where did it go? Who's this guy who said this? It's don't make me not have it. I want to read this to you guys. Critically realist wrote something. I just got to find it. Hang on, so I can bring up. I'm just going to read it. I can't find it. I'd like to put it up on stream, but you know, he says it's big money investment groups to give game devs to hire Sweet Baby Inc. to put in games trans feminist agenda. Okay, I've been hearing this forever. Does it not bother anyone here that you have absolutely no evidence of this? You have no email. You have no recordings. You have no, and again, I'm not saying companies aren't big and bad and evil and they may be doing all kinds of stuff. Okay. But you have this theory that these companies are paying developers to push an agenda. Where are you seeing this? Not the games that you may not like. The evidence is that companies like Sweet Baby exist, says Lando. What? So any company that exists that has an agenda or a point of view that you don't like has to be coming from the government? Sweet Baby Inc. is not some, you just wrote the word BlackRock. That means nothing. Give me, and this is, I'm sorry, and this is why I'm not the best spokesman for this, because I shouldn't call you stupid because it pushes people away. I'm not gonna reach some of you guys, even if it means reaching you enough that you can reach me with facts. I can't. you say BlackRock, like what? What does that mean? Yes, there is a company. BlackRock and Vanguard both have funds that will they will talk up. They don't not have funds, but they have funds that they will talk up that are part of a DEI initiative for them. Yes, that's true. Is it every fund? No. Do we have evidence that they've said any of the things you guys are saying? Absolutely not. We have none of that evidence. And even if we had all the evidence, you still haven't explained what would be the problem of normalizing people that are different from you. Critical realness says you don't want to understand. I do, but be smart in explaining it. Critical realness says, do you know Disney put ads back on X after Trump won? No, but it makes sense. So what? What does that have to do with anything we're talking about? We've all agreed that their job is to make money. They don't really care. I'm not saying the individual people don't care that might work there, but yeah, of course. They're not a charity at all. Somebody call in and educate me on something about this. I'm getting tired of these fucking morons. Larry Fink, please tell me you know something about something.
I do. It's Pete Turtle.
I'll talk to you later, Pete Turtle. All right, let me bring in Kiristafa is a smart guy. Kiristafa.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hang on, Pete Turtle. I don't mean to be rude. I'll bring you on a future show. But yesterday you said all you needed to say, and it's not the day for it. But thank you, buddy. And we will talk about the Call of Duty thing. All right, Kiristafa, what the fuck is going on? Why can't I get through these people? Or more importantly, why can't they get through to me? What am I missing?
I don't think you're missing anything. I think it's just like what it is we got to a point in society where people just like it's easy for them to be in their bubble. It's easy to say, mean, spiteful things on the internet and be like, I don't gotta worry about that guy because it doesn't.
Wait, Kiristafa, hang on. Critically realist, while I'm talking to Kiristafa, he says the evidence is literally on the PDFs they have in their websites. Can you please tell me the link or email me the link or tweet me the link so I can bring it up on the show? Because I know they have qualifications to get ESG, but send me what you're talking about and I'll tell you the evidence I need. I would love to see what you're talking about. I want to see it. All right. Sorry, Kiristafa. Keep going, buddy.
Yeah, no, it's just I feel like people nowadays are a lot more comfortable just insulting and calling each other stupid because they can, as opposed to, hey, what's like actually really going on? Maybe I have to put a little bit more effort to understand the person. That's why you're getting a lot of this grifting going on the internet. I'm gonna be honest, Jaffe, because I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not on the internet all the time. So whenever I go on, I'm like, dude, I feel like it gets worse and worse on this damn internet. And it's not even just people who are YouTubers. Even some of my friends are like, oh man, BlackRock, Vanguard, they're such. What are they doing that it hasn't been different for the past 200 years? The only difference is now we're doing the thing where we're letting fear control us. It's like
but we're stupid because we're kept stupid because they want us stupid so they can do all this shit. I mean, the idea that you're afraid that the trans people are coming to get your kids. I mean, come on, man. The trans community, these guys just want to be left the fuck alone, man. They don't want your fucking kids. And if they really gave a shit about your kids or the people who are worried about their kids, do you know how many other groups have so many chronic problems with fucking children? Diddling fucking children. I mean, it's ridiculous, but this is the group they want to go after.
See, on your point, the thing that I don't get is like you're somebody who, respectfully speaking, you take care of your child, and you went and you took the whole thing very seriously, and I appreciate that because most people don't. So I don't understand why people.
Well, wait a minute. Where are you getting that data that parents of trans children don't take it seriously? Because there is also a narrative out there that is false from what I have seen. That the worst one is the parent wants some kind of attention. And so the parent tries to convince their kid they're trans for some weird reason. But the other one is, I mean, let me stay on the line for a minute, but let me show you something. I'm going to put you on mute so there's no echo. I want you all to see this. This is staggering, or it should be staggering to you. It should be staggering and it should be really worrying to you. Okay. This is Donald Trump before he was reelected And this is what he said during an interview about 3 weeks before the election. This is what he said. Now, I'll pay you $100 right now if you have evidence this has occurred. I only pay it once because that's all I have in PayPal right now. In America, what he says. Listen to this. What he says literally exactly. You can't, because what he says is nuts.
Things that almost nobody in this room wants, who I think 85-90% of the country doesn't want if they actually agree. But the transgender thing is incredible. Think of it. Your kid goes to school and comes home a few days later with an operation. The school decides what's going to happen with your child. And you know, many of these child's...
I mean, how did you see that, Kiristafa?
Am I going to have to defend that?
No, but what I'm saying is this is what we're talking about. This is the president-elect of the United States. And he says, your kid goes to school and they come home 3 days later. Like, first off, that's weird. Why is my kid not coming home at the end of the day? I would be worried that my kid goes to school and I don't see him for 3 days, but that's fine. My kid goes to school and 3 days later he comes home and he has been given an operation.
No, that's not what he's specifically talking about.
That is exactly what he's talking about, isn't it? Or tell me I'm wrong. My mind's open. What am I getting wrong here?
Well, is there still an echo?
On Trump?
No, on my voice. Is there an echo?
Oh. Yep. Hang on. Yep. Okay, you're back. No echo.
Okay, so what he's specifically talking about is in certain states, they're trying to push like quote unquote policies and an agenda where somebody who's 12, 13 years old, they don't need approvals from their parents to get sex change operations. They can get like an extra certificate from, say, their teacher. And there's also policies going on where if you're if you are transgender, or let's say you are born male, but you are identifying as female and you want to go through transgender operations, if your parents are like, no, we're not for that, you can start applying to essentially separate yourself from your parents, even though you're 11, 12, 13 years old. Okay. He's leading more into like, he's exaggerating by it's like 2 or 3 days, but that's kind of the ideas that he's talking about is that.
But okay, so what you're telling me is there is a law on the books or being proposed on the books that says in America that in California, the most liberal state, which it's not, but fine, you go to your parents and say, I'm a trans kid, and the parents say, great, bad, or otherwise, but we're not going to do any of the things to help you with gender affirming care. And so the kid can petition the court, I guess, is what you're saying, like emancipation, which has been around forever. And then the kid is able, if the judge decides to do whatever they want, they're living as an adult. And in that, they can apply for gender affirming care, correct?
Long and short of it, yes.
Okay. So that has been, you before anyone was talking about trans people could go to a court and say, like Drew Barrymore did it. She's like, my parents are spending all my money. They're crazy. I want to be emancipated. And she was living on her own at 16 because the judge looked at her and said, I have decided, for better or for worse, you being on your own is better than being with these people that I've spent time interviewing and going, yeah, you're right. They're nuts. Okay. So assuming all that happens, and then the kid somehow finds the way to pay for this, then they can transition at probably 15, 16, 17, because it ain't like you're being emancipated at 8. But even all of that, none of that is your kid goes to school and comes home in 3 days with an operation.
Well, yeah, because it's essentially exaggeration and fear mongering. That's kind of what he's doing.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing, and people believe it.
People believe it because, like, I'm trying to
because the president said it.
No, I'm trying to find the middle ground. That's the thing.
There is no middle ground. The middle ground is he wants to win at all costs, which is fine. People admire that about him. But what I don't admire is when he puts people in harm's way by basically selling lies, and then people like people in this chat actually take it and try to parrot it as some kind of fact. There was a kid 2 days ago, 16-year-old trans kid, trans male, that got the shit beat out of him by fellow 16-year-olds because for no other reason than he was a trans kid.
Yeah, I 100% think that's messed up because I think we live in an America that people forget transgenderism falls under the First Amendment. It's your right of freedom of expression, but we say, oh, we're not okay with that freedom of expression, and then we just like berate people. It's something's weird with the American philosophy and mindset where we like to say we're pro First Amendment right, but we're not really. We're pro our First Amendment right.
Right.
We view it
Just like religion. Oh, we love religion. We love God. Well, we love our God. Your God can take a fucking hike if it gets in the way of my God. We're all for having religion in the schools, but not a Baphomet.
I think something that,
religion, you know.
Sorry about that. I think that what politicians do is that they'll say something to appease their audience, but they will forget how like harmful it can be to another audience, which is kind of like what negligence is. And I genuinely wish like all of our politicians did a better job at like trying to create a safe society for everybody. I don't want to live in a society where like my neighbor is like, you know, like assaulted for any reason. I have a lot of friends who are transgender. They don't agree with my philosophy or policies, but I still love and respect them. I don't want them to like go to work and then all of a sudden somebody breaks in and says you're transgender, so I'm gonna assault you. That's a fear that some people that work even in California.
What about this guy in the chat though, Tim Duncan? Because this is always the take from these guys, which is he says Trump was pointing out teachers are overstepping. He didn't mean the surgery thing literally. Okay, well, that's a hell of a get out of jail free card. First off, that he can say whatever he wants. He knows the effect it will have both on the people who like him and the people that will be harmed by the things he says. But you guys, instead of holding him to a higher standard, which is, yeah, man, but you're the most powerful person in the known universe. Hyperbole and stretching the truth at the expense of anyone, let alone a minority, vulnerable population, probably not good for you. Probably not something you should be doing, you fucking adult child. Right? That's all, you know. I mean, I just think it's horseshit, man.
Yeah, it's sad that like we elect these politicians, and like to an extent we elect them because we want them to essentially do the right thing to take care of America. But we still elect them, and they should do a better job of like proving to us that they're worth.
Well, we don't really elect them. Let's be clear. We don't.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I mean, this whole country's, you know, I mean, maybe it's always been this way, but it's just been exacerbated. But I'll tell you, man, the amount of just control that the lobbyists have, the corporations have, and that's what I'm saying. We should all be. You guys don't even get it. Maybe you do, and maybe a lot of the people who watch the stream do, but it's like we're all being pushed against each other, and they're sitting up there, the Vince McMahons, the Trumps of the world. Let's put some Democrats up there. They're not holier than thou, and they're all going, "We're doing it, folks. We're the best magicians in the world. We're diverting their attention while we fuck everything and take everything for ourselves, and they get to fight each other." Why don't we all stop fighting and recognize that they are the bad guys?
I think it's because like they're not part of our lives. That's the thing that people, I think we need to remember. Like Jeff Bezos, he's not my neighbor. He's not part of my life. He's probably vacationing in Tahiti, and that's why he can do the things he can is because he vacations in Tahiti. But at the same time, it's the reason that I try to do 150% be a good person, even if somebody hates me, insults me, because you know what, that's the right thing to do. And I just wish that like. And this doesn't even just go with like you, Jaffe, and me, Jaffe. It's like everyone on the internet, very dark, you know, and all that stuff. I just wish people took a step back and said, I may not agree with you, but I still want the best for you, and I'll try to work with you as much as I can. Because that's the whole point of being in America and working together.
Yeah, but look at Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan, who won't call in, I guess, says, we don't mind because we agree with the sentiment. You don't mind that kids are being harmed and people are being harmed because of rhetoric that's not true? You don't mind because you get your side at this particular moment because you know the worm will always turn, but right now you're winning, and so that's all that matters.
Because that's the thing, it doesn't affect him, you know. Like right now, like if I may be frank, if I may be, you know, in the position, it's like I've told all my friends that because quote unquote Donald Trump has been elected president, like my life as a straight white male in business will be quote unquote better. I acknowledge that like it's not the same for all of my friends, but just like they were there for me for the past 4 years when I needed help, I'll be there for them for the next 4 years when they need help. Because the thing is, now that I'm at the quote unquote like superiority because Donald Trump and all that kind of stuff, I have to do it the right way of taking care of the people, and I feel like people what they do
I
is
think
they,
these people
they
are a
take
bunch
advantage of that. Yeah.
And I don't think they're all assholes. I like Eric Lennon said, well, okay, I appreciate it, Kirstoff. Thank you for calling in, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, man. Talk to you soon. All right. I always like talking to that guy. He's been calling for a long time. Eric Lennon says, Jaffe, what about Megan Fox's kids? All three of them are men and they all have long hair and wear dresses. Isn't that weird? Weird, I guess, by definition. I mean, I don't know if you're ascribing negativity to weird, but it's certainly unusual. It's not the norm. What's your point? Who cares? What do you care? What the fuck do you care? There's a lot of things that are weird. I dressed up as Wonder Woman as a kid. When I also dressed up as Spider-Man and the Hulk and Captain America. I used to carry around a Captain America suit and a little baggie, go to Eastwood Mall in Alabama, hoping I'd see some kind of robbery that I'd duck into the bathroom. And I was like 6 and I'd changed and become Captain America. Is that weird? Probably. Who gives a shit? What are you chasing normal for? What do you think is going to happen when you catch it? You think suddenly, Eric, people are going to like you more? You think you're going to be happier? No. If you've had to shove down the essence of who you are so you can be applauded by the group that you don't really care about, you just are desperate for their acceptance, you're going to be miserable. And you might jump out of a window when you're 50 because you're so fucking miserable and you realize you wasted your life chasing approval of people who don't give a fuck about you. That's what I think will happen, but let's hope not. Let's fucking hope not. Okay. Saying hyperbole says, sweet, about an unbelievable situation like surgery at schools will harm people is about as valid as an attack that video games make school shooters. You're just simply wrong, because I've had people literally in this chat today making claims about all of these things that are nonsensical. They believe it, man. And then kids get beat up, kids get hurt, policies get made. What are you talking about? I mean, come on, man, be nice to people. Maybe you think you are being nice to people, but let me ask you, I mean, do your actions sound like somebody who's kind? You know, even if you are against certain philosophical takes, I'm against a lot of your philosophical takes probably. I think it's goofy as fuck that a lot of you people go to church and temple and mosque and pray to things that I think are fantasy. But I'm not out there trying to, vote in people with policy that would take that away from you, because I know it's important to you. Why are you so, to paraphrase Taylor Swift, why you got to be so mean? Seriously. Let's bring in Torque real quick. Torque, it's Jaffe. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Jaffe, good. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to chime in with the same things that you're saying is like, at what point did hearsay become all the proof that you need for a point? Like everyone in the chat going off about how, they have these PDF files where Sweet Baby Inc. or the BlackRock CEO is saying this.
I mean, do I believe there is a program in certain investment firms and companies called ESG, and there's a score that if they hit that score, there are benefits? Yeah, I do. But that's got nothing to do with anything. It doesn't mean that. Look, if the ESG score you have to follow or Sony doesn't get their money, they would not be publishing Stellar Blade, right? Because that clearly doesn't fit.
Yeah,
they're not. The government is not sitting there. Now, investment firms might be, and these are companies, and they might say, "I want your money," but I've never seen any evidence that BlackRock has said we won't work with companies that make violent video games or sexy video games. It doesn't exist.
Well, I was going to say you could probably actually do a little bit of research to show all the different games of mature ratings that they do fund.
That's right. That's right.
Like, and the other thing is crazy to me is like when people are they only look as far as their own narrative, as long as it supports their own narrative. So it's like, as soon as I read something that says, oh, yep, I'm right in my belief system, they don't do any more research. And they'll cite things like, oh, Wikipedia is not a great place to get information from, or you can't trust what's on the internet. Yeah, okay, but you can trust your friends because they just tell you that this is true, and so you take that as
or you can just trust some guy who's making money off getting you upset. Again, you got to be willing to be a little uncomfortable. I saw that story about the guy that was in jail that said he was in jail for 500 days for misgendering a kid. And I was like, oh, please tell me this isn't happening. This is awful.
Well, no, because of course, if that happened, that would be terrible.
Right. And so I was willing to kind of walk a little bit into the woods and go, is this going to be a real thing?
Yeah.
And it turned out it wasn't a real thing.
Of course not. It's people exaggerating, like the fucking eating all the pets that the immigrants are doing and all that shit, right? They just believe it because a lot of people say it's true, so it must be the case.
But it is, this guy Sweet Sada says hearsay became valid when the left decided to believe every sexual assault claim against people they didn't like. And it's like, again, you are taking that and you're basically not acting in good faith. Well, because are there cases where the Me Too movement may have been damaging to people who didn't deserve it? Absolutely. There's always collateral damage. I would ask you, though, is that any more? Probably not. Probably it's a hell of a lot less than the collateral damage of women or anyone who has been sexually assaulted over let's just take 100 years of American business that has had to basically put up with all of this shit because they had no recourse. So you really now want to cry it's not fair? But yes, you're right. But that doesn't mean the entire movement is a reflection of the quality and the value of the movement. It means, we need to do better accusing people and believing people, because you can get some collateral damage and blowback that's not a good idea. Well, but it's it's nuanced. Why can't you guys do some nuance, baby?
The other thing too is, like, when you get accused of something like that, it's not legally, it's not something that's going to hold you legally bound to this accusation. It's like, okay, an accusation happens, then you go to court.
Hang on one sec, Torque. Yes, that's exactly right. Hang on one sec, Torque.
Yeah.
I see that this guy, I think it's the same guy, Hypnotic, who made a video about me, really rude, awful, mean-spirited video about me and my parenting. If you would like to call in, I would love for you to call in, because I really, I'm not going to, whatever, you're not going to get hurt. You're on a fucking stream. But I would love to really understand why and how you think what my experience was and my son's experience was, and why you feel comfortable talking about it in such a cruel and, more importantly, or as importantly, incorrect way. Like, where did you get the data that you think you can stand up there and talk about the experience of a trans child or a trans parent? That's what I would love to know. That would be wonderful. Anyway, sorry, continue. I didn't say you were scared. Hypnotic, I said call in.
The other thing that drives me nuts is the anonymity of the internet, right? Like, you get a guy like P Turtle who wants to come in, and I mean, he's hilarious. Who cares?
He's funny, and I think he means well.
He wants to come in and he wants to have these, conversations, and it's like, okay, but why do you never show your face? Why are you afraid to actually represent yourself? Because probably the shit you're saying is really stupid, and exactly. It's
Hypnotic says to me, he says, I guess he's saying why he's not calling in. I don't know. For the same reason you felt comfortable talking about Vera Dark in a cruel and incorrect way. When did you get the data to talk about the experience of a female streamer? Because I was not talking about the experience of a female streamer. I was talking about Vera Dark, who had made 2 videos about me. She punched, I punched back. She punched again, I punched back again. And what I said to her, and I talked to her briefly yesterday on her stream, I would say, and I was willing to call into her show yesterday, I would say that to her. My perspective of Vera Dark right now is the reason she has an audience is not because the quality of her content. It may be, I'm just saying based on my experience, which is those 2 hit pieces she did on me. and the fact that she kind of spends time with that stuttering, whatever his name is, who has been really cruel to me on the internet, unnecessarily so. I would say to you that my experience, that experience with Vera Dark suggests to me that the only reason she has an audience is she is a good-looking woman on the internet. That's what I would say. I'm happy to be proven wrong. Don't be a coward. He says cruel on the internet, brother. It's the internet. That's like saying Hypnotic. That's like saying this restaurant has flies in it and it's gross. Buddy, this is a restaurant that has flies in it and it's gross. It's like you define your experience. The internet's a shithole because you're making it a shithole.
The other thing is, when have you ever actually been cruel, Jaffe? Like, I've been watching your streams for years. It's only recently that I decided to try and join in on the live streams occasionally.
I appreciate it.
You are the least cruel person on the internet, probably. Like, people say shit about you all the time that blows my mind, because it's like, do you ever actually watch him? Do you listen to what he says? Do you actually understand what he's saying?
Don't be a fucking bitch, Hypnotic. Just call. Listen to what he wrote me, though. Don't worry, Jaffe. We will have our discussion soon. I'm not worried. And what kind of cryptic horse shit is that?
That almost sounds like he's saying he's gonna like beat you up in a back alley somewhere.
Well, again, I mean, he's welcome to do whatever he needs to do, just like I'm welcome to do whatever I need to do. But are you serious? I'm not worried, Hypnotic. You made a video that was really mean-spirited and hurtful. Let's get underneath the anger and let's get underneath the drama and the theater of this. You can hang tight. Actually, Torque, I'll bring you back in a minute, but I'm going to play this video that he made about me. Yeah. And I want to show Hypnotic what I'm talking about. Maybe he can justify it just with text. Maybe he doesn't need to call in. That's fine. Who's on right now? Do I have anybody?
Hello?
Kirstoff is still on. Okay. There we go. All right. Let me show you this, Hypnotic. And maybe I'm wrong about you, pal. I gotta find it, but give me a second. Hypnotic. I don't know, Jaffe maybe. Here we go. God of War. Is this the one? No, that was 9 hours ago. God of Cuck Meltdown. That's the one. Excellent. Hey, I give you props for the fun thumbnail. All right, hang on. Let me share the screen. Okay. All right, here we go. So let's just get to the part. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll get to the part that you seem to be comfortable with talking about.
It seems like we are meltdown because people know for directing God of War Twisted Metal recently.
Can you guys hear that, by the way? Just make sure we can hear him.
Admitted that he abuses his child. In a recent post to X, Jaffe the right path, and he's having an absolute meltdown. What?
So this is a video I think he's responding to where I was pushing back on some people that were anti-trans or something. I don't remember the context, but I stand behind it. I don't have the data right now.
The hell is even that? Now, it's pretty obvious that David has some skin in the game, and it's because of that is the reason why he's having an absolute melty melt right now on his particular YouTube channel. And I got to tell you, I didn't even realize that David Jaffe even did YouTube, to be honest with you. Apparently, he has like 55,000 subscribers, barely gets any views on his videos, obviously. Gee, I wonder why. And he's
You're here, aren't you? Hypnotic. But we'll keep going.
Having an absolute meltdown because people were saying that trans is a mental illness, which, I mean, again, for all intents and purposes, if you want to classify things properly, he's not, people are not wrong. You know what I mean?
Okay, Hypnotic, let's do this. I never said, my son, who's a trans man, never said gender dysphoria was not a mental illness. The trans community doesn't know. Right now, if you really want to speak about this, seriously, let me try to have some respect for you. If you really want to speak about this, here's what science knows right now. Science absolutely knows that there is more to what someone's let's just say perceived sexes than what is betwixt their legs when they are born. There are not just testosterone, not just estrogen, but there are various biological markers. There are things that happen in the womb. There are certain aspects of the brain when it is forming that scientists are now saying they actually see a larger percentage happening with twins. Sometimes they get a percentage of twins. There will be one that is a transgender or both. You see it with like the Wachowski, the Matrix directors who both transitioned. They don't know much about it yet, but they know that it's more than what you guys are saying. Okay. But there is also an assumption, or there has been an assumption, that this thing called gender dysphoria is a mental illness. And just like homosexuality used to be defined as a mental illness. Now, I can tell you, as a dad of a trans son, he suffered from that mental illness. Whether it's a mental illness because society has said, you're fucking weird, we don't want you, and it's massive depression, or it's a mental illness because the body that you were born into that begins to change when you're a teenager or earlier than a teenager is not the body that feels like yours. I don't know. But let's, for the moment, just assume it's nothing other than a mental illness. Okay, fine. But guess what? The Pediatrics Association of America, the Medical Association of America, and all of the stats we have in America show that the only thing for anyone, not even age groups, that brings about any kind of relief, doesn't even have to be perfect relief, but more than doing nothing, is some kind of gender confirming identification care. And that can be everything from just acknowledgement, letting the kid dress how they want to dress, wearing a binder, puberty blockers, operations to adjust the body, all kinds of things. Okay. So yes, that's where we're at. But look how you phrase it though. Look how you phrase it like it's some kind of like, and first off, you're wrong. You're simply lying or you're misinformed. This video was not me getting mad because someone said it was a mental issue. It was a mental issue. That's not what happened, but you chose to say that's where the data came from. Let's listen to that again, because you have no evidence to back that up.
Honest with you, apparently he has like 55,000 subscribers, barely gets any views on his videos. Obviously, gee, I wonder why. And he's having an absolute meltdown because people were saying that trans is a mental illness, which...
Okay, so I'll give you $100 right now, Hypnotic. I will PayPal it to you right now if you show me where I have said, or where you're claiming this meltdown that I'm having is coming from someone saying trans is a mental illness. I know you're super rich because you get tons of views and I get no views, but $100 is still $100. You can donate it to a charity that takes care of assholes, whatever you want. $100, I'll give it to you. Maybe somebody in the chat will double it, but I guarantee you can triple it. You can say it's $1 billion. You're not going to find it. Because you're a grifter, bitch. You're a grifter. You know what a grifter is? A grifter is somebody who lies or commits fraud in order to make money. You don't have the data to back up what you are saying, because you know why? Because it didn't happen. But let's keep going, because I guess I'll keep going because I don't have you to talk to, because you won't call in. But don't worry, Jaffe. We'll have our discussion soon. No, we won't. This is your chance now.
I mean, again, for all intents and purposes, if you want to classify things properly, he's not, people are not wrong. You know what I mean? Like, he's obviously advocating for this particular lifestyle because he has chosen to take the easy route and just enable his child instead of trying to put his child down the right path. But again, that...
Okay, let's, boy, thanks for the content, you cunt. Took the easy path. If you weren't so dumb, I'd say your cruelty was smart. But you're just a fucking idiot. What do you think? What do you think happened, you fucking 10-cent fucking mental prick? You think my son comes home from school one day and says, "Hey, Dad, I would like to now be, I'd like to respect my character. I would now like to become the boy." And I say, well, that'd be a lot of work to push back, because you know what would be easy? To allow my son, who for the longest time was a bright light, happy, laughing, social, who had gone in, and we had been in therapy for a year. because of anxiety. And we thought he was just anxious. Okay. We take him. What do you think? I would go, you know what would be easier though? No, let's just stay the course because yeah, you're fine. And you're just saying that, and I'll let you continue down the road of being miserable and depressed until, like a lot of trans kids, you end everything because no one believes you and no one respects you. Okay, that's the easy way, or that's the hard way for you. I don't understand what you're saying, because here's what we did, you fucking moron. You fucking moron. And I get it. You're sitting there going, clip that, clip that, clip that. But somewhere in the back of your mind, you grifting, bullying asshole, somewhere in the back of your mind, I really hope that this is getting through and you understand, because I know life is hard, man. There was a time I didn't have a lot of money. I grew up, our power was off at our house sometimes. I get it. And I get you can justify doing a lot of things for that money. But I want you to know, somewhere in the back of your mind, you're going to go, shit, I make my money off lying and bullying and being cruel to people. That's how I do it. What do you do for a living, Dad? Oh, I harm society. Okay. Anyway, so this was my easy path. Okay. We were in therapy, different therapists, some that were very educated in the transgender movement, some that were, quote, just normal therapists, for about 18 months before we made any real decisions. We were in discussions with 2 or 3 different types of doctors here in California. We did internet research, and my son, who is very bright, was like, I don't want to make any decisions on this until I really feel comfortable. And I know that this is the right thing. And we talked about, well, what happens though, dude, if you're 25 and you change your mind? You think he didn't research that? You think he's a fucking moron? He's like, yeah, I know. I don't think I will. This brings me a great deal of comfort. And then you know what we did? It was slow. It was fucking slow. It was start with the binder, start with the, it's not like Trump tells you they went to school and 2 days later he comes home and they did an operation on him. Right? But you don't know any of that. And the reason maybe I'm a little preloaded to have issue with Vera Dark is because she does associate with the stuttering, what's his name? It's not Stuttering John. That's a Howard Stern guy, but whatever. And this is a guy that I pretty much in a much nicer way told him everything I'm telling you right now. And you know what he does? He goes on the internet a month later, a year later, whatever it was, and he just totally rips apart me without taking any of what I've said into account. Because why? I guess it makes good content. Content. Let's keep going.
That's neither here nor there. So let's get into this article, guys, from Phantom Polls. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, consider hitting that subscribe button.
Don't forget, you guys, let me help you out, you fucking grifting cocksucker. At Real Hypnotic 1 is his Twitter handle. Going over there, give him some business. Hypnotic, don't forget it's double C over on the YouTube. And I think he's got a, what is that little green thing? Is that one of those Rumble? What is this fucking thing?
Like the video to push us out into that YouTube.
Something there. I don't know what he's got. Oh, Frost is here. I like Frost's voice. Let's bring him on. He might have something to say because the other guy's too much of a goddamn coward. Let me, Frost, I'll bring you on in just 1 second. Let me just get to the end of this little section, okay? All right.
The algorithm. Now, again, guys, we have the clip. We're going to play the clip, but I want to give you a little context and a build up before we showcase the clip. So it says,
all right. Thank you for that context, buddy. Context is clearly important to you and your channel. And that means a lot to me, that you actually want to provide some context for your audience, because you clearly care about educating them and bringing them the information you have in a way that is respectful and correct. Here we go.
Jaffe, known for directing God of War Twisted Metal, recently admitted that he abuses his child. In a recent post to X, Jaffe wrote that 95% of the gaming community is great. Most people who game are delightful, but there's a vocal minority that I've had it up to here with. So
yeah, just so you know, I was responding to a tweet from Colin Moriarty's Sacred Symbols Plus that they were talking about the most hated member of Last Stand Media. So that's what this was about.
So this is for them. And again, I want you to realize David Jaffe is trying to call people like us the vocal minority when he gets 1% of the views that we get. You know,
I was talking about, again, hypnotic. I mean, do you listen, guys? If you're in this guy's audience, I don't care if you like me. Block me, unsubscribe from me, tell your friends I'm awful. I don't care. I'm going to go full screen for this. I'll get back to your big, amazing video in a second, but I need you to hear this.
People who game are delightful, but there's a vocal minority that I've had it up to here with, so this is for them. And again, I want you to realize David Jaffe is trying to call people like us the vocal minority.
That was my bad. I'm sorry. Okay. Yep. Sorry. Okay. Let me go back to this. Let me go back to my bit. Let me go back to my shtick. Okay. So here was the point. Where did hey, somebody who I trust, tell me where I cut out. Where did I stop? I'm sorry. I was moving. This is a software makes me very confused. I'll get the hang of it though, but it's easier because I can take calls easier, which I like to do. Not the whole thing. Where did I stop? Where did it end? Because I want to make sure you hear this. I want to make sure you understand this.
Geo joined.
Anyone? All right. Well, I'll start again from this point. I know I was there. Okay. So here's the point. So this is a guy. What I'm saying to you is, did I tell you that you shouldn't follow this guy? I don't care if you believe what I believe. I don't care if you. I don't care if you like my shtick, if you like my stuff. This is a guy, this hypnotic that you're simping for, that absolutely is a liar, and he is lying to you. And if you want to go and follow somebody with these views, that's fine, I guess, but please make it someone that doesn't out and out lie to your face. So here's what I was saying on this tweet or on this story that Hypnotic wrote. He says, he reads this. He says, in a recent post, Jaffe wrote, 95% of the gaming community is great. Most people who game are delightful, but there's a vocal minority I've had it up to here with. So this is for them. Okay. That's what he's talking about. So now I got the audio working. This is what he said.
Most people who game are delightful, but there's a vocal minority that I've had it up to here with, so this is for them. And again, I want you to realize David Jaffe is trying to call people like us the vocal minority when he gets what.
No one, Hypnotic, is talking to you. No one was talking about you. No one was talking about your community. What we were talking about, or what this tweet was about, was Colin Moriarty's Last Stand Media clip of which streamer or which podcaster over at Last Stand Media is the most hated. Is it Colin? Is it Jaffe? Is it Chris Raygun? That's what this was about. And you now are for a second time in this very short video, you are lying to your audience that for some reason is here in the chat. Why would you defend this guy? You're basically saying this was me talking about people like you. No one's thinking about your stupid fucking ass. JJD is a fan of this guy. He says, who cares if he's lying? I do. You should. You take advantage, me, of the unhinged and ill-informed for views and money. The fuck are you talking about? Give me an example. Show me where I take advantage of the unhinged and ill-informed for views and money. What have I said that has done that? You can't do it. You can't do it. But let's keep going.
What percent of the views that we get? You know what I'm saying? He's trying to say that we're the vocal minority, but the games are flopping left and right.
No one is talking about any specific game. You fucking dime store floozy mental midget of a cocksucking prick. No one is talking about games flopping. This was specifically about Last Stand Media. You fucking moron. Were you educated with a piece of toast and a rake from the garden? What is wrong with you?
And then he ends up blaming us for the reason why the games are flopping. There's a whole other video that's out there that I'll probably end up reacting to where he blames YouTubers for the reason why Dragon Age the Veilguard failed.
I blame grifters who happen to be on YouTube for one of the reasons that the game failed. But if you want to frame it as I blame YouTube, I mean, and that's no, it's not okay because you're the problem, man. And fuck Hypnotic. He's lost. He won't call in. He won't engage. He's lost. But think about it. This guy does not care about lying to you. He just wants his money. And I get it. I get it that if you like that mentality, then find somebody who treats you well. Find someone who doesn't go to Colin Moriarty. He's libertarian. He's conservative. He voted for Trump. He's all the things that you say you like in a lot of ways, but he's smart. He's educated. He doesn't lie. He walks shit back when he gets it wrong. He finds a way to communicate to people like me that are far left when I have a fact that is not right, that I've been convinced is right. He says, well, or his audience will say, well, Jaffe, actually, this is what you think, but this is what happened. And they'll send me a link. Follow those people. This guy is just a joke of a, I don't know what his job is, of a dick. I don't know. Here we go.
So you're going to blame us for the reason why the game is failing, but then you're going to say that we are a vocal minority.
No, neither of those things happened, Hypnotic. You fucking inbred hillbilly rope holding up your pants, XXX on your fucking moonshine jughead, stupid son of a bitch. Neither one of those things occurred.
How the fuck is that even possible?
It's not, because it didn't happen.
But again, let's continue. In the accompanying video, Jaffe stated, I go on those shows. Okay, so this is a recap. Let's just play the clip.
Yeah, exactly. Wait a minute. Let's be clear what your idol just did. Let's be clear what your idol just did and how stupid he thinks his audience is. Watch this. I want you to catch this. Tell me if you can catch this.
Make any sense. But again,
okay, he wants to skip past all of this stuff, right? But let me show you what all of this stuff is.
Let's continue.
Okay, in the accompanying video, he didn't write this. He's reading an article. I talk about exactly Colin Moriarty stuff. I go on those shows. I put a lot of time in, blah, blah, blah. I'd go on them for free. And I said, you know what, bitch, I'll tell you what. You want to come at me for your fucking half-baked, blah, blah, blah. This is context, even though if you go up to the top of the article that he didn't even show you, is talking about this is a Last Stand Media article. But your hero, your idol, Thwarted Geek, who decided to post this, who doesn't have the balls to actually call in. I don't have to see his face, just hear his voice. He's telling you, he's lying to you, and it doesn't seem to matter. Where did we get here? How did we get here? I'm showing it. It's black and white, man. He doesn't matter. And he doesn't care that he's lying. It's right here. It's like you don't even believe what you see. He's making a video saying Jaffe's telling you the game's failed because YouTubers and people like us. The text of the video that he's showing you says this is Jaffe talking to Colin Moriarty's Last Stand Media audience. What?
Company video. Jav stated I go on those shows. Okay, so this is a recap. Let's just play the clip so you guys have an understanding of exactly what's going down. I'm going to play the entire 1 minute clip and then we're going to talk about it. Here we go.
I go on those shows. I put in a lot of time. Don't get me wrong. They pay me. And I'd go on them for free. And I have gone on them for free, but I put a lot of time and energy into it. And I see these assholes. Yeah. You know what, bitch? I'll tell you what. You want to come at me with your fucking half-baked, barely baked opinion of the trans community, then you fucking walk half a block in my fucking shoes. I got a gay brother.
Let's be real. You don't walk half a block.
Oh, because I'm fat? Is that, well, let me make sure you can see how fat I am, you stupid fuck. Is it because I'm fat? Hypnotic, fat jokes, is that where we're at? Yeah, I'm overweight. I wish I wasn't. It sucks. I don't like being overweight. I don't have any shame around it, but it's physically uncomfortable and I'd like to live a really long time. I struggle with that. You struggle with being an asshole. There's a pill for what I got. There's a shot called Ozempic for what I got. They don't make a pill for being an asshole, unfortunately for you. That train has left the station. That was up to your parents to raise a good human. They clearly failed. And now you're just an asshole for life, I suppose. But yeah, I'm a fat guy. But you're right. Your audience, you're right. I don't walk half a block because I'm a fatty. You fucking sad, pathetic, unevolved piece of shit human. Let's continue with his magnum opus. I had a gay uncle. I have a trans son. I've been around the block as an ally with these wonderful people. You don't know shit.
I can't stand that word ally. I just skipped it. Sorry, but my mistake.
Yeah, no worries. Because why would you? Of course you can't stand the word ally. Why would you like a word that suggests you care about anybody other than yourself? Hypnotic. Why would that even be on your fucking radar? Of course you don't like the word ally.
I can't stand that word ally because we all know, and you can just tell by looking in his eyes that he's lying through his teeth. We all know the word.
Where? What am I lying about? Can you offer me one thing I've said in this video or said to you here that's a lie? You can tell it in my eyes. That's a hell of a superpower. Maybe you're fucking Superman or some such shit. I should be listening to you. Maybe I should like and subscribe. You can look in someone's eyes and tell if they're lying? Holy cow, man. You are the tits. You are the tits.
Ally is just a symbol for someone to try to avoid cancellation. That's all it.
You moron. Again, what is it? The fifth time he's lied to you guys? Or now do you know how much money I made? I have not worked a proper job since my company shut down in 2018? And trust me, I don't make a lot of money doing this show. It's all from savings and investments from God of War, Twisted Metal, working at Sony. You think I'm afraid of being canceled? By who? Who the fuck is going to cancel me? You can't cancel somebody that doesn't give a shit, you fucking single cell piece of shit. What are you fucking talking about, you moron? Yes, I'm afraid of being canceled. Oh no. Oh no, don't cancel me. Don't come for me. Don't take my YouTube account away.
It is. They try to say, hey, I'm an ally. I promise I'm an ally. But at the end of the day, we all know you're not an ally for shit. You're an enabler. That's the word that you're looking for. It's not allyship.
I wasn't looking for a word. And define enabler. What am I enabling?
It's enabling. That's what you do on a daily basis.
Your fucking half-baked, barely baked opinion of the trans community, then you fucking walk half a block in my... You know what? Let me bring in Frost. He's been waiting. He's got something to say. He's been on the internet. He's got a lot of followers. Maybe let me ask you something. Let me get this guy's putrid crap off the screen here. Frost, help me out here. Am I because I'm not I'm an old guy. I don't get the YouTube grift. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Sure.
But this guy's probably a hero, right? Hypnotic is a dude who's got it. He's got it down, correct?
I mean, not really. Of the grifter sphere, I'd say like, I don't know, B tier, C tier.
Meaning
You're
he's a
definitely talking
grifter, but
about,
he's not.
like,
But he's
of the
not very
grifter
good at it.
sphere, there's definitely an S tier, A tier. You know, I'd say like, I don't know.
But so he is a grifter, but he's not a really good one.
Not a good one, no.
Okay. So then what's up? What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I've got 2 questions for you. One relevant, one not, I guess. But
Oh, hang on. Are you I want to make sure. Are you an ally? Because Hypnotic does not like allies.
Ally?
Of anything. Are you an ally of anything?
Yeah, no, Hypnotic's a strange one because he doesn't believe in media literacy, but reads into everything. So
yeah, okay, continue. I'm sorry.
I know. As it goes, do you know what a lol cow is? You said you were old.
I've heard people use it and call me that. I want to say it's somebody that is like a streamer. They make videos and they're popular because people like to hate watch them or laugh watch at them.
Kind of, yeah. You get milked for the lols. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so yeah, no, I mean, in general, I'd hate to see it go this way. And talking from experience, because you don't know me.
I don't know you.
With Second Wind, and I had
Second Wind are the guys that were Game Informer.
No, they were Escapist.
Oh, right. Then they broke off and did Second Wind.
Yeah.
Did you? And then are you not with them anymore?
No, I left because my boss was a grifter.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. But before then, he got into the sphere.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just a rough look all around. But
let's go back to the lolcow. What's the problem with the lolcow? I mean, a lot of people laugh at everybody on the internet. I'm laughing at this Hypnotic guy.
But it's more so like I feel in you a strong desire for truth. Yeah.
Yes.
Honesty, like it almost annoys you, doesn't it? Almost to an obsessive degree. You
because it breaks my heart a little bit. So I guess it does annoy me because I genuinely like people. I genuinely like people even who disagree with me, and we don't have to all, do the same thing, have the same ideas. But when I see that level of hate and that level of, which ultimately anybody who studies psychology or even just does basic reading, hate is really just sadness. Yeah. And it's just being expressed in a way because that's the only way they can express it. And it's like, there's so much sadness and there's so much loneliness and there's so much lack of feeling of power and agency in these people's lives that I do feel sad about it, really. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm enjoying laughing at this jerk off, but I also know that fundamentally underneath there's sadness, and that makes me sad.
Sadness, player agency, glee. Like I said, I like talking to everybody, just like you do.
Yeah.
And there's some that get along, some that go in good faith, bad faith. I say this is why I put them around like B tier, C tier, is because you're not going to get much good faith. The whole point of it is to just lolcow you. Yeah,
but don't you think this guy, like, isn't there a point where he's going to go, man, what I'm doing is really like not healthy for anyone, and it's hurtful, it's harmful, and the money that he makes off this, that he's going to buy whatever he buys with it, it's like, isn't there a point where he goes, holy shit, what am I doing? Like your boss who was a grifter, did he never put 2 and 2 together and realize he was really hurting people?
No, he's still blood feuding with me to this day, even after I've moved on. But that's the thing. I can waste my time on my boss and this fella, or I can raise other people up. I used to fight it. I grew up rough, right?
Well, okay, but I want to be clear though. I just want to make my position clear on this. I'm not doing this, like, this does good for my views. This does good for my channel. Yeah. I do not expect, if I don't continue this, and I don't, this is not my main show. My main show is about my passion, which is games.
I don't just watch you for this.
Right. But, and so most of these people, like Hypnotic, he's not coming back. His fans, maybe they'll come back and then they'll get bored because, I'll get bored of it because my audience will go away that cares about this and we'll get back talking about something else. But, sure. I would love to get through to them, but here's the fun part. And I think this too, is that out of all of these people, even if 5% go, okay, I've heard about this guy. I kind of like this guy. I like what he's talking about. That's, 5% of an audience that might want to show up and talk about Silent Hill 2 or politics or whatever. That's the best I can do, is at least peel off some of them and say, hey, come hang out here sometimes. Maybe you'll like it.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. I got to ask though, right? cognitive dissonance is a hell of a thing, man. So whenever, and that seems to be right where the major disconnect comes from, where you say be nice to people and then you call, you know, like incels or something like that, even if you're right or other. And I'm also like, I know where you're coming from, I know what you mean, right?
Yep.
But at the same time, that instant disconnect of like, wait, you said be nice, but then you weren't nice, so you're just a hypocrite for everything that you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, there is fairness in that. I'm not perfect, but at the same time, like there is also a part of it. Like I said to Vera Dark yesterday on her stream, and I, you know, when I talked to her when she was live briefly, I sent her a few super chats and stuff, and she's like, "Okay, well, I'll do an interview or I'll do a conversation, but you know, I don't want to do any kind of ad hominem attacks or whatever." And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, that's fair." And I'm like, a lot of this is theater. A lot of this is entertainment for people, and there's value in that. But I always will walk it back and make it clear that most of this, the underlying context is absolutely genuine. But when I say you're a fucking moron, it's cadence, it's fun, it's jokey. It's not, I don't know Hypnotic. The guy's got clearly a successful enough channel. He's, you know, I think he's a guy who's in a lot of pain. But that said, though, you know, he's just trying to get through. Maybe this is what he found and he's able to pay for his bills and his mom. I don't fucking know what his deal is. So, you know, there's a theatrical aspect to it. But if somebody points out to me where I'm wrong, I'll absolutely give props to that and say thank you. And I was wrong. There was some stuff Trump said that I was convinced as a far left progressive Trump had said. And Colin Moriarty's audience pointed out, it's like, dude, he didn't say that. Here's a link. And I went and I looked it up. I'm like, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry about that. I'll walk it back because I was wrong about that. You know, so fundamentally my biggest goal is, I just want people to have a good time, be entertained and get along. But yeah, if you're going to be mean to me, I'm going to strike back at you. Sorry. I'm not the Dalai fucking Lama.
Yeah, so that's how it goes. I think not to say, oh, you're just holding out of touch. I think it just comes down to generation, maybe upbringing as well. Because I know exactly what you mean with the saying it's like, oh, you know, very dark, just to, not my opinion, but coming through into it. It's like, oh, you're saying lies, outright lies. Ergo, I think your audience lacks critical thinking. Ergo, the only assumption I can make as to why they're here is because you look good and you're a woman. Same thing with me. If I'm just lying, but I've got an audience, well, the assumption is they're not thinking critically, and I just sound cool. I know, like I know
and there is
well,
maybe for you, yes, to an extent, but I think there is a precedent of attractive people in the world that don't have to offer a lot and can basically offer their pretty factor, which is totally fine, by the way. I'm not belittling that. But as it relates to you, I think if you didn't offer substance or a genuine connection, your voice is great, but after 5 minutes, if you got nothing to offer, people click. Exactly. But I don't think that's the same statistically if you're talking about pretty women talking about nerd culture on the internet. I think they can coast on that or use that longer. So
yeah, no, it's a strange time, and I feel like you're gonna feel like you're always lacking context.
You're not wrong, but I appreciate you saying it, and I appreciate you offering the path you've walked. I do want to be clear though. I'm in this for because it's fun. I like debating and discussing as long as it can be honest. I will never lie. I won't lie in real life. I just don't do it. But I also think, hey, maybe, you know, I like it when somebody writes me and says, hey, you know, that stream, that thing you said, you know, I'm a gay kid or I'm a just a normal kid, but I'm getting bullied or whatever. That I liked, they don't articulate it this way, but I liked being seen. I appreciated you sticking up for us or saying something that made me feel I wasn't so alone. That's worth it for me. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
I mean, that's why I admire about your space here, is that you're, if nothing else, a man with a plan. I think that's where a lot of the divide comes from, left, right, or center, because it wasn't too long ago that I think you were on the left shit list with your God of War takes.
The left can go fuck themselves in a lot of ways. I mean, I'm progressive, but some of these people, like, you know, what bothers me is, it doesn't bother me, but it's not lost on me that I don't have a home at NeoGAF or Reset Era. Like the NeoGAF people hate me because they think I'm too far left, which I am. And the reset era hate me because I'm not following their little stupid plan for everything has to be the way we want it. And I'm like, I could out progressive those motherfuckers every day and twice on Sunday. But, you know, so yeah, people really like to paint me in a way that isn't accurate. That's okay, though. It's what you do when you put yourself in front of a camera. But I really do. Seriously, man, I appreciate you calling and sharing that, because it's not a lot of people you can talk to about this stuff. Not a lot of people have these experiences of getting, you know, just jostled around on the ocean waters of hate that is the certain parts of the internet.
And you get used to it, I guess.
Yeah.
To me, I don't mind it. I don't mind a fight. I like a good fight, but
I like a good fight too. But
maybe it's the arrogance in me, or I'd like to go to at least a middleweight, maybe a heavyweight.
Right. Well, who would be the heavyweight guy you or girl you would want to fight with?
Heavyweight. See, now I'm not saying that he is, right? But word on the street, if Grums is grifting and he's head grifter, then let's go.
I listen, I had Grums on my show about a year and a half ago before he became, I mean, he was Grums, but he wasn't this, you know.
Yeah, sure.
And you know, we had a nice conversation. I enjoyed talking to him, a fellow developer. We talked about Starfield that was about to come out. We talked about his time at Blizzard. And then he just kind of went round the bend with all this stuff. And again, I don't know if he's a grifter or he's just really a really cruel, mean person. But he's been in the business, man. He makes games. He knows good and goddamn well that there are plenty of video games out there that are making exactly what he says he wants. This narrative that make games great again. Games are fucking amazing. There are some games you may not like, but my God, if you play indie games, medium games, big budget games, there's so much content because it's become so much easier to make games that I don't know what world these people are in where they act like there's not a lot of video games to play for them.
Do you think we were spoiled? When was the best era for games for you?
I think it's now. I don't think it's about being spoiled. I think it's ill-informed. I think if all you do is turn on the PlayStation and you only go, if you buy digital at all, if that's all you buy, and you only look at that front page, or you only look at what the internet, like the big sites or the big forums tell you, it's not that you're spoiled, but if you don't go down to the AA, the indie space, if you don't try, you know, a Unicorn Overlord or a While We Wait Here or a Mouthwashing or whatever, and all you play are the big tentpole games, it's not about being spoiled. It's about being ignorant of what's actually out there. So it's kind of like eating at McDonald's only and going, there's nothing else here but McDonald's. It's like, yeah, because you won't leave McDonald's.
Yeah, but reality is local. The perspective is stronger than people's reality. And if that's all that they do play, and we're just going to them saying, well, play some other games, you shitter, they're not going to respond well to it, you know?
Oh, well, that's a different thing, though. Then that's not an issue of being spoiled. That's still an issue of the messages being poorly sent to them. And that is the fault of the game companies. Absolutely. But I do not agree that, I mean, I saw people bashing Balatro for being nominated for Game of the Year. These people never fucking played it.
Well, let's say that is almost a different tangent here. Gamers aren't a monolith, you know.
I know it, but they had never played it. And what I'm saying is, it's like, this can't be Game of the Year. It's a card game. I'm like, dude,
you could get me ranting on the Game Awards. I think you get the Game Awards you deserve, and if nothing else, the Game Awards shows it's a reflection of us as gamers. Like you said, do you think every gamer plays every game? No. So you're gonna get. No. It's like an awkward Thanksgiving reunion with the whole family, and you get those that are just like, what the fuck is this card game doing here?
Yeah. Well, I think you're a mentally healthier person than I am, because you seem to have a way to deal with the crazy. For me, I just kind of lose my shit, but I enjoy it. It's fun. And Frost, thank you, buddy. Call back anytime. Such fun talking to you. I appreciate your perspective very, very much.
All right. Take it easy.
All right. You too. He seems so much wiser than me. He's younger. I don't know what his life is. I don't like that. I like Frost a lot, but I don't like him because he's too smart. He's like an 80-year-old wise owl, but he looks like he's 29. I don't like it. Let me bring him back in. I don't like it, Frost. Oh, now he's trying to speak to me through psychic powers. He's got psychic powers now. I don't like it.
I'm muted.
I said I don't. I've decided I don't like you, Frost.
Oh, okay. Why is it?
You're too peaceful. You're too wise. For anyone, let alone somebody your age.
I'm angry.
You're always meditating. You're always meditating. It feels like you're just like floating on a cloud of chill. And I resent that because I don't have what you have.
You got to be worth my time, baby. Do you watch anime?
Yeah, I do sometimes.
Deadly Sins. You ever heard of the Deadly
No,
Sins?
no. Is it
There's,
good?
there's one guy, somebody in here who understands anime will understand the lion's sin Escanor. That's me.
Okay.
I'm
So watch that.
Too much
Where,
ego.
where do I see it? Netflix, Crunchyroll, what?
Netflix, maybe. I think is where they have it.
It's called Deadly Sins.
Deadly Sins. Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
I'll
He's
look at
got
it next
so
time we
much
talk. I will have
ego.
watched a little bit.
It's chill. Yeah.
Is he in the first episode?
No, actually. No.
All right. I'll watch a YouTube clip. All right, buddy.
Yeah,
Be well. Thanks, man.
yeah.
Very, very healthy human. That's something to shoot for. Something to shoot for. All right. Let me get some of these chats. I appreciate it. Here we go. We got Stoner Joe has been a member of the Cult Calypso. Thank you, buddy, for 19 months, man. He says, when are the Black Ops 6 tryouts? We are going up against the Last Stand Media, the Gavin and Games folks. I will let you know when we want to fill those slots. It'll be this week. And I'll let you know on Tuesday's Gavin and Games when the tryouts are. Alex has joined the Diet Soda Soldiers. Finally. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And he also dropped super chat saying, can $2 get us 2 minutes of P Turtle? No. If you guys want P Turtle as we wrap up the show, it's going to cost you $30. $30. Dustin Hadid. Hey, buddy. He says, love you, Jaffe. Keep cooking that guy, meaning hyponic or hypnotic, whatever the fuck his name is. Thank you, sir. And Rory Alderton says, Jaffe, when you sound off on people, you can make a little boxing ring bell sound to go with it. I should do that. Or I should give it to somebody in the chat. So when it's like, dude, you won. The body's getting cold. Stop. I could do that too. But yeah, hypnotic. He's got nothing. That's really his real shame, you guys. You're vibing with this guy. You're vibing with this guy. You're vibing with the lies. He won't call in, but he says to me, I mean, seriously, I want you to look at this now. I want you to look at what he puts on the screen. Don't worry, Jaffe. We'll have our discussion soon. Like, if you weren't in the right state of mind, let me ask Stoner Joe, because Stoner Joe comes in and out of the right state of mind. It's not, it wouldn't be weird for someone to look at that and think that's a threat, right? I mean, is that a threat, or am I reading into it? Right? I mean, help me with that for a minute. Is that a threat, or am I going, Jaffe, settle the fuck down. Nobody's threatening you. I'm just wondering, because it reads like that, but maybe not. Maybe not. Hello, Ravnos. Good to see you, buddy. Okay. Call Grums back. I reached out to Grums, and Grums was kind of like, man, it's too much. This was a while ago. He's like, it's too much heat right now. I'm like, all right, no worries. And then he kind of went around the bend, and I was kind of dumb. So are you wait, so you are as mad about that Senate? Are you asking me? I don't understand. Maybe you're not talking to me. I'm sorry. It does sound a little thready, right? You say I'm reading into it. I don't think it's a threat. Sounds a little thready. Stop making things up. How the fuck can anyone be as mad? Oh, I see. I'm not about this statement. Don't worry. I'm not. I'm asking. Jenna Hayes, thank you, buddy. I appreciate you calling in. Not calling in, super chatting in. Says, Jaffe, thanks for calling out Vera Dark. She constantly puts out these anti-woke crap along with Smash JT, another idiot. I miss when people just game. Thank you, bud. I'm with you. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like a fun, verbal debate. But at the same time, Jenna Hayes, it would be nice if, we could also talk about other things. I'm with you. But I do. Monday through Friday, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes Gavin and Games. That's all we talk about is games over there. Okay, he's not threatening me. Great. Totally fine. I'm just asking. I don't care. I mean, I don't care because I feel well, I'm not going to tell you why I don't care. Let's just assume I don't care. This narrator who won't call in either. Isn't that the funny thing about these cowards? He says, Jaffe, bet you like to sit on dick. Okay. Again, let's say I did. Let's just assume for the moment I do. I love to sit on cock. Okay. Is that a problem? Bio Alpha, I'm not, if you say I didn't care, why bring it up? Meaning I care if he's making a threat, but then as caring about it and discussing it with you guys, I started to realize, well, what would that look like? And then I'm like, let him make a threat because I'm not worried about it. But I still, it's still going to pop and go, wait, is this guy threatening me? It's a weird thing to think about, you know. Jaffe just fires from the hip, says Nugget. So of course he's going to put his foot in his mouth from time to time. Well, maybe. Yeah, clip it, Wayne B. I don't even know what it is. That's kind of gay, says Pixel Cat Man. If I like to sit on dick, no, my friend, that wouldn't be kind of gay. That'd be good and gay. That'd be super duper gay. How is it anything but gay? I don't understand. I don't understand. Anti-woke shit really is the most bottom of the barrel content being regurgitated all around the internet. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it too. Just a Whittle Pickle says he's 15% gay. Only on Tuesdays. It's like, up Tuesday time to get out the time to open the gay drawer and get the gay supplies out. All right. Gay as the day is long. That's right. It's not. Yeah. Vespillo says it's not gay if you say no to Diddy. There you go. Oh, you can leave comments for. Look at this. Jenna Hayes has people writing comments. Oh no! Look at you guys. So she writes. I think it's a she. She writes. Put the. You know. She constantly puts out very dark anti-woke crap, and the narrator says, "So you one of them? That's why talking shit now." Yeah, narrator, get that English language down, pin it to the ground, and make it your bitch. The only people, says Hazy, talking game in here is me. Lol, y'all delusional. Yeah, Hazy, get him. Warped Eye, thank you, buddy. Warped Eye stepped up the bar. He says, you know what, Jaffe, the fact that you sat there and owned the fact that you like a nice hot cock into your butthole means I'm going to gift a Jaffe membership. Thank you, buddy, for gifting a membership out to the world, to the Diet Soda Soul. Let's see who got it. Wouldn't it be something if the person who got the membership was hypnotic? Because it's random. I can't control who gets it. Who got that fucking membership? Let's find out. That would be the best. I'll convert to Christianity if it went to hypnotic. Okay. Let's see who got it. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Hang on. It's For the Love of Gaming. That's a great person to get it because it's a great name. Was gifted a membership by Warped Eye. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Okay. Ionic says the chat haven't been here long enough to remember the $1 billion to give a blowjob. Yes, I said I would, if you paid me $1 billion, I would suck off a hobo. You goddamn right I would. Every goddamn day of the week. Well, no, because then I need $1 billion. I need $7 billion, but you know what I'm saying? Absolutely. And so should you. Dragon Slayer says the stream turned gayer than the YMCA song. That's right. Gay it up in here, boys. All right. Who's anybody waiting? Anybody want to talk real quick before I let you go? Geo, it's Jaffe. What's going on?
Hi, Jaffe. I wonder if I'm coming through okay. Volume
you
too
are
loud.
Coming through great. Sound great.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
I thought I knew where to start before. But then you had so many great discussions.
I know, it's been a fun show. I'm glad I'm glad that you enjoyed the show. I think you enjoyed the show. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So since I don't know where to start, I guess I'll just preamble and just go from there.
Okay. Well, don't do it too long.
Yes, sir. So you're not insane, and I don't know where to start with like what you were referring to with like getting through to these people. So the short of it is we do have a genuinely well-funded misinformation push that is insane on the internet, and it is incredibly intoxicating because, and coming from a Democrat and a liberal, we got to start biting bullets or those bullets become ammo for the others. And this is how we lost the election. Just hear me out, and you can disagree if you want. But
what do you mean? What does biting bullets mean? What does that mean? You got to start biting bullets.
Oh, it means owning up to things that we otherwise would feel uncomfortable to own up to. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. So it means what? Biting bullets means what?
It means owning up to things that may be uncomfortable to own up to, even about our side.
Okay, what do you think our side needs to own up to? I want to see if I agree with you. Probably do.
Okay. Okay, we talk to white men like trash. And by we, I
Yeah.
mean the royal we. I don't
Yeah,
mean
yeah, yeah.
you.
I think that's
And
true. I think that's true.
yeah. And so all these places have to do is they wiggle a bunch of shiny keys in front of, and I'm speaking in generalities.
I
It
know.
could be white men, men in general, or it could be Christian women, yada yada, suburban women, and they just jiggle these keys and they go, I'm not going to talk to you like trash today. So anyway, let's cite a bunch of made up bullshit statistics and data about these different things, and I'll force feed it into you because everybody's in lock and step. If you notice, all these channels, they have the same views on Ukraine. They have the same views on vaccines. They have the same views on, it's kind of weird, isn't it? But they do.
Yep.
And it is coming from somewhere, and it is actually organized, and it's pretty creepy. But I don't know where to begin because the answer is kind of unappealing. And it's, well, yeah, we have to rethink how we're telling, and again, I'm just using them as an example, white men these things. For example,
I absolutely agree. I don't know if that's a revelation for people, but I think the real challenge has been that
without telling them they're pieces of crap.
Yeah, I think the real challenge has been, I mean, the left has always had a problem with this because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, and again, it's hard to say this without sounding like a dick, but I'm going to say it. But the left does have more, not smarter necessarily, but more educated people. If you literally just look at the numbers
More
of people
more institution-based people that believe in institutions.
and in that, there is a kind of training that happens where you feel that all you need are the facts to get the information across and you shouldn't have to do anything else. And it lacks the understanding of the emotional necessity to reach people where they are, if you want to reach them at all, and if they want to be reached, right? And so I agree with you. I think there is a sense of the left came to the conclusion, which was right, that there was a lot more racism still left in this country than we wanted to admit. And anyone that didn't immediately understand that or agree with that or want to make the changes at all, let alone the way they wanted to make them, were basically part of the problem. Now, are they part of the problem? Yeah, but everybody's part of the problem. Everybody's got blind spots. And I think you're right. Our side made people feel really stupid and really dumb. And we didn't reach out to them, and we deserve to lose them. Absolutely.
Well, I was recently watching a presidential address from Obama. It's years old. He was making jokes in there that would get him canceled today.
Like what? Give me one.
He was talking about, they found video footage of my birth, and he played a clip from Lion King. That's objectively funny.
Yeah, but that was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I mean, everybody takes the piss there.
But the point I want to make about this is, and I use Jon Stewart and like all these like people that were like from the Democrat Party that were legitimately, objectively cool. And we used to be able to tell this same message that we're trying to send, like the message that's also now been packaged in with the trans message, which it's just like opening up that umbrella for more inclusion. We used to be able to tell this message to people without going, you fucking idiot white dude. We used to be able to do this.
No, we didn't. Because
we did.
Give me an example, because what you're talking about.
Jon Stewart is my example to go to.
But okay. What you were really talking about, though, I believe, is, you know, there is a kind of a reckoning that hasn't really occurred, because I don't know if it just someone hasn't come along to frame it in a way that it's okay to feel like people in the country have not been treated fairly, but it's also okay to recognize the necessity to figure out how to deal with that or even acknowledge that without feeling like you personally are being called a piece of shit. I don't think Jon Stewart ever waded into the waters of, you know, we knew how to laugh with each other and not get into fights, but that was just kind of like because somebody that could have gotten into the fight was willing to go, I'm going to go along to get along. But until, you know, like after the Holocaust, the Germans had sort of I don't know if they called it a day of reckoning, but they had an educational process where everybody was kind of brought in a public school level to go, this is what happened. This is how it happened. This is not good. We
need to wipe this stuff out.
we need to kind of
the thinking.
Well, we're never going to get rid of the horrible parts of the country's past. They're there, and there are certain things we can do and certain things we can't do. But to not even want to acknowledge it and go, yeah, man, it sucks that happened, without making somebody feel. It's like, I've had so many people say, Jeff, you have white guilt. I'm like, dude, I don't have white guilt. I can acknowledge systemic racism without I feel bad about being a white guy. I don't feel bad about being a white guy.
I think our side is scared to let's just say, again, bite bullets, to talk about certain things, admit certain things, especially racial things. It's and again, like you said, you even said it, there's sects of the left that don't like Jaffe, which should tell you something, because other than roasting people online, you're a pretty chill guy. There has a lot of what the left has reminded me a lot of the puritanical Christians from the 90s. And it's got to go. I don't know how else to say it. We got to start creating better, thicker, more visible lines between us and those.
That would be great if you have any ideas. By the way, I want to tell you, this is why it's a challenging conundrum. Darth Nugget, who is a longtime member of this of the Gavin Games, says, Jaffe, you definitely have white guilt. Textbook case, actually. And then this guy under him, who I won't read his name because it's a racist thing, says, who's been accusing you of white guilt? Who told you that? Right? So, it's like, trust me, man, people accuse me of white guilt. And again, if I have white guilt, fine. It's not like, okay, but based on how I've heard it described, but that's kind of the point. The point is that it's like, could you guys stop being such fucking little sensitive babies? And could we just lay it on the table and go, you know what? America's great. And white people suffer too because of all kinds of things. And you got your own bag of hammers, but that doesn't take away other aspects that just systemically we also should deal with. It's not everything.
Smoke. I still want to be clear. You are not nuts. The other side and what's going on, they're off the wall. They're out of reality. But I don't know what to do about it. They're out of reality.
All I can do is this little stream and try to, hey, on the good news, Hypnotic donated 99 cents, so that's something. Thanks, Hypnotic, you fucking piece of shit. But maybe that's his only way, seriously, of going, you know what? Jaffe's right. Jaffe's right. Fuck it. I hate that he's right, but you're right. Let me do it in a way that I can kind of laugh it off.
I can guarantee you it's going to take a while, but hopefully, stick it out, man. In about 6 years ish, maybe 8.
Yeah.
The hypnotics of this internet world, they're going to be the jokes. This is embarrassing. We're going to look back at them and you guys are just spewing. Like Hypnotic just turns on a stream and just spews all of the funneled down Russian talking points and all of the, hey, white guy, I won't talk to you bad. And it's all the same bullshit. And we're going to laugh at it in 8 years and go, that's just as dumb as the puritanical leftists.
Wouldn't it be great if the people we could really start laughing at and attacking are the 1% that have all of us running in circles chasing each other?
Agreed.
Because it really is going to it's taken away the future of everybody's kids and everybody's grandkids. It's bad, man. These guys don't give a fuck about any of us. All they want to do is keep us angry and divided and uneducated. Come on. We can at least agree on that shit, man. All right, buddy. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for waiting, and call back anytime. It was fun to talk to you, bud.
All right, bye.
There he goes. What do we got here? We got Dragon Slayer commentaries. Thank you, buddy. He says, we went from very dark, hypnotic threats, BS on that, Jaffe, gay dick writing, love and politics mixed with white guilt. The Tangent King doesn't approve. I know. I'm sorry, buddy. But thank you for the super chat. Welcome my ADD brain. Absolutely. All right. Let me, I think we're going to wrap it. I'll bring in Kaida and then Kuristafa to wrap it up. And then I'll get the final chats in here from you guys. So, all right. Kaida, it's Jaffe. What's up, bud?
What's going on? I got some questions for you, man.
Begin, good sir. What do you want to know?
So I've seen a few of the videos, and I wanted to add. I don't have a camera on right now because I'm gaming. So I wanted to ask. So you said that people are grifters, right? People who make videos on video games that you necessarily probably just don't agree with. And then
No,
the,
I did not. Whoa. No.
I'm getting there because of
no,
the
no,
same.
but I didn't say that.
No, I'm not saying you saying that. I'm
You just
saying,
said I said that.
okay, necessarily that's what you mean because you said grifter is somebody that's that says or does something and they know that they're lying in order to get monetary gain.
That's exactly right. Yes.
And then you bring up the hypnotics, you bring up the Veridarks, you bring up all the other people who make videos who are not lying and who actually believe the stuff that they say. So how can you label them as grifters?
Because I literally, I don't know if you were watching the show when Hypnotic was on and wouldn't call in. I literally walked through his video called God of War creator David Jaffe Goes Unhinged, which is currently sitting at 16,000 views in only 3 days. So that's made him a decent amount of money. And there's about 7 lies in there. So is that not grifting? I had Vera Dark tell me on her stream or on her video that I was saying to her, I pulled out a book on the WWE that it didn't relate to what we were talking about, which was the Trump assassination. And I was like, no, it absolutely related to that because the whole part of the book I was talking about was about Trump literally being buddies with Vince McMahon, who used to run the WWE, and both of them learning how to play to an audience to get them riled up and to stage things for drama, which will get them in basically eating out of the palm of your hand. But for her, it was just some book on the WWE. So, you know, I would agree with you. Now, Asmongold, I don't watch him that much, but everything he said about my stuff, and I need to watch it again if I'm going to talk to him soon, but everything he said about my stuff, I don't agree with, but I don't think he was lying. He may have misunderstood certain things, but I need to go back and watch it. I don't know. But in those 2 cases, and specifically, we literally spent 20 minutes going through hypnotic horse shit.
Yeah,
those were lies.
I was on the stream. I saw everything that you said, and I don't think that he lied at all. All he did was read off the information given to him.
No, okay, wait a minute. Kaida, are you serious?
I'm being serious.
I'm not going to go in. Hang on. I'm not going to go into detail with each one because I already did that. But let me just hit him outline bullet point. The very first lie he's told was the video he was playing and the quote about the 95% of the game community being decent people, but the 5% of the people being the ones that are problematic and harming games. That was not what that quote was about at all. And the article that he was reading from makes it clear that that's not. He was taking that data or that concept and grafting it on to this and saying that's what my quote was about. So that's the first lie. Is that not enough? What did you think that was?
Yeah. So how was reading off what you said a lie? That's what I'm trying to get.
That would be like, okay,
gamers are wrong.
I didn't say
that's or whatever you said.
Let me ask you something. Do you consider yourself a smart person?
Obviously.
Okay. Do you understand that? In fact, let's go to the actual article. I can't believe I got to do this. You're saying that what you're pitching to me is that Hypnotic was reading what I said and giving his opinion. How can that be a lie? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. What he was reading was an article that literally says, let me go to it. I got to see who wrote this article. It's, don't go anywhere. Just bear with me because I wasn't prepared to go back to this, but I will. It is from a place called Fandom. Hang on. Fandom Pulse. Give me 1 second, man.
You can pull it up. I mean, it won't make you right.
It will make me right when it comes to this particular piece of data because there's nothing else that can be. Hang on. All right. God of War director blames YouTube grifters. Okay. So, no, that's not the one either. Where is this? Is this the one? Nope. Hang on. This might be it. Nope. My God, where's this thing? Fandom Pulse. Okay. All right, we're getting there. And they have a Twitter site. 1 second. That's what I'm going to. Sorry, fellas.
So Why you bring that up? I asked you something.
No,
So
because I want to. No, just
the
wait,
article that you're about to bring up
Please wait.
is in the video that he made. When he
wait.
was talking about what you said, he's talking about the tweet that you put out there. So if you put out 95% of gamers,
Here it is, right
is he
here, I
not
have it.
supposed to interpret that as you talking about 95% of gamers?
Okay, hang on, I got it. I think I got it. Does Fandom Pulse make me have to? Oh, read here. Okay, good. All right, 1 second, buddy. Okay. In a recent post to X, let me put this on the screen so we can all see it. Okay. Hi, I'm on the stream. You're on the stream. Okay, I think they can hear us. Okay. In a recent post to X, which they linked to, Jaffe wrote, 95% of the gaming community is great. Most people who game are delightful, but there is a vocal minority that I've had it up to here with, so this is for them. Okay. So what you are saying is he is responding to this by saying, I am talking about gamers as it relates to harming other video games because they make YouTube videos. That's what he says. Are you not saying that?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what he said in the video.
All right, let's click the recent post to X. Okay. This you can see is responding to the Last Stand Media people because it comes from, where's Colin's thing? I'll show you. You can see my screen, right?
Nah, I'm watching.
Okay. So it comes from, is this the one?
Your thing's echoing, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Hang on. Yeah. 1 sec. All right. Hang on, Kaida. I can't hear you right now, but I'll get you back in 1 sec. All right. This is where it is, right? One listener asked, who is, let me pause it so I can bring him back in. Okay. This is where it's from. One listener asked, who's the most hated member of Last Stand Media? Colin goes on, blah, 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 blah. And then this is my response, right? 95% of this community is utterly fantastic. Seriously, was a genuine joy to connect, chat with you, blah, blah, blah. So now you could say that without this context, which clearly Hypnotic's job should be to do a little fucking research to figure out what the fuck he's talking about. You could apply anything you wanted to that. But don't you think if you're going to make a whole video about someone else's video, it probably is a good idea to understand what the fuck he was talking about? But instead, what Hypnotic did was he took a statement and applied whatever the fuck he wanted to.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about general gamers. I was talking about Colin Moriarty's audience at Last Stand Media.
Your tweet says 95% of the gaming community, so it's not supposed to assume you're talking about the gaming community.
Not when you're making a video. Look, you're coming from a site called Fandom Pulse that literally says Jaffe admits to abusing his child. Maybe if your goal is to give your audience some truth and not grift, what you could do is when you see what's clearly an inflammatory statement is to actually, go, wait, what was he talking about? Right? I clearly
that tweet, and you respond to that tweet. He's responding to that tweet. That's not lying.
You're not. Okay, so what you're saying is it's not, in this case, I'll give you another lie in a minute, but in this case, it's not lying. But what it is what, just bad at his job then? So you're okay that this guy takes anything on the internet, applies anything he wants to it to make it be what he wants it to be, and that's good enough for you? Don't you think he should have gone, wait a minute, let me see what Jaffe's talking about specifically and see where this tweet originated from? Literally in this very stream. I don't know how long you've been watching. There was a tweet that this guy has been 500 days in prison after refusing to use the they, them pronouns for a kid. And at first I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on? And then I said, that seems let me do a little research before I talk about this. And I went and I researched it, and it turns out that headline's totally a lie. He's in jail for 500 days because he won't stop trespassing at the old place he used to work. So don't you think Hypnotic owes it to his fucking audience to go, you know what, fellas, if I'm going to give you the skinny and I'm going to make videos that you're going to click on and all that shit, I'm going to at least spend 5 minutes going, what the fuck is he talking about?
Jeff, you do
you don't-
understand in your tweet, you do not mention Colin Moriarty.
Yes,
Say
but
95% of the gaming community. So
Okay.
you're not supposed to assume that's what you're talking about.
if you are making a video, what I would say is no, you're supposed to go, let me see what he's talking about and let me get to the bottom of this, especially in an article that is clearly inflammatory. But you know what? Here's what I'll say. I will chalk this one up then to, let's say, not, this one's not a lie. He's just really bad at his job and he's irresponsible. Let's continue then. Okay. Because it's not.
So yeah. My main question is,
would you agree? Can we agree to agree that he's not doing his job very well, correct?
No, you can say that. No,
but you don't agree with it? You don't think he owes that to you guys?
No. Because you don't see that. No, because if I see that tweet, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. If you don't mention anything else, it's that tweet.
Yeah, but you're telling me that every time I make a tweet with the chance that you might make a story on it, I can't count on you to actually do your job, which is to actually think about, let me make sure I'm giving the audience the proper context. That's, you're saying he doesn't know that.
Think about when you say that you think 95% of the gaming community is good and the other 5 is not.
Okay, well, I was clear. Okay, I was clearly in this video that's what his thing is about, talking about Last Stand Media. But let's even for the moment assume, I still would stand by that. That's not what I said. But if you said, Jaffe, what percentage of the community is great and what is shit? I'd say probably 95 is great. 5% is shit. Okay. What's the problem with that? That's still
not supposed to react to that if they want to. So how does it make them a grifter for taking what you said and having an opinion about it?
Because he's basically he's not doing his research because are we back at the echo? Shit.
It's been echoing the whole time.
Well, hang on. All right. The reason it makes him a grifter, like I said, there's more lies in here that actually fit the definition. But in relation to this, the fact that he didn't stop, and that's what I'm saying, it just makes me go, this guy's really shitty and doesn't really have a responsibility to his audience, that he didn't say, wait, what was the impetus behind this? What was this? Don't just go off half-cocked, but fine. I will grant you he's bad at his job, but let's go into the actual lies.
Is the reason why he's having an absolute...
Oh, here's the first lie. Sorry, not the second one.
Now, it's pretty obvious that David has some skin in the game, and it's because of that is the reason why he's having an absolute melty melt right now on his particular YouTube channel. And I got to tell you, I didn't even realize that David Jaffe even did YouTube.
Okay, so this meltdown is happening. Let's get to this lie where he says why this is happening.
To be honest with you, apparently he has like 55,000 subscribers, barely gets any views on his videos. Obviously, gee, I wonder why. And he's having an absolute meltdown because people were saying that trans is a mental illness, which...
Okay, so I'm going to bring you back on now. Sorry, let me get this echo out of here. Hide this one. Okay, you back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Don't me like you sitting there thinking that I'm like I'm not making a point. You know good and goddamn well I'm convincing you, and you called in with the assumption that you were going to defend your buddy, and that's fine. But listen,
well, I didn't mean anything by the I just said
well, this guy has just now said that I'm having a meltdown because people said trans was a mental illness. Well, where's that data?
What do you mean?
How can how she was a boy, he was a girl? Can I make it any more obvious? What do you mean? What do I mean?
Are you saying what's the data suggesting that that's a mental illness?
No, what's the data to suggest the breakdown I'm apparently having is born out of me being upset that people are saying that being trans, aka gender dysphoria, is a mental illness?
Oh, I guess I would just go to the videos of you reacting, and then you probably break it down. I haven't watched the videos because.
Oh, okay, but you'll call in and defend. I see. I'm going to hang up on you now
because I asked you about grifters, and
he's lying. He is literally
terms just because they're giving opinions. That
no, you are making now. You are lying. There is no. Are you really open-minded enough to hear how you're not telling the truth right now?
Because I gave you the example of a person giving an opinion on something on the internet that does not make them a liar or a grifter. That makes them.
I agree.
So what are you talking about,
buddy? Come on, man. You're the future. You sound younger than me. I literally said that that a grifter will lie to make money. Okay. I conceded that this lie I was showing you may not be a lie. It just may be him being bad at his job, at which case, yes, that doesn't check the box for grifter. So then I said, don't worry. The video is loaded with 4 or 5 or 6 other ones. Here's another one. He's saying that this particular quote meltdown was born on the back of the idea that I feel that people are saying trans is a mental illness. There is no evidence of that because I'm not having a meltdown. There are people that say gender dysphoria is a mental illness. My son, who's a trans man, says there may be some truth to that. We don't know. Science doesn't know. So where is Hypnotic's evidence that this is based on that reason that he's saying I'm having a meltdown?
In the video, does he mention it? Or
No,
does
he just says it and goes on. He has an agenda. He has a perception.
I can see your point.
Of course you can see my point. And then more importantly, sir, I've also said, like, I didn't watch Asmongold stuff on my stuff, but what I skimmed through, I didn't call
to that point. If he
wait,
did
let me finish. I didn't wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Not say that.
Okay, let's take your point first. So what were you saying?
I'm saying if he did watch a video where you happen to break down if with this relating to transgender issues or not, and you being upset about that, is he able to say that you did break down about that?
He would be able to say, assume he has every right to class. I'm not going to argue with him that that's not officially a meltdown. Let's assume for the moment that this is a meltdown. Okay, it's not, but I'll grant him that. Okay. He's able to say, hey, Jaffe's having a meltdown, and he can lie if he wants, which is what he's doing, and say this meltdown was caused because people were saying that being trans is a mental illness. But it's an absolute lie, because that's not what any of this is about. Even if you do go back to those tweets where he should have gone, but he didn't, but that's not a lie. That's just ignorance and bad at his job. There's no evidence of that. I've never said that. I've never been upset if somebody said, I've said if they're being jerks to someone, but that's a different, I'm mad you're being a jerk. Not that you're saying there is a study that says right now it may be that. We don't know.
Well, I'm not going to talk about gender politics right here because that would be
yeah. I'm not going to talk. Trust me, you're not the guy I want on to talk about that because you clearly don't have the data. But
no, I just
anyway,
don't care too much about the topic.
All right. Well, that's fair. All right, buddy. Thanks for the call. There he goes. All right. I think we got Hypnotic coming in. Hypnotic, defend yourself. Go.
Just an FYI, my voice is shot.
I don't give a shit. Go.
Well,
your reputation is shot, my friend.
Why is my reputation shot?
Because you're a liar, man. You're telling me you're not.
Let me square myself out on your screen so I look.
Oh yeah, let's make sure. Yeah, that's the biggest problem is your avatar isn't square on my screen. Let's get that working out.
So how come you got caught in a lie and you decided to just run away from it and dance around it in chat just now?
What was the lie I got caught in?
Because you said that I was lying and I was grifting, and you tried to utilize the first thing in my video as a lie, which ended up not being a lie. It ended up being my opinion. Then you say, well, I guess you just bad at my job. Yeah, I guess me taking your tweet at face value was probably not the smartest thing to do.
No,
so should I not take your tweets at face value from here on out?
Okay, so let's work through this. So
no, I mean just answer the question first, and then
I'm not. No, you're not. You sit the fuck down for a moment. We'll have a conversation. We will have
already.
We will have a conversation.
I can't stand up.
We will have great. Nobody cares. We'll have a conversation, but we'll have a real conversation.
Well, we can have a real conversation.
Oh my God. I'm going to answer it, but I'm not going to answer a question.
Are we allowed to curse on the stream, by the way? I'm sorry.
I don't really ask permission for anything, nor should you. Clearly, you don't when it comes to lying about people. So you do what you want to do.
Well, you just admitted that I don't lie because you said I lied, and then you admitted that
I'm sorry. I admitted that you don't lie.
You just did that.
I admitted that.
You just admitted to Kata that I didn't
listen,
lie.
buddy. I'm glad you're calling in. I appreciate it. But if you're gonna do this, I'm not gonna keep you on the show. I want to have a real conversation with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, David.
Thank you. So the thing we were talking about, which was me doing the tweet about 95%, I did 2 tweets for this. I did one specifically for Colin, and I did a copy paste with a little adjustment because people wouldn't know. And so when I realized I did that on this stream and that these guys were quoting that tweet, not the Colin tweet, I'm like, you know what? I get how that wouldn't have been clear. Okay. So what I said then was, when you're looking at basically what is a tabloid rag on the internet, where the headline is David Jaffe admits to abusing his child, my guess would be, if you care about being honest with your audience, you'd say, this is pretty inflammatory stuff. Let me go look into this tweet before I make a fucking 10-minute video on it. But that said, I will acquiesce. I will agree with you that it's quite possible that was not a lie. That was just you not being very good at your job. Okay. But then I said, but don't worry about it. This other guy who called in, I've got other lies. Let's take the one that we were just talking about. I was talking about this guy with, where you say that this meltdown is born off the back of me saying I'm upset or whatever it is, that I'm mad that people are saying being trans is a mental illness.
Yeah, that's my opinion of you. Yeah.
No, that's not an opinion. You're saying
that's my opinion. I'm absolutely allowed to have it.
You are absolutely allowed to have it. But what and you are also allowed to lie, by the way. But what you're not going to do is get away scot-free when someone calls you on it, and you can say, oh, that's my opinion. That's fine. That's your opinion. But
we're gonna have a very varying difference in trans ideology. I mean, that's pretty
not
obvious.
about that.
When I was talking about that in the video.
No, and you should be ashamed. You really should be ashamed of yourself. You really fucking should. Why? Because what you're doing, you can have a difference in trans ideology all you want with me. That's fine. There's no problem with that. Everybody has different,
You sure about that?
Absolutely. I don't agree with it. And if you want to put
like it's fine.
I don't agree with it. And if you want to put policy in place that will harm trans people, I will have a problem with it. And if you are mean to people just because they're trans, I'll have a problem with it.
What policy is going to harm trans people?
I don't know. How about the fact that let's stay on this first. I'll give you that, but let's stay on this first.
Okay.
So, but you should be ashamed of yourself, because you're basically seeding this narrative that you can't back up with evidence. So you said that this was born out of Jaffe being upset that people saying trans is a mental illness. Now, there's no evidence.
Can I ask a real quick
question?
question?
Wait a minute. No, can I finish this point, please?
Well, it's just relevant to what you just
said.
said.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My confusion is that you're getting angry that I didn't look deeper into a tweet, right? And you're saying that I lied knowingly or whatever the case may be.
Those two different things.
Okay. But my thing is, you knowingly lied about my first statement in my video. You admitted that it was a lie. You said that I was lying when in fact I wasn't lying. So you're mad at me for something you literally just did about my video earlier in the stream? And
No, because here's the
hour melting down over it for?
Nope. Would you like me to answer this now?
Yes, of course, please.
Okay. So I spent an hour going over numerous lies in your video, but the moment I realized, when I looked at this with that other caller, that the tweet you were looking at was not the tweet I thought it was, because I had one for Colin and one for everyone else, that I retweeted one and I posted one. I walked back my accusation. I said, oh, you know what? He wasn't lying here. You were not lying here. I think you were being irresponsible with your job, because when you have what's clearly an inflammatory article with an agenda that doesn't clearly really care about being right or wrong, they just want clicks.
But wouldn't that make you irresponsible at your job too?
And I walked it back. I said, I'm sorry. I'll say, I'm sorry, Hypnotic. Out of the numerous lies in this video, that isn't one of them. I was wrong about that. I do think it still paints you as really bad at your job, but you were not lying about that. And that's my bad.
Well, what's my job? I'm not a journalist, so I'm just like, what's my job?
I don't know. Do you think you owe it to your audience to do more than just entertain by spewing hateful horseshit? Or do you think part of what they come to, do you think part of what they come to you for is a sense of truth, or just to parrot back ideas that they agree with, even if you can't really lock down where those ideas
most people who watch me know that I'm just simply giving my opinion, and a lot of my audience disagrees on a lot of the shit
they may agree, but okay, so you agree though. You have okay, so let me ask you, because I walked back a lie because I was wrong. I appreciate you pointing it out, or the other guy pointing it out. But let's take the other one. Are you telling me you can show me evidence where this tweet or this video that the tweet is about is born out of the idea of me seeing
my guy, it's my opinion about you.
Oh, okay.
It's not a fucking it's not a table of like content or something like that.
Okay, so what you're saying, so what you're saying is the more correct statement, or the correct statement is, I think Jaffe's fucking losing it, because I get the sense he's really upset. Somebody may have said something like, hey man, trans stuff is a mental illness, and he's pissed. And I think he went to the internet half-cocked, didn't think about it, and made this video.
That's what I
That's
said.
not what you said.
I said you clearly have skin in the game.
That is not what you said. I will. Would you like me to play?
Over this
Listen,
video?
listen. Your ego is going to harm you down the road, buddy. It
What are you
really
talking about?
is.
You're crazy if you're calling me.
Okay, I'm going to hang up on you now because you don't really want to engage in a conversation with me. That's your
You
problem.
don't want me to fire back at you. That's the problem. What are you
You're
gonna hang
not
up on me,
firing
12?
back by basically when I tell you that you're lying about
We're
something.
having an open conversation. I don't understand the need to want to threaten to hang up on someone.
Because what's the point? It's like having a conversation with the Joker. You're not going to actually.
I take that as a compliment. Joker's
Well, that says all you need to say. I literally came to you, and when you pointed out the data, I said, "Oh, you're right." And again, I'll say it again. Hypnotic, I'm sorry. You were not lying.
I want
there.
you to say free.
I don't care what you want. I'm saying I'm sorry because I take this seriously.
You don't.
Okay, because why? What evidence do you have that I don't take it seriously?
Because you clearly lied in the beginning. You don't take it seriously. It's okay. You want to paint us as evil grifters. I get it.
You are a grifter. You're not evil. You're probably sad and misguided.
How am I conning people for profit? Please explain that to me. How?
Your videos speak to a perception that people believe without having a lot of evidence to believe it. And in perpetuating that without actually doing the work to go, you know what, if I just dug a little bit before putting this poison out there, I would realize that, you know what, I'm not really telling people what's accurate, but I'm going to take money anyway because it gets me good views. That's how your
my channel account for like 2% of my revenue.
Who gives a shit? You're still making money off it. Then take the video down and make
money off of this, and you got caught lying about me. So what are you doing?
And I apologize. People make mistakes.
Made money off it.
I apologized, and people make mistakes.
You still made money off it. So it's just like, what
you are not good.
Really trying to do here?
I am trying to move the conversation on to where you actually did lie, and I'm trying for you to point out to me that I'm wrong about those cases, because the first case you pointed it out, and I'm like, oh, you're right, I was wrong. How about this one? Point this one out, because when I tried to point it out, you say, oh, well, that was just an opinion. And I'm like, well, you didn't frame it as an opinion. You said Jaffe's melting down because this.
Are you going to show me something, or are you asking me something?
It's your video. You want to see it again?
I don't mean to cough in the camera. In the mic. Okay. Sorry.
I have bigger problems. Yeah. Let me mute you so there's no echo.
Are you just? Is the problem that I said that because you have skin in the game and
no,
because you have a trans child, that I feel like this is probably influencing the melty melt? Is that
no? So
what's the issue then?
Well, how many times do I need to tell you the issue? There's a lot of lies in here. The lie we're talking about right now is
lies. Let's just get through them.
I did, but you're saying, oh, well, that's not a lie. That's just my opinion.
That's what I'm telling you. You're not taking the answer. So let's get to the next lie, and then maybe we can.
Why would I do that? Why would I even continue this if you're basically? I'm literally showing
if you need analytical data for every single opinion, then where is your analytical data about very dark streaming status, or where is your analytical data over you calling me broke in the chat earlier? Where is your analytical data for anything you've ever said? You don't have any. So you're allowed to have an opinion, but we can't have an opinion. That makes us grifters.
Would you like me to show you the Veridart comment? The Veridart comment was clearly presented.
I asked you, do you need analytical data for any comment that you make, every single comment that you make?
If I make this is not going to go well for you unless
it's not going well for you. I'm asking
unless you define going well as appealing to idiots. I'm trying to explain to you your poor argument.
The analytical data that my viewers are idiots?
Dude, your viewer, listen to me for a moment. Just please shut up for fucking 5 seconds.
You got it. Go ahead, brother. I got to drink water anyway. Go ahead.
Good. I'm glad you can make use of the time. What I am saying to you, hello, Mike McGee. What I'm saying to you is that you not being willing. Oh, no. Let me go back to your point about Veridart. Veridart, you say, Jaffe, you can have an opinion and it's an opinion, but I have an opinion and you call it a lie. When you go back and look at that Veridart clip, I always, for legal reasons, but also because I want to make myself clear, when an opinion is an opinion, you'll find words like I think this, or I don't know, but from what I've seen.
Yeah, I know. I get it. It's like what journalists do. Yeah.
Yeah. So you going, hey guys, he's having a breakdown because X, but you have no evidence for X, doesn't sound like you're sharing an opinion. It sounds like you're going, I have some information, guys. I've read this article. is clear that you're not going, this is just an opinion piece. If you look, I'll tell you what.
I have a table of evidence mounted.
Let me ask you a question. Every time you make a video, is it fair for your audience to assume, even if you don't say it or otherwise, that some of the stuff you say is just opinion and some of the stuff that you say is based on fact, but you're not going to make it clear which is which? That's a fair statement about your channel, correct?
Unless I showcase information on screen that I'm actually like trying to relay specifically as fact.
Well, how would I know that? You're showing information on screen here.
Perfect example. So when I'm talking about, let's say, concurrent game numbers, right? Let's say, I don't know, I'm talking about Star Wars Outlaws, for example, right? If I utilize, excuse me, SteamDB, right?
Yeah.
And I talk about the numbers, obviously it's on screen, right? It's a fact. I can talk about it. But if I'm talking about someone's tweet, I'm giving my opinion on their tweet. That's just my opinion on their tweet.
Right, but you're giving an opinion on an article with a headline that's inflammatory. So the fact that you're giving an opinion on what's on screen,
Can I focus on the inflammatory nature of the headline?
Well, can I assume that everything in this article you would agree with?
You shouldn't assume. It makes an ass out of yourself and me.
Okay, so then let's take it. So where it says I abuse my kid, do you think I abuse my kid?
Partially, yeah, I do. I think
Okay,
it's
but you think there you go. That's the word. I think. Perfect. That's excellent. Do I abuse my kid, or do you think I abuse my kid?
I think you do.
Okay, perfect. That's how. Now we're getting there. Perfect. Fine. That's fine.
Way, yeah, for sure.
Totally fine.
But that's because I disagree. Like I said, with trans.
Totally fine. You have that right, and I support your right to have a view that I think is stupid. But that's totally fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So all of this article, though, you want me to say it's my job as a viewer to know when you are putting stuff on screen that is meant to be a fact and when something's meant to be an opinion. Correct?
It's not my job to police my viewers.
I'm not asking you to police them. I'm saying, do you think your viewers? I don't want you to police them. I'm asking you, when you make content, do you assume
my content is my opinion? Yeah, it always is.
Okay, so sometimes it's going to be based on what you think is a fact, and sometimes it's going to be based on opinion. But you're not going to worry about framing it as either. You're going to let your audience make up their own minds.
Well, yeah, my audience always makes up their own minds.
Okay,
I never tell
excellent.
them what to think. But when I talk about,
and here's what I'll say, Hypnotic. You and I, you're not a grifter. You're just really bad at your job. I think you're a liar, and thus I think you're a grifter. And I don't think you really care about the responsibility you have.
How can you say I'm not a grifter and then say you think I'm a grifter?
Well, I'm saying it because I want to be done with the conversation. Because anything I say,
done with the conversation?
Because it's no, we're not just talking. I'm tired. I've been doing this for almost 5 hours, and ultimately, what's the point? You and some of your audience, not all, I've peeled a few of them off, which makes me happy. Job well done, Jaffe. Job well done, mods. But the fact of the matter is, Hypnotic, you and some of your viewers seem to think that anything that is brought up to you as a lie, that you can just file away as, well, that was an opinion. Well, that wasn't a lie. That was an opinion. This is, what can I do with that? I can't have, what's the point?
Well,
it's like arguing with the fucking addict.
But it's the same thing you do.
It's not. I literally was told I was lying.
You give your opinions all the time, and
I'm sorry. How is that
objectively wrong all the time?
Well, show me where I'm objectively wrong, other than the lie that I thought was a lie that turns out wasn't a lie, and I apologized for. Tell me another one. I'm objectively wrong. Show me. Give me an example.
This entire stream has you been melting
down? No. Give me a specific example. It's only been a 4-hour stream.
Your mic cut out. What'd you say?
It's only a 4-hour stream. We're just talking. So give me something. You got to have at least one example of an objective lie I've made.
Every time you insulted me. That's an objective lie. I can objectively think.
Please be specific. I was broke. You were broke?
Yeah.
Well, I think somebody in the chat said you were broke and I read it. I don't know if you're broke or not.
Now it's the chat's problem.
I can find you the chat link if you'd like, where the guy said it and I was reading it. Why would I come at you for being broke? That's not an insult to me. I was raised with no money.
There's been quite a bit of insults thrown.
I will insult you all day long because I think you're a moron, but I'm not going to insult you because you're broke. There's nothing to be ashamed about that. I don't have the time for that. There's a long thing, but give me another. This chat you said has been filled with examples of me being objectively.
You haven't gone over every lie that you have made about me, so why would I?
Could you give me
lie about you?
Give me one. Let me get you.
Keep having the conversation.
Oh, buddy, you are in. Your audience won't care. Your audience won't care because they like you. They're here for you, and that's great. It's great to have loyal friends. I get it. But the fact of the matter is, man, if you want to accuse me of lying about you, when you say I lied, I was wrong. I will mess up sometimes. It's hard doing this job. You should at least know that. You're not going to get it right.
Well, there's many times I've admitted that I was wrong in
Okay.
videos.
So in
Many
this
times.
case, you're saying, hey, Jaffe, I think that you are your whole 4.5 hour stream has been lies. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Give me one.
Something factually wrong. Like if I claim something was fact,
Okay,
and
but
I got it wrong,
no, don't change the subject.
that's
Give me
something
one of the lies you think I made.
I gave you one already. Now you're asking for a second. How many are you going to want before you get
I'm,
at?
I'm hanging up on you, buddy. I can't do it with these people. I mean, I'm sorry. There is such a desire not to be proven wrong that you really just you dance around it. I said I was wrong. You were right. By the way, Hypnotic, I was wrong about that. I'm sorry. I still think it's a bad look for you, but there's plenty of lies in here that I've pointed out. And instead you come back at me and say, well, Jaffe, you know, it was opinion. Okay. Well, Jaffe, you lies. Okay. Give me one. Well, what about the first one? The one I just apologized for and said, yeah, you were right about that. Give me another one. You said the whole stream was filled with them. And then you start dancing around it. I don't have time for you, buddy. Get smarter. Call back. Hypnotic says, you lost, Jaffe. Good game. You know what? The problem with that, Hypnotic, and thank you for the money, is it's not a game. Listen, I want you to seriously think about this for a minute. I don't know how big your audience is. It's bigger than mine. You got 71,000 people. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of fucking people. You know, the stuff you say matters. It affects people. Imagine there's some fucking, you know, trans kid watching this, or gay kid, or just nerd kid that gets picked on watching this. And you choose to not think about what you're putting out there. You can have your views of the trans community or of what it means and all that, and that's fine. Although I could probably dissuade you of them with facts if you were open-minded enough. But my God, man, you're just putting shit out there, and it's really fucking not healthy for the world. You do what you want to do. All right, listen to this, man. Dispooch says, at least Hypnotic has an audience. Yeah, of morons. You haven't been relevant in the industry in 15 years and have never been relevant on YouTube. You has been. Why do you listen, you fucking idiot? First off, thank you for the money. Second off, Das Pooch, your generation, I assume you're younger than me, has this obsession with relevancy. And maybe that's because you haven't done anything with your life yet worth like celebrating or something. I mean, I've done so much that even if I wasn't relevant, it wouldn't bother me. But your generation really seems like that's currency. Or if somebody gets ratioed, it's like, get ratioed, you old fuck. That's currency. And I understand it, like intellectually, I get that that's important to you. So I guess job well done with your burn on me or something. But I'm 53. I made enough money doing what I love doing that now I can do something that I don't make a lot of money at that I also love doing. How is that a bad thing? But if it is for you, that's fine. That's fine. All right, let me go on. Thank you for the super chat, though. Stoner Joe, thank you, buddy. He says, only the turtle named P can bring stability and order to this stream. Thank you, buddy. Jason, thank you, buddy. He says, his viewers there have own opinions. We all have the same opinion about gaming. Okay, cool. Stoner Joe says, P Turtle, thank you, buddy. Okay, there we go. All right, well, fellas, look. Let me make sure. Let me get Mike McGeehee on real quick. These are the last two calls I'm going to take. Mike McGeehee and then Kuristafa to wrap it up. And then I will be back tomorrow morning doing a Gabbin' and Games pre-show. And then I'll be back in the afternoon doing a proper Gabbin' and Games. And then we'll go from there. We'll see what happens next. But in the meantime, who do we got? We got Mike McGeehee. How are you, sir?
Hey, Jaffe, how's it going?
Very, very good. I know
the new
in the comments.
Streamlabs look. This is first time calling in seeing this. It's
good.
It's a nice change from before. It's not nearly as I don't know. It's not as busy. It works better. It's smoother. I like it.
All right. Well, thank you. Well, before you get into it, and without giving any information, because I don't want to give any information out, but can I ask how you're feeling? How are you doing?
I'm okay. Still working on the walking bit, but it's getting better. Things are going well. I'm on the mend. I'm mostly recovered, so thank you.
Very glad, very glad. Now, I noticed in some comments, you're like, Jaffe, you're all cranky these days. I don't like it. I don't like it. What's up with that comment?
Well, so you did say at the beginning of the show, and I've been kind of in and out on this one. I watched most of your content.
Thank
that
you.
You said, yeah, you're getting more views as of the last couple of shows, and you want to give the viewers what they want. You want to be successful. It all makes sense, and I don't know. I'm just of the mindset that I believe in a lot of things that you do politically and game wise, and I just, I'm about to be 39, and life's tough enough day to day. And some people, it just seems like some people they love their drama. And
They do.
I don't.
Everybody does. It's Gladiator, man. It's Chicago with Billy Flynn singing Razzle Dazzle. It's what it is. I mean, but the difference is though, I hear you, right?
Yeah.
But I like to think, even with this jackass I just talked to, this hypnotic guy, I like to think that most people are good and most people are just trying to get through the night and have a good time while they're here. And I like the fact that sometimes I can find either one that I build or they build. We can kind of make a little bit of a bridge and go, we don't have to agree, but we don't have to hate each other.
Yeah.
I like getting into it because of that. But at the same time, that's also why I split the shows. And so if you come to Gabbin' and Games tomorrow, we're not dealing with any of this stuff. I'm gonna make it subscriber only chat, or if that gets bad, member only chat. Not that I want to do that, but I'm not interested in having this drama there. I'll tell you, like right now, I'm thinking about tomorrow. There's just some interesting shit going on in games right now about Riot Games saying that anything you do on social media, even if it's out of our games, is a bannable offense. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the Game of the Year nominations as it relates now to things like Stalker 2, or people are slowly discovering this game mouthwashing, and suddenly it's like, wait a minute, are we having these nominations too soon? Because good and goddamn well people won't be remembering these games later. So we'll get into games tomorrow, I absolutely promise, and that's what that show is, and that's why I've split them apart like conjoined goddamn twins.
I got you. Well, I appreciate that. And, you got to do what makes you happy. And I know that you appreciate a good debate. I think, and I think what happened with me is a part of me, opinions matter. What people say matters. Voting with your wallet matters. But let's be for real, man. Like, Trump's going to be our president pretty soon. And the stuff that I'm hearing is just horrific.
Well, I'm trying to, I don't know what to believe, because there is a lot of hyperbole on both sides, and it's very difficult to know really. Like my personal take on Donald Trump is, I don't think the man gives a fuck about being president. I don't think he really is interested in governing. I don't think he cares about making people's lives better, but we'll see. We'll fucking see.
Well, it's a celebrity cabinet, and I'm really concerned about that.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, they voted, they got what they wanted, they won the election. You don't see my side going, "Oh, you stole it." They might have, but I don't have any evidence of it. So as much as I wish I had evidence, I don't have it. And so if that's what America wants, then that's what America wants, and we'll have to see what happens.
I think that's what happened. You know how it's like, we believe in the vote, right? Like, we know what happened, we don't challenge it. That's kind of what happens with me when I look at this show, and like anything to do with like trans or like just any kind of bullshit right now. It's just kind of like, man, Trump won. Things are the way they are, and I'm just tired, man. Like, I get it, but
I get that you're tired. But what I will tell you is, like, it's always the losing party's job to be the opposition. Right.
But
and so, like, if you look at comedians, I don't consider myself a comedian at all, but when you look at people who comment on the culture, when we just lost an election, it was heartbreaking for people on my side. There's a lot of fear around what this guy and his cabinet's going to do. You see it even in the chat, the spiritedness, but then you also have to open your mind and recognize that they will tell you that we feel you guys have been mean to us. Right? And I can't deny what they consider a reality. So the question is, that's why I'm starting to go, this is really somebody's grift of keeping us mad at each other. But even, and some of it's just lack of intelligence, right? So what did I, let me ask you, Michael McGehee, what did I just say to you? I said, let me ask you, Michael, do I consider myself a comedian?
No, you don't.
Because what did I just say?
You said that you just want to bring up the facts and,
right, and
have a conversation.
But I said I don't consider myself a comedian, right?
Right.
So this guy in the chat, Michael Sean Reyes, says, "Oh, you're a comedian. All right. What do I do?"
I think part of that is the chat comes in a little slower than what we're talking.
But I didn't say it. I said I wasn't a comedian.
It's true. Yeah, I don't know. But see, that's the thing. You can't change people that are diehards. You can't. I have yet to change anybody's mind on pretty much anything, and it's just like, okay, you feel the way you feel, I feel the way I feel.
Right.
It's like So I'll give you a good example, and I don't want to get on this too much, because I actually called to ask about a game suggestion.
Okay.
But I remember when I used to watch Kind of Funny religiously, like I do with you now, when it was the Colin and Greg Kind of Funny stuff. They're kind of back and forth, and just the chemistry was really great. I loved that. And we were of a similar age. They were a little bit older than me. I think Greg's like a year or two older than me. Or not Greg, Colin's about a year or two older than me. But similar ages, and I vibed with it. And but like you said, you don't have to agree with everything. But you were on the show with them. And I remember, and of course, you always say, let's do the playback. Well, you said, what about this, 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 and this? And Colin said, and he said it just normal plain as day. I don't think that stuff happened.
Okay.
And it's just like, it did happen. Books have been written about it. Videos have been put out about it. Articles have been, like, the things that, like, I don't think those things happen. Like, so what I'm saying is, for whatever reason, even when it's just plain as day, right in your face, people just are going to feel the way they're going to feel. And it's important to have conversations about these things. But when I come to your show, it's like a show like this. You're not going to have somebody going, "Oh, I get what you're saying." Like, it's going to be just back and forth.
Well,
you defending yourself.
I'll be honest. The best I can do is like, and I'm an old guy, so like, Bruce Willis. Back when Bruce Willis was Bruce Willis, he made action movies, but he also really liked to play the harmonica and lead sing in a band. Okay. And nobody wants to fucking see Bruce Willis lead sing in a band, but he did it. Right. So what I'll tell you is, like I said, if you see a stamp that says the Jaffe stream, this is kind of the show. It's not always this, because this will blow over. We'll talk about something else. But when you
just don't stress yourself out too much about it.
Yeah. Oh no. This is fun. I enjoy this. I've always loved this stuff. But when you see Gabbing and Games, come on in. The water's fine. We're going to be talking. We may disagree on things, and we may get into heated arguments about the art form, but that's what that's going to be about. So, all right, buddy, be well. I'm glad you're on the
Quick question. I did a call for something.
Yes.
So this is unrelated. I wanted to take the tone down a little bit, and I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say, but I still want to ask anyways.
Okay.
So I got the last, not Black Ops 2, but the one that came out before it, Modern Warfare 3 or 4, whatever, the one that came out a year ago.
Oh, Modern Warfare 3.
I got that.
Yeah. Yep.
And I was like, okay, I wasn't too crazy about it. And I'm a Call of Duty person. I would say I'm like a 7 out of 10, maybe a 6 out of 10 on that. I'm not a fanatic, but I enjoy it. But I was like, okay, got in there. Couldn't really figure out the layout. It was really complex. And then I hear about Black Ops 2 coming out. And I'm curious. So should I, and funds are kind of limited right now. Mm-hmm. So between now and December, I'm going to do these 3 things. And I'm trying to figure out which I should do first.
Okay.
Did I either A, get Astro Bot, because I loved Ratchet and Clank. I loved all of those.
Okay.
In fact, The Crack in Time is one of my favorite games. I think you should still play that if you haven't. Mm-hmm. So did I get Gastrobot? Should I get get Black Ops 2? Or C, should I re-up or resubscribe to PS Plus? Which one should I do first?
What do you game on? Do you have a PC or
PS5?
Anything? Okay, so you don't have an Xbox or a PC.
I do have a PC. I'm wanting to get a gaming one, but no, mine is it's for productivity. So it's I don't have like a high GPU and all that.
Got it. Okay, so if you like the Black Ops, you probably like the multiplayer, which means you probably, even though streaming's fine, it's I wouldn't stream multiplayer if that's the main reason you're getting it, even though it's probably fine depending on where you live. So If you're talking,
I like the single player too. So, and I heard that's really
okay.
good.
Well, here's what if it were me and money was tight, here's what I would do. I would first do a 1-day pass, and check and see if you are getting really good connection on GeForce Now. Because anytime I can play a game on GeForce Now, that is my go-to, because I can turn everything up to the highest graphic fidelity and I have zero problem. There's no downloading. It's delightful. My stock.
But I have to buy the game regardless, and then I have to pay what, $20 a month for the ability to use the service.
Maybe. So here's what I was going to say though. So, and again, you can do a test. You can even go on GeForce Now on your PC and just run a test by making an account. You don't even have to spend any money. Just see, hey, it'll rate your setup and go, we think this is going to be good enough for you or whatever. Right. So that'll cost you nothing. And then if it turns out that's good or good enough for you, I would say, like right now they're back. Game Pass for the next like 6 months or 6 weeks is doing that $1 Game Pass Ultimate. For PC, so you can get it, I believe, for $1, right? So at that point, you could stream all of this stuff, not just Call of Duty, but Indiana Jones is coming out, Stalker's great. You can stream all that off GeForce Now or off the cloud, but I don't like xCloud streaming that much, but it's fine. And then you're saving money and you're getting a lot more options. But if you really want to invest in an individual game, what I will tell you is Black Ops 6, the new one, is fucking awesome. The multiplayer is really, really good. I don't like the maps, believe it or not, as much as Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer, but I think the gameplay is great. The campaign has a little too much stealth for me, but I still really, really like it. Astrobot,
did you beat it, Astro?
No. So I didn't feel Astrobot and Rift Apart were as close as I wanted them to be. Rift Apart to me was more of a real, genuine 3D platformer, more like Banjo-Kazooie, or not as big as that, but it had a lot more of a sense of freedom and playing around with options. Astrobot is pretty much like it's not as basic as, it's just an obstacle course. The levels are more open than that, but it is very much more like a wide open, more akin to Crash Bandicoot, the old Crash Bandicoots, than Ratchet. So it's still great. I don't like it because it's very platformery, and I don't think Ratchet is a platformer, but it's not like one of those skill-based platformers. I think this is more, it's not like hard, but it's, it's more about the gameplay versus the experience that I think Ratchet does that better. So depending on what you're in the mood for is what I would say.
Okay. Well, hey,
but they're both, you can't go wrong. I mean, they're both excellent games, the best games of the year, top 10 easy. Just depends on what you like. But I would try the GeForce Now test, and then I would, if that, pleases you and you can afford that for a month or 2 months or a year, whatever, I would get that. And then I would get Game Pass because you're going to have a lot more options.
Okay. Well, hey, do a favor for a longtime pal of the show, as we're talking as friends do. Check out, go to PS Premium. Or go back to your PS2, whatever you need to do. And I've been beating this drum for a while. Play a Crack in Time for an hour. Just play Ratchet & Clank Crack in Time for an hour and see if because the mechanics are different, the things they're doing are different. It is better than the new Ratchet & Clank that
is
came out on PS5.
The PS3 one?
I think it's it is PS3, not PS2.
What was the one that had the spaceship that you could fly in, or did they all have that? There
was
one
that Nexus? I get them confused.
There's Ratchet, Going Commando, Up Your Arsenal, Deadlock. It might have been Tools of Destruction, but you want me to play which one?
Crack in Time.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give it a play. I don't know what I think.
It has time elements that are unique that I have not experienced anywhere else before. Now, I don't play as many games as you do, but you might go, that's kind of cool. I'll
give it a thanks, buddy. All right, I'll talk to you better, or sounds like you're feeling great. That's good. All right, see you soon. All right, let me wrap it up. Let me get some super chats, which I appreciate, fellas. Of course, Zenark, thank you for that big super chat. He says, the classic drifter escape move from Hypnotic. It's just my opinion, or I'm just asking questions to dodge accountability. Avoid evidence-based debate and manipulate the audience in defending them against criticism. I agree, Zan. I agree. My brain checked out an hour ago, says that guy. Thank you for the ducats. Good show. Thank you, bud. Stoner Joe says, sorry for causing the Trump. Oh, come on. I'm not reading that, but thank you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat and support and being part of our community. I'm not saying that word, but I appreciate it. Good Sir Taxian says, Dave, love your energy. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. He says, keep up the fight. Be mindful not to dismiss the opposition's audience. They're not all bad. Nope, they're not all bad at all. And my side's not all bad. And some of them are really fucking whip smart. But and a lot of them have been treated terribly by my side. And I get why they're angry. But I also think that I can believe all those things and also believe that some of them are mean son of bitches that would rather lie and not do research and end up hurting a lot of people. But I hear you. We're not the enemies. We all should be fighting the 1%. That's what I'm saying. Do you hear the people sing the songs of angry men? Retaxian, thank you so much. I hope to see you soon again. Trey Trimble says, Jaffe, thank you. Died So Soldier member and also the creator of so many of our great visuals in this show. 49 months. He says, Jaffe, did you see Side Scrollers posted a video about you yesterday? Haha, haven't watched it, not subscribed, but it looks like a diss video. Yeah, I don't care. Fuck him. That guy, look, I don't mind certain people, but like I said, that guy came at me after I, in good faith, reached out to him, talked to him about my experience with my son, and really opened myself up to say, look, I don't know if we have to agree, but this is what our experience was. And it wasn't 6 months after that he was on, just totally saying horrible things about me and my parenting and stuff. So he can go suck his own fucking dick in a fucking crocodile cage of razor blades and Tyler Perry bad movies, because he makes some good movies. I liked Diary of a Mad Black Woman. That was a good one. And he made one well, the Medea movies are good, but he also made one that was really good about, he was like this mechanic and this woman was a lawyer and he was going to lose his kids. What was that one called? That was really fucking good. I like that one. All right. Last of the show. Good Sir Kuristafo. Let's wrap it up, baby. What do you want to, oh wait, hang on, Kuristafo. Let me bring this guy in first. Jaffe is trans. It's got to be P Turtle. What's up, Jaffe is trans? How you doing, bud? Are you there? Hey, I'm giving you a shot. Ma, shut up. I'm on Jaffe's thing now. You get to bed. It's a school night. Ma, shut up. I gotta fucking take my pants down so I can show my butthole. Shut up, Ma. All right. Well, you had your shot. Jaffe is trans, you coward. All right, Kuristafa, you are the last on the show. What's going on, buddy?
Man, he had his shot and then he didn't like come in, you know.
He's throwing away his shot. What's up? I'm gonna fix that audio. All right, what's up, bud? What do you want to? Let's wrap it up. Let's take it home.
Just well, I will say definitely give A Crack in Time a chance on the PS3. I think that's the best Ratchet Clank. And then other than that, I think like you can't state everything. Just a little wrap up. I don't think everybody in the world is terrible, but I do think like now it's like. Now people want to be grifters because they make money doing the grifting. And I as somebody, I've known Stuttering Cred for like 17 years. Like I really have. I've known him for that long. I actually feel bad that he treated you like that, because it's like I never thought something like that would happen. You don't abuse your kids. You're good with your kids, man. Maybe do I necessarily agree with the whole transgender ideology? No, but I believe.
And I probably don't agree with how you would raise your kids 100%, but so who gives a shit when it become a priority or a requirement?
But I would definitely say you have a very strong, close relationship with your child, and there's a lot.
I adore both of my kids. They're the lights of my life, and I will walk through fire happily for those knuckleheads. It's the fucking joy of my life, man.
But yeah, I think that's about it. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Anything
I
you want to bring?
Oh my God, man. I got to take the dog out before he shits everywhere. So no, but nice talking to you again, buddy. Be well. I'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
Okay. Well, here's, this guy says friend. Oh, friend. Are you there? You're not my friend. You're not my friend. Oh, he's back. Yeah. Jaffe is trans. What's going on, pal? Hello. All right. Fuck it. All right, fellas, that has been the Jaffe stream. I do want to wrap it up with this wonderful tweet from Von Burke, CEO. It says, one time when I was showering, a sheriff was watching me eating a banana. Good times. I think we can all part as friends on that. Who can disagree with that comment from the wise Von Burke, CEO? Let me give it to you one more time. One time when I was showering, he says, or she says, a sheriff was watching me while eating a banana. Good times. You goddamn right. Warped 9 months. Thank you, buddy. He says, that's your opinion. LOL. I appreciate it. Seriously, you guys. Agree, disagree. Some of you guys are assholes. I'd still put you out if you were on fire. But some of you guys are assholes. But a lot of us, we just disagree on certain things. And I think that's okay, man. We can still be pals. We can all just, we're humans. We're trying to get through it together. We all got to share this space at the same time. That's a thing. That's a good thing. We got to be happy about that. So, let's try to be okay with each other. And if not, let's take it out here, not out in the real world. Whatever. Shut up, you idiot. Yeah. Listen, super chats. Thank you. New members. Thank you. Call-ins. Thank you very much. Chat. Thank you very much. I'll be back tomorrow in the morning sometimes with the pre-show or another Jaffe stream. And then I'll be back in the afternoon with the proper cabinet games. Fuck you, Dun Peel. I would love to stop saying but you know what? I've been talking for 5 hours straight with absolutely no break, no script. So forgive me if I use as a transitional word while I'm trying to think of what to say next. That's how it works. Valiant says you attacked someone for being a woman. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You're just not smart enough to understand. I'm sorry that you're easily manipulated. I didn't attack Vera Dark for being a woman. In fact, the only compliment I gave her was that she was successful because she was an attractive woman. Now, that may not be true, but I made it clear, unlike whatever his name was, Hysteria or whatever, that that's my opinion based on what I've seen. I don't have factual evidence to back that up. Maybe it's not true. Maybe she's brilliant game player or something. I don't fucking know. All right, fellas, I'm out. Be well, be safe, and I'll see you next time, hopefully. If not, go fuck yourself. Or I'll see you next time and go fuck yourself. It doesn't really matter. Goodbye.